もデイドリーミングして君の言葉繰り返し寝ても全てもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in.
brings you to the lost and found, dear. Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. 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 Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shake the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire burning out your soul. Just make it die, or you will turn it all to ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. You waste your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light. Against all odds, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through. When darkness falls, you are my light. You take my hand and hold it tight. You are my home, I know it now. Don't let me go, we're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing twine, you're one of a kind. Shine on and feel my heart.
us, two souls the same. With you I'm everything. You never asked me to change a thing. They set our world on fire, but our hearts will burn for miles. I see your beauty shine, you radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time, you're one of a kind. Stars shining with us, your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. Feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the best.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
if you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rip the pain, wash it away, and stand again.
Welcome back to the LEC with Fearless Draft, which ultimately is not actually that exciting because the most fun we got to see was Warwick top with Barrier. If you want to ruin solo queue for everyone, G2, so your players can say Challenger, just say so. You don't actually have to put us through this. Anyway, with the classic expectation versus reality scam we've been enduring for the last week, we now have what we all know is as certain as death and taxes. Yep, G2 versus Fnatic, champions, kings, dynasties, blah 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 blah. What I really want to know is which duo has paid attention in art class, and what time can I schedule an ear checkup for tomorrow? Because KC versus MKOI is gonna blow not just the roof, but also my eardrums. I do love you guys though, so keep screaming. At least that way we all get to feel something after our disappointing Valentine's Day. Get hyped! Round 2 of the Winter Split playoff starts now.
G2, the perfect team fight. They take it all. Here comes the Crow Storm. It's not back. Instant combo. But the quest is oh my God. Claps. Everybody, you know the story. You know the legend.
It may be frosty outside, but things are heating up in the Winter Split playoffs with Fearless Draft. Boys, let's have a look at our bingo cards. But wait, I'm Ginny, your host. We have Jack, we have Odo. I know that we have a probable definitive winner at some point by later today, but
actually true. Someone
Do we
will
wanna-
win today.
do we want to show everybody what we got so far?
I mean, for me, bingo has already been a huge success because last time LEC did this, after the first series, it was already over. Right now we're in day 3, and I mean, this guy is about to, win in 7 different ways.
Yeah, I got some few different win cons
Yeah.
here. MF, Twitch, Nidalee.
It's been a success.
Yeah.
Yes, if I can get a Seraphine or a Blitzcrank, I would actually really like a Blitzcrank. Thank you so much. Check PayPal. All right, I've been gone for the last few days, so I would love to have some little bit of highlights, what's been going on, give me the rundown. But let's start off with the picks from the Fearless Draft that we've seen. I think all of us had a lot of expectations in terms of creativity and craziness and fun. So nice or iced? Which picks do you think should stay and which should be going out and put on ice?
I think the Mel pick that we saw didn't look the best. I think could put that back on ice, especially the way that it was executed. They ended up lane swapping with it. It was Giant X that played it. I think lane swapping with any other mage than Ziggs just makes no sense. You can't really take towers. You can't really dive that well. And they were able to kill Broken Blade once, I think twice as well maybe, but their top laner was set so much further behind.
Okay, hold your horses. The champion wasn't that bad.
The champion is good, but
it was just a little bit of team diffy with GX versus
That's
G2.
true.
It happens. I think the champion is still strong, but one champion that I really want to look at is Warwick, because last time we saw Warwick was 8 years ago or so.
It was
this
your
champion,
game, no?
It was against me, but it was old Warwick, so it wasn't, as OP as it is right now. But this champion is the BP special. Every time I play against him, he brings it back every once in a while. It had great success. It did a lot of things in that game. So for me, it was a big win. And even though it was game 1, I'm going to cope here and say, you know, this is what Fearless is all about. You bring out the spice. And hopefully we get to see a lot more today, because so far Fearless has been a great success. At least we don't get to see the same champions every single game.
Really? No Ambessa? No Vi?
Only one.
No Kalista?
We'll still see them, probably. But then we won't see them again. And if it goes to game 3... Woo.
You're being optimistic. That's a new one.
We still didn't have a game 3, so I'm excited to see what kind of bloodbath happens in that game and what kind of drafts we see.
Maybe we get to see that today, because I love the games that we're having. I mean, Fnatic G2, yay!
Wow.
But first time we're seeing that one here on the LEC. But let's see if we can actually get some bingos later today with any of the interesting picks that we're going to be looking at, because things are getting way too sketchy as we put G2 and Fnatic drawing skills to test ahead of their game. So, Dracos, what was that?
Hello everyone, welcome to a brand new game we're calling Way Too Sketchy. It might look like another game you know, but it's slightly different. Now, each player is going to draw a prompt, both figuratively and literally. Then they'll have 75 seconds to try to get their teammates to guess that prompt by drawing to the best of their abilities. The faster they get the answer right, the more points they'll get, and no surprise to anyone, it's going to be G2 and Fnatic going head-to-head. So G2, why don't you start us off?
You guys ready, or are you on TikTok?
I'm ready.
Okay.
Noxus, Ambessa, Hui, Summoner's Rift, Galio, the tower, Nexus Tower, Inip, Tower Dive,
Tower Dive,
G2, I don't know what.
G2 team?
What is that?
G2 League of Legends?
Like they're going somewhere, look, he's going somewhere. I don't know what this is supposed to be. It's G2? Champions. Title.
G2 Esports logo.
Oh my god.
Bro. But you can't tell me that this is like the
I was even pointing at my...
oh my god.
Okay. Maokai. Elise. Malphite.
What? Oh. But I cannot say any champion. What?
Kennen.
Ken.
Asir.
There is a house now? Oh, Darius. Darius.
Dankmaster Darius.
Yeah. Oh my god, I didn't know that.
Okay, you guys can see?
Yeah. But if you take a step right, we can't. Okay, that's good. G2 Esports, top lane, bot lane, mid lane, jungle, dragon. It's a champion.
Brom.
Windwall, Yasuo. Maybe. It's a mid lane. No, it's a jungler. Blue buff.
ADC, kiting.
It's a shield, Dorn shield. Someone pushes a wall on someone. A blue buff wall. In our jungle, something with our jungle. Garen E, Garen. Armor.
Like Nyla.
It's something in League of Legends. Is it more top or more jungle?
Silas.
Is it more top or more jungle? Or neither?
It's top. It's top. Oh, it's top.
Is it top?
Yeah, TP. Yeah, it's top. It's top. TPing. TP flank.
Bro, it's Wukong. This is W. Who has the stuff, bro? Who else has the stuff?
Oh my god.
But who else
it looks
has
like it looks like a wall.
But why would I do double? Why would I do double?
Elise. Malphite. Okay. Maokai. Warwick. Baron.
Okay, that's the
Atakan.
That's the Nexus. Okay. Inhibitor.
Yes. It was very easy to do actually.
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay.
Fizz, Summoner's Rift, River, Zac.
25 Baron Asher.
25.
Alright.
Alright.
Yes, it's a face as a champion.
Yeah. Okay.
Holy.
Okay, we are cooking something here.
Bye.
Elise.
Jax. Oh, Silas.
Oh.
It's Chen.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Gentlemen, with 18 points, you are our winners.
Oh my God! Yes! Let's go, guys. Great guessing.
We are the goats.
One of many.
All right, so Fnatic wins way too sketchy, 18 to 10. Maybe that is what we're gonna be looking
Maybe it
for.
tells us
Maybe
what
it's
we're-
like predicting the future.
Yeah.
I want to have a look at this. First of all, why are we choosing gray marker? Okay.
So I'm just gonna say, you know, you guys might think it's the camera that is the problem here, that you guys don't
cannot
see it
see it. It's
live,
very
but
hard to see,
I'm
yeah.
sitting right here and I cannot see it, and I don't know what happened or why he chose those colors, because that thing is horrific.
You know, I want to say Picasso, I like it, but Picasso, I actually do not like it. I will give you guys like 5 seconds each to come up with what you think this is, because what?
I think I know what it is.
Okay.
Feats of strength.
What the?
Is
No.
it? We pointed at the foot with the arrow.
Okay, but I don't
Or
even
I
know
think-
if it's like this way
No, it
or
was-
this.
I know
Okay.
what it's pointing at, and I know what that eye-looking thing is.
I don't
I'm
know
gonna
what the
say
creature
it's. Just please
Jungle
tell me.
pet.
Jungle, which pets of the jungle
The
pet?
red jungle pet.
This is the G2 pet, the G2 logo,
Oh.
whatever.
Is that in League?
I don't. I mean, they play in League, right? They play in the LEC.
I'm just gonna say I was really sad, you know,
alright.
ever since I stopped playing in LEC because I don't have a team. But now that I saw some of what these guys have been drawing, I'm extremely happy that I don't get to witness stuff like this.
Oh,
on a
you
daily
think you can
basis.
draw better?
Oh no, but like, you know, it's kind of like a win-win. Where
I mean, it's a pretty low. You can draw better than that, no?
definitely better than that, because that thing is a thing. Definitely, it doesn't need to. Be
Well,
called.
technically it is a thing, but either way, I have to hear from the players themselves to actually see about this game that we're going to be heading into. Fnatic going up against G2 once again. So Lore is standing by backstage. Take it away.
So Fnatic wins here. Hue was a bit too sketchy, but the real match is minutes away. Welcome, I'm Laure, to the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint with Mickey and Bibi for the pre-game check-in. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me.
Thank you.
I feel like you know each other quite well. So actually, I'm not going to do this interview. Why don't you ask questions about each other? Do you want to start, Bibi?
Great, yeah. I mean, for me, Mickey, yeah, I've known Mickey for a while. Obviously, very excited. How many deaths do you think you will have in the series today?
I would say probably 0 on average, because I think the opposition today is not really going to be able to punish me for my mistakes. I think they didn't really show up the greatest performance so far. So yeah, I would probably say 0 right now. I would also like to ask
Yeah, go ahead.
about why have you wearing orange socks? Does that imply a Fnatic win for today?
No, it actually doesn't. It's quite funny. I have lucky socks, and today you are very unlucky that I have my lucky socks on because I believe they are 100% win rate. So that is very unlucky for you. I know orange is your color, but today it's my color. I will make it mine. I will make it mine. So, okay, next question. Sorry.
Well, next question, I have one.
uh,
Actually, who do you think won the divorce? Who's better off without the other?
I think that will be me.
I guess we'll see after today, but so far from the regular season record, I would have to say that one team won a bit more games than the other.
Of course, you will have to cling on that. That's the only thing you will be able to cling on at the end of the split. Next question, though, Mickey X. I know you miss me. I know, like, it is okay. You know what? We're gonna show. We're gonna fight on Rift today. If you wanna like lane swap to me, like, I don't care. I'm gonna kill you. If you dive me, that's fine. I don't care. I'm gonna kill you. You know, like, I was always on that side where Mickey is like, oh guys, we just have to wait for Mickey. He's dead. But now we can be like, guys, Mickey's dead. Let's go. How do you feel about that, being on the other side now? Punishing the tempo. I know you so well. I know exact tempo timings, when to trap you.
Wow.
What do you think?
This time around, my teammates can't bait me into deaths like it was happening the last 2 years, when someone just like said like go in, and then I have to go in, and then there's no follow up, so then I just die, and then we have to wait. Of course, this time around, I don't think it's gonna happen because my team is like a bit more, smarter about how to play the game and when is actually a good time to fight. But I guess we're gonna have to see that for ourselves.
All right. I love whatever is going on here. We'll settle this one on the wrist. Guys, thank you so much. Good luck today. Ginny, back to you after whatever this was.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Talk about a bitter divorce. I know you miss me, Lil Bro said. I know you miss me. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that was... they have a very nice chemistry. You can tell that they're
divorced.
I think maybe
the
they
chemistry is like,
both miss each other a little bit.
Yeah, well, who knows what's going to happen
They were
after
maybe
this game.
better with together, you know, but I guess we'll see, because now is the time to settle it. You know,
Yeah.
G2, Fnatic, the endless rivalry. But we have a little Fnatic merchant as well, because that's his persona for this weekend, is to be a merchant. So,
when
so
you
hit
see
me, Jack.
these two beautiful faces, you just know it's a Fnatic win. I mean, Razork and Mickey, it's been the story of LEC, hasn't it? They're taking over every early game, the way they move on the map.
Are they married?
I mean, they might be the
Might be
new
the
marriage.
new, might be the new
Okay,
marriage, yeah.
that's good to know.
I mean, at Razork in this K-Corp game that they absolutely stomped, he was just so clean.
That's
and
just Vi.
it made me think, yeah, that's just Vi. But then you got to think, wait, but then he plays Maokai. It's the same thing. Oh, but then he plays any AP jungler. It's the same thing. He just takes over every game, and you can't give him Skarner, you can't give him Vi, you can't give him Maokai, you can't give Upset Kalista, you can't give him anything. What are you going to give him?
Your LP.
That's right. So,
okay, and enough glazing, yeah? Okay, I get it. You're the merchant. You're doing a little sales pitch, good here. But at the same time, I have these two gentlemen over here. Look at him. Does this guy look like the face of Mercy? Look at him.
Actually, yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't. He's a little
Very innocent.
He's a little demon. And the thing is, these two gentlemen over here, they don't have, you know, Donkey Kong and Godzilla on their team in the form of Mickey X and Razork to just carry the whole team. These guys make their leads by themselves. These two are topping the stats, you know. They're 6-3 in the league.
Yeah.
Not 8-1, you know, to just glaze their stats forever, you know. But these guys make their wins by themselves and their leads by themselves. Especially this guy. He's going to bring out a lot of crazy stuff. Okay, do you have a question?
Yes, I do have a question, actually, because you said they don't have Donkey Kong and Godzilla to carry the whole team, but they make their own leads. So that technically means they also carry the whole team?
Yeah.
So that both teams have two players that carry the whole team?
Okay, both teams have two players that are just absolutely insane. And for me, these two are the highlight. They have been the highlight for G2 for a little while now. Every single split you go in, no matter what iteration of G2 you get, these two are stepping up and performing. And for me, these two are the big rocks of G2 coming in today, even though...
But you see, that's the difference, right? Because G2 need Broken Blade and Caps to carry, while Fnatic, Razork and Mickey will do it. But if they don't, Humanoid's gonna pop off, Upset's gonna pop off. Oscar Rinen is doing very well nearly every single game.
I feel like this is an average discussion that we're having on the internet prior to the game, but I would love to maybe dig a little bit more deeper in terms of you're both highlighting players and them stepping up to the plate. But I feel like if we look at how G2 has been ramping up, I think now in a best of series with Fearless, you can maybe take away some of their top lane picks because also like how important is top lane. This is like the perfect scenario for both of these teams. Fnatic finally there, G2 there again.
I think this is probably the most hyped version of G2 Fnatic we'll get, because before it always used to be G2 is better, blah, blah, blah. Now Fnatic is ramping up. But at the same time, G2 had a slow start. Now they're ramping up into playoffs. I think they're doing a lot better. And with Fearless, it's going to be exciting from both sides. So even though it's the unending rivalry, everyone's bored of it. But I do think it's going to be extremely exciting today, and I think there's a lot of hype for everyone involved to give this match a try.
I mean, for me, I'm not bored of it, because I think this is like a new era of it, where Fnatic will actually be the better team. I think people got bored, not of Fnatic G2, but of Fnatic just always losing to G2. So if Fnatic now are actually the better team, and G2 are the underdogs, I think that's really exciting.
And then what happens if G2 wins again
Well,
and then Fnatic loses
exciting.
again?
That is not that exciting, because then people will just feed into the same narrative that Fnatic just can't beat G2.
But then it's an underdog story of G2, right? Because we just put underdog and G2 in the same sentence. Like I feel like that needs to like sink in a little.
Yeah, that's what's exciting about it.
So, but that means technically if they do win, the underdog story wins. So it's like exciting. But then
okay, let's not argue semantics here. Come on, guys.
It's like fake
Listen,
underdogs.
I'm just like theory crafting. I guess that's what they call it. But when we're looking at Fnatic, I mean, they've had really good performances. This is like probably like their best split in a very long time. So I'm not worried. But as a G2, also the fact that they have been more comfortable picking champions that we haven't necessarily seen. I mean, yes, we saw Mickey on the Elise on Monday, but we saw Warwick, we saw Pantheon from the side of G2. I feel like they have potentially maybe a little bit more creativity in their back pocket because of that top lane.
Yeah, I would say so, because every time it came to you know, stale meta in the top lane, BB was the one to revolutionize. He always had a Yasuo in the pocket, and even though he's going to be Fearless best of 3, I still feel like he's going to have a lot of picks that he can show that he just has cooked for whatever opportunity it is. So for me, he's player to watch, but at the same time, I do agree with Jack. I think it's still going to be a matchup between the support and the jungle because they have both been rising up to to the occasion. Skewmont, similar to Yike, came in as a rookie, found his spot in the league or in G2 as well, and he's ramping up a lot. And I think it's gonna be cool.
I think Fearless for me scares me a little bit of my Fnatic hype train because the Warwick Pantheon, I didn't even feel like Giant
Come on, Merchant, sell your product.
But the thing is, I didn't feel like Giant really inted, you know? It wasn't like, imagine if Lot just ran that game down and he looked like bronze. Then I'd be like, oh, Oscars, not gonna do that, right? But it felt like Lot had a fine game, but they just point and click CC'd him to death every time. So I hope that Fnatic has done their homework and they have some cool picks themselves. And I feel like when you're a top team, you usually have the leisure to do that.
But at the same time, do you really need to go off script so much to, to have a great game, even against G2? Because in the position where Fnatic is in right now, they have been probably the most dominant team in the league, snowballing a lot of their leads out of control. And it wasn't really off of these crazy picks or these.
But then I feel like they should be more ready to have crazy picks, because it's like
but then what are these crazy picks? Because we keep mentioning, oh, we're excited, oh, Fearless, oh, crazy picks. But what is, by definition, a crazy pick in your books?
Well, in my head, it's just like, let's say you're the best team in the league, right? Then you can approach scrims with a bit of a different mindset that you can try out more champions because you're already better. So it should give you that freedom to then, now when you're playing against G2, if they do pick something like the Warwick or something like the Pantheon jungle, you have something prepared into it rather than just like you blind pick whatever is normally meta.
But even now the question is, do these teams approach their scrims in the sense where they will, let's say, do scrim sets of best of threes to approach probably the third game in a best of, or are they going the full on 5 series to just prepare for later on in playoffs? Because right now I still feel like, just given the fact that it was 2-0, nothing really got forced out of them. So I guess we're gonna get to see that.
Exactly, because we are ready to head over to our casters. We are experiencing a bit of a delay to the game because players earlier experienced client-related issues on the stage. But let's send it over to our casters as players complete their ready checks. Guys, let us know who do you think is going to come out on top, but also what crazy pick do you guys want to see?
Us, the casters, we come out on top. Thaddeus?
Yes, mate.
Welcome to the TriCast. If you don't shake it, I'll never speak to you again.
Thank you very much.
That's close enough. We take that. Dagda, we already know you're
I kind of want to do this, though, as well. Where is it? If you do the handshake and the little pump thing.
Like a thumb touch.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. We're a TriCast with a lot of personalities, a lot of energy, and a lot of different vibes right now. I look like a pond mixed in with milk, and that's me. That's my outfit. You guys look like businessmen.
Mint ice cream I can see, but where's the pond with milk?
I'm glad that when we think of things, we go to a normal place.
For me,
clearly in Australia, there's a lot of ponds with milk. And you don't know. That just exists.
If someone has milk and it's soured a little bit and it's spilt in water, this is the color.
You've got saltwater crocodiles, freshwater crocodiles, and milky pond water crocodiles.
The milker crocodiles, they're the most dangerous as well. They steal your lunch money as well. We're waiting for G2 versus Fnatic, as Ginny said, and thank you to the desk. We can't get as hyped up for this one just yet because there are some delays. There are some issues ponding us and holding us back. You see what I did there? But I am excited to be casting this one with you guys because G2 Fnatic always delivers. I just wish it was a best of 5 that we get a little bit more of.
I mean, this is the appetizer. We got a taster of the Fearless over the weekend, and so far it's just been 2-0s across the board.
It has.
Our anticipation is today we're going to get the best of 3 element of this series. That's what we're hoping for. We get to see a little bit more adaptation. These players getting to go deeper into their pools of champions. The question is, will they actually do it? Because when I look at these two teams play, I think that Fnatic demonstrated a very clean game. I think overall, G2 demonstrated a clean game. You could argue that maybe the Warwick game was a little messy at times, but I really feel you're kind of nitpicking. Ultimately, we have 2 of the best teams, or performing teams based on what we've seen playing up against each other today.
Yeah, and I think it's the fact that we got to see these unusual drafts from G2 that actually fills me with a lot more confidence for them today. Because one of the biggest gripes I had with them was they didn't look like they could kind of play anything outside of, hey, tank for BB, let's go for regular control mage in mid lane, and we'll just play for team fights and win through team fights. The fact that they're playing these kind of pick-style comps now with the Warwick Pantheon and playing a lot of different styles says to me that G2 have kind of found their footing and look much more potent now coming into a series.
I remember this conversation because, again, you were like, yo, G2, go back to what's simple. Week 2, week 3 it was as well. And there was this conversation amongst us that was like, yo, G2, after week 1, of course, what did G2 look like? Is this G2 now going to take too long to adapt and adjust? But then we get right back to playoffs and we're like, wait, you know, G2 are just kind of doing the same old thing, just with different elements.
Yeah, and I think especially for a team like Fnatic for me have been one of the teams that I trust the most with playing a lot of different styles. Like, we've seen them play the poke style, they look really, really good.
Sure.
We've seen them play team fights, they look great. They've been able to bring out some other stuff in the past as well. So I think this is a squad where you're like, oh, I know they were talking on the desk about being a bit worried and fearless. In a best of 3, I'm not worried about them. I think they'll be completely fine. I think it's more on G2 to try and upset the apple cart, which was a lot of what we saw. Don't worry, I didn't mention a pond. But I think a lot of it is kind of coming back to like, hey, look, in summer, in season finals 2024, a lot of people were like, well, Fnatic look better.
Yep.
They just weren't able to put in the performance that needed to get them across the line. Like, they won these kind of round 2s, round 3s, but couldn't get it across the line when it came to the actual finals. So that's where I'm curious to see what happens.
I mean, the desk has made valid points. You've made valid points. The only thing I genuinely care about is
Jake's opinion.
As much as I wish that was true, it is unfortunately not.
At least he's honest.
Mickey and Broken Play. The rivalry, the heated discussion that we had from the interview earlier, I genuinely just care about the fact that these two players still have a great relationship with one another, but on the Rift, all bets are off. Like, they're going to be in the psyche of one another, the draft. Both players know exactly how they're going to be playing. When you see that weird, I don't know, Karma 4th lock-in, he's going to be like, yeah, no, that's jungle for sure. Like, Mickey's just going to know that, right? And I think that having that experience and getting to see this version of G2 versus Fnatic is something we've been longing for. Unfortunately, we don't have to wait any longer as the players make their way to the stage.
Thank you for bearing with us, guys. We know there's a bit of a delay, but it'll be worth it once you get into the game. As G2 versus Fnatic with a new spin. Vetty has set you up. It's that support versus top. That is this new rivalry. Built up of the fact that I think both of them are great poo talkers, right? Without trying not to swear there. But you know what I'm talking about? They're both great with the mic as well. So when these two personalities go head to head, expect them to face each up against each other and have a little bit more to say in what is probably going to be lane swap.
I mean, a lot of exciting matchups ahead of us. We have to remember that Caps, he's still the player to beat when it comes to winning LEC titles. Very few have been able to do it, and Humanoid, over his many years, has been able to find those victories, especially when he was alongside Mad Lions, but alongside the Fnatic roster, he's always fallen short when going up against the Titan that is Caps in the mid lane. I'm wondering what we'll see in the mid lane matchup. Fnatic have put a heavy priority on banning the Mel away, but we know that in the G2 series, they were happy to pick that up. So we'll see how things pan out as we get into, I'd say pick that up. I mean, like, who did they play against? Why have I completely blanked? This happened 2 days ago. G2.
G2 Heretics, wasn't it?
Heretics, yeah.
Are you talking about in the first round, Giants?
No, G2 actually just left.
Giants
They actually left
yeah.
the Mel completely unbanned in their series, and Fnatic consistently chose to ban it away. So I'm curious as to where that priority is going to fall through.
Yeah, I am curious as well, but I think, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Skarner could be taken away. I think you could potentially see the Mel ban come through. I think she is quite strong.
Yeah.
And you've got the flexibility on both sides to really bring it out to the forefront, but we'll have to see. Again, this is, in my mind, Fnatic favored coming into this series, which is interesting when G2 have been kind of picking up pace over time. But now they really get to show how much they've grown over the course of the split.
We've seen Ambessa and Vi be a priority combo for Fnatic. The Kai'Sa being taken away removes some of that dive element to allow Upset to follow up. The Ambessa is going to be the ban from Fnatic, so that Mel is available. The question is, what will the first pick be?
I think it's interesting to see the Kai'Sa banned away, because I thought they'd just go for the Vi ban instead. Because Kai'Sa has kind of been enabled by the Vi in a lot of situations, especially with the Ambessa as well. So this says to me they're just going to go for the Maokai pick up here and be completely fine, whereas you've kind of taken a lot of the power picks away from that Vi in both the Ambessa and the Kai'Sa being gone.
I think I also like it because taking power picks away from people like Upset, as Vi is still going to be picked regardless, is Fnatic's protocol now on the other side of G2. What's the angle here? Priority supports like Rel is still up, junglers here as well to match.
G2 have a lot of options right now. Ezreal is kind of, you've got to bear in mind how, with so much dive already coming out on the side of Fnatic, that single target lockdown, you're right in terms of some of the components alongside it that have been removed. But G2 have already showcased that they're willing to play the Pantheon to great effect when piloted by Skumon, so he's going to look to try and match him in the early game. That global tool to match on the side lanes, the early skirmishing power that a Pantheon does provide. Cheeky hover of the Nunu from Skumon. I wonder if the AD carry is going to be locked in alongside it, and the Ezreal that we were just talking about.
Yeah, I think you just take the AD carry. I imagine G2 are basically just trying to leave their last pick until Broken Blade. You, in theory, could keep the Pantheon flex open. We've seen in support, we've seen in the jungle, but I think the value here is not taking a tank early for Broken Blade, so that then you don't get the Maokai top as an answer into it, or even go for the Maokai. But yeah, there's the Mel taken. So Corki could easily be going mid, to be perfectly honest. Like, yeah, you can still flex these around, so it's not the end of the world, but I would rather see Corki mid and the Mel bot lane just to put some pressure on towards this Ezreal and just try and keep him out of lane.
About 200 people right now.
The Leona lock-in from G2, kind of solidifying their front line and their engage. The Mel, though, we're expecting this to go into the mid lane, but of course it can be flexed. They could put the Corki into mid and they could send the Mel down bot. When we did see the Mel in the bot lane so far this weekend, it didn't really pan out that effectively, especially when they chose to lane swap it. But I imagine that a mage is likely going to be the response from Caps. Azir is, of course, still available. Ezreal and Azir is a long-time pro player staple and favorite, given its safety, range, and great scaling.
Just taking off the board there. I'm wondering if it'll be something like the Braum ban here on the last rotation as well, just because you've already got decent engage coming through with the Vice, so having something that can play a bit more defensive works out relatively fine, and if you've already got the Leona, it can be a bit of an issue.
Rakan might also be a consideration.
Yeah, but I think either way, you're kind of fine here. I think the main issue that I have is for G2, like, what are you trying to play with here? Like, yes, you can go for a bit of a staple control mage, but I think it's you have some dive, but how do you round it out when so many of them taken off the board?
I will say there's one pick that in the East is usually picked in Game 2 and Game 3 Fearless. Rumble is still up and available here. Now we're on 15-3. Just keep that in the back of your mind when Galio's taken away one of the biggest matchups into it to neutralize the lane.
There is a possibility, but when you look at Oscar and Broken Blade as players, Rumble isn't often what they default to. They're more of the Bruiser-style frontliner skirmishers.
That they are.
They like having that agency when it comes to the melee AD type of playstyle, but of course, we know them to both be versatile individuals. G2 is likely going to be able to get the counter pick on top side, as right now they're figuring out what they lock in for Caps.
Yeah, it just feels like Fnatic are probably angling for a Cassante on the top side for Oscar, and then completely fine, blindable, you're no real issues. That is a flex pick still for G2 as well, with the Aurora locked in, so could go towards Caps, could also go into that top side if you end up going for the Cassante, so you've definitely got options here as G2, and I think that's kind of been the struggle for Fnatic in a lot of this draft, is just how flexible this draft has been. But I think if you end up going for a tank, it's not the end of the world for Fnatic, it's just Broken Blade can opt in towards a lot of these funky matchups, and again, that feels like what they're going for.
Great word for it. Funky matchups, that's what Broken Blade's given us so far. Let's not forget the Warwick game. Now into Cassante, that sounds horrible, as Poppy support is going to be locked in here.
I mean, it's definitely a favorite of Mickey.
He loves Halo Blades on it, that's for sure.
I mean, he made it work with great effectiveness last year at MSI internationally, throwing a lot of bans. The Swain gonna come through from Broken Blade in the top lane. There was rumblings about the Swain at the beginning of the year. We've seen a number of changes to the champion over the years, but I think that against a champion like Cassante, it becomes a pretty free lane where you're able to get plenty of stacks and you're able to kind of scale through into the late game, become this very effective drain tank and difficult to get through if you don't quite have the DPS. But in a matter of lane swaps, how is this Swain going to fare?
That's a really good point. Again, Cassante is one of the best lane swapping champions. The reason why he is still first pickable in regions globally. So for Fnatic, I look at that and I say, that's a strong meta draft. That's a strong lane swap draft, Vedius, to hit on your point ever so well.
We'll see how things pan out. G2 keeping things creative on the top side of the map. Broken Blade always has a number of picks prepared for us, and while career-wide it's not something we often get to see, I'm looking forward to seeing what he can bring out today. You kind of look at G2's composition, they have a lot of team fight power.
Oh yeah.
Their front line is tankier than you probably expect with this Leona and Swain. And Fnatic going to be bringing out their first Mel of the year as the two fan bases rather are battling it out in the arena.
Definitely not crap, are they? I mean, they're heightening. Fnatic out here in fourths, and when you're in this top side of the bracket, they give you a direct run to the best of fives, to what we used to call the upper grand final. This match matters so much. A best of three between legends, kings, dynasty warriors. It's all there. It's all there in the pudding. And let's once again enjoy another G2 Fnatic for the fans.
I was trying to remember where I saw Broken Blades Swain before, and it was back season finals 2023.
Oh, yeah.
Where they played against Mad Lions and ended up beating them. And it was, I'm pretty sure Broken Blade had popped off that game as well. You're looking at the stats over there, but I'm pretty sure he had a phenomenal game on us. So interesting to see now. It was into the Renekton back then, but into the Cassante this time. You still get a ton of time to scale. Become an absolute nuisance later on. And you've got the only issue that I have for you is this time Mel exists, which he did back in the game. And Mel constantly gets to stack up more and more damage onto you. So yes, you get to heal, but that threshold is forever expanding when Mel can just execute you. So I think you have to be a little bit more careful as Broken Blade in this one. The Mel doesn't get the immediate just pop on you at some stage.
Now it is important to remind people that, oh, hang on a second, Razork.
How much do you want to hang on? Razork just gets poked out. Vedius,
is this the delayed invade coming out from G2? It's certainly looking like it.
Maybe. Skewmond has his flash available. What is the start here is my only question. Is it is okay. Comet Spear starts here on the Raptors, means that G2 are going to have this Pantheon now vertical jungling.
Well, G2, I mean, they very much anticipated the swap. Why wouldn't you? In a meta where lane swapping can be so effective, Fnatic want to try and put this Swain behind. It will slow Razork's cleared down. He's also going to lose a lot of HP. Already forced to pop the pot, but that's not going to hurt him too much as Broken Blade doing his best now to get farm. Want to remind people that Swain did get buffed on the most recent patch. Get a few extra soul fragments along with the AEP ratio on his Never Move being increased. Likely the reason why we're seeing Broken Blade bring out the champion.
This is an interesting move from G2 though. Lebrov has reset, gone towards topside, because the thing I was going to say is Broken Blade does not survive a potential turret dive. So instead they're just going to make sure that BB can farm safely underneath the turret. Even looking at where Skewmon's gone as well, he's taken the bot side camps and now immediately gone towards this top side. So G2 kind of throwing in a wrench to the works of what is your bog standard we've seen in lane swaps, and I think it's going to work out really well for them in this position.
Means also the Leona gets an extra couple of levels here as well to facilitate. So a point worth mentioning again, seeing how the wave crashes into the top side is, Vedius, I know you're also concerned with how Broken Blade is going to handle the lane swaps. This also makes things a little bit easier when we had those concerns.
Keep your eyes on Razork. Already making his way up, has gotten level 3. Of course, this would be a 2 versus 3, but I think their game plan is to move into the enemy jungle. They want to create some chaos for Skewmond. Good pathing from Skewmond as he's been able to secure both his Raptors and the red buff. Oscar finding a nice trade onto Hansama.
We get some back a little bit though, as well as Lethal Tempo starts showing its guns here for Hansama.
But you're completely in a mess here as Fnatic in the early stages. So you went for the invade, you don't find your red buff, you don't get the Krugs, you're immediately trying to now move in towards this bottom side. They're going to push in with Humanoid and hope that he can support Razork on getting something, but look at where Skewmond is on the map. He's already reset, making his way into this bot side jungle, and you've got push for Hansama. So actually trying to contest any of these spawns on the bottom side is going to be pretty difficult at the moment. So for Skewmond, you just get off to a fantastic start and overtake Razork when it comes to experience and camps.
Gonna poke out and just see now as well. Control Ward spots that Scuttle, shifting its gear into the middle of river. So he knows that Razork's bot. And the information for G2, I believe, was just scouted out thanks to that ward.
The adaptation from Razork, I think, is solid though. Securing the bot crab and then moving towards Krugs. Afterwards, he can reset, make his way back out to top, maybe even secure that other set. The other Scuttle Crab as well. The problem is Skewmond already on those Raptor respawns and he has the level advantage. The reset has come in from Humanoids. This smite is going to be crucial and it's going to come through. Skewmond not giving Razork the opportunity.
And I think they cut, oh, hang on, Mickey did.
He's going to be rooted up. Caps might be in trouble, waiting for the W to come off as Caps just walks it out, holds onto the summoner. Good resilience from the mid laner of G2.
So I was going to say, I think Fnatic kind of were reading what Fetty was talking about, where, hey, they're probably going to try and look for the second Scuttle Crab on top side. So Mickey starts to roam down, but doesn't actually end up spotting him. So they knew he was going to be on Raptors, and now Lebrov trying to answer for the pressure that Mickey put in mid. So the reflect, going to be a bit frustrating there.
At least he can't pull it. No, he can pull it back again. No, it's like, at least Mel can't just press it again, right? Unfortunate. Humanoid, bit of a long cooldown, about 34 seconds at level 1, by the way, guys. So that is the balanced part of Mel in the early lane.
I was going to say that this matchup probably isn't very fun. Oh, hang on.
Definitely not.
This matchup probably isn't very fun for the Aurora because there's just a bit of a range difference in the early levels. Humanoid can just poke from so far away with his Q. The only counterpoint is that Mel just burns through her mana so quickly, constantly harassing her lane opponent. And credit to Caps, he's done a good job of keeping a very small CS lead, which is going to be equalized once Humanoid catches this wave, but it looks like he's trying to...
Oh, Mickey! Right under turret! One more shot denied. A Zenith blade taken. Mickey still rooted up and a shield of Durand as LeBron looks to pop that sunlight, but he's going to give the kill over to Skumond. Mickey decided to make it personal.
That definitely felt a little bit personal. Because, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's nice to get the kill onto Caps. It'll delay him getting back into lane, but it doesn't really change the game a huge amount. Giving Skumond an extra kill, though, is pretty nice for Skumond, who was already off to a great start. So he's going to use that advantage now, start to snowball off of the strong early game the Pantheon had. So I don't know if it was fully worth, but definitely probably put a smile on his face.
Worth is a perspective, Dagger, I think.
The mental worth is definitely a positive for Mickey. But you're right, because right now what is happening is Skumond got that first kill, as you highlighted. The first blood went over to Mickey. It opened up the Dragon for G2 to be able to secure for themselves, and now the Grub's being responded to by Fnatic.
Yeah, in general, though, Mickey's been fantastic for Fnatic, and I think he's definitely looked brilliant after the breakup, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Feels like he's gone to the gym, he's a bit of a new man, but I love seeing how he works with Razork a lot in these early stages. Sorry, in the mid to late game. Haven't seen it too much in the early stages, but especially when they get to post 15 minutes, those two working together have been fantastic in playing towards the sideline after getting pushed with upset in mid, and just playing towards Humanoid, always keeping pressure on the map, and it makes it so difficult to play against Fnatic when they get these leads.
Both supports hovering around the bot side of the map right now. Mickey and Labrov just facing off, trying to control vision in the river. Keeping our eyes on the junglers, you'll notice that Skumond is on the top side of the map securing that crab. Does leave Labrov and Hansama open to a potential gank with Razork hovering around, but I imagine that the priority for Razork is getting that level 6, same for Skumond. Once they get that, both the junglers are going to be unlocked a lot more on the map as we prime ourselves for the next objective spawning in about 3 minutes time. For now, standard laning will be the priority.
But let's come back to why standard laning is important for G2, right? We talked a lot about this Swain. Now that it's a normalized matchup into melee versus ranged, we just talked about how the Ravenous Flock, the buff that's come through in this patch is big. For Broken Blade, it feels like he's going to be able to stack up a little bit more easier. Good little hand as he sends out Death, and not going to even send out the Never Move. Instead, that Flock keeps pushing.
But that's the thing, it's going to keep pushing. The range matchup is great, but it's more about trying to take turret plates, get yourself situated into a position where you can just become an absolute beast in the later portions. Unstoppable is nice, but yeah, I don't think Oscarin's going to get much, just trying to interrupt. But as this game goes on, he's going to be very, very difficult to deal with, but I do think you have enough tools on Fnatic's side to take him down. It's just, at the moment, Oscarin's going to struggle a bit as this matchup starts to continue.
I'm excited, however, because as those grubs spawn in a couple of minutes, as just hold, Caps going to get hair splashed on. Mickey's back again. Takes it out on Labrov this time around. As good trade from Caps in the meantime, but Labrov now in his defensive route is caught out by Upset. Mickey's still thinking about going forward. His Ignite not burned in the end as he continues zoning out, and Caps now knows he's in trouble if he stays.
Keep an eye on Razork, though. Can he get him?
Maybe Caps doesn't know. He does indeed. He just ulties, and there you go. Easy execute for Humanoid. Another kill over to Fnatic as we get out our ulti. Okay, it's now to Sovereign Reign for Oscarinin as he sits in and he's all out. Might do a little bit of damage, but there's a Pantheon in the mix to make it unfair. Flash for the Comet Spear, and Skumond is good again.
A combination we saw work to great effect before, and G2 is replicating that success. A nice ultimate coming out from Skumond to join the fight happening in the top lane 2 versus 2 means that Fnatic and G2 find themselves even at kills 9 minutes in.
It does look like Oscarinin hasn't got a lot of experience playing against Swain, though, because he was not winning that, and he was the one that chose to start that one off, so definitely struggle, but bot lane.
And the 2v2 again. I mean,
oh my
this is
God.
where Fnatic thrive, though. It's not just Mickey with Razork Dagda, it's Mickey and Upset. Now making G2's Upset bot.
100% kill participation for Mickey. He wants to show G2 they made a mistake. 2-1-1. Would have liked for that kill to go across to Upset, but still taking Hansama out and getting the play. Must be difficult to be the opposite side of Mickey's Poppy. Wow. Pippi. Pippi Longstocking.
30 seconds until the Grubs respawn. Mickey making a beeline towards the mid lane. Lebrov has spent a decent amount of time towards the bot side of the map, but crucially, still level 5. He needs a bit more experience to take over to level 6, but it's going to be important with the ensuing fight sure to come. Both junglers, their ultimates currently unavailable. I imagine that they'll look to have them back around the next objective fight. Question is, does G2 even feel strong enough to contest this next Grub spawn?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It feels like G2 are investing a lot of time and effort into securing bottom side. So it looks more like maybe they give up Void Grubs here and instead look to make a play towards the bottom half of the map. But this is kind of the problem with Mel, is she's so good at controlling that mid-wave that Caps can't really find a way to get out of lane at the moment. And you see Scumon's making his way up here, but Razork's already started it.
On the cards for 6 Grubs here for Fnatic. Those Radiant Volleys, as you were just talking about, Mel, Humanoid sends it out, low cooldown as well. With Comet, it just does such good damage, even if you only partially get hit. Using that pressure, Razork now secures 4 Grubs, but walks away from the last 2 as Scumont thinks about his angle towards mid.
Tier and Lost Chapter is just such great core itemization for her because it helps manage a lot of the mana problems that she can have in the early game. Only a single Grub was secured. Razork not wanting to overstay his welcome, likely because Mickey chose to go back to base. Fnatic knew that they wouldn't have the numbers advantage, so instead they don't take the risk. Back out onto the map we go.
Well, Caps is going to pop the Between Worlds, so now the ulti's out, the Solus there comes in handy, but Caps just autos down. Rebuttal won't do a damn thing. Lebrov secures Humanoid, puts him in the dirt, while the remaining Grubs go to G2 as well.
Nice bit of revenge there for G2. It's unfortunate for Caps that the kill goes over to Lebrov. He would have loved to have gotten that for himself as Broken Blade.
I see a demon, I see a flare, and I see Oscarinen needing to beware. That turret as well about to drop a plate. And Broken Blade continues his ascension in lane.
And because Razork spent time in the mid lane, he now needs to reset to match the Sundered Sky that Scumon had already picked up. So now Dragon control could potentially be on the cards for G2 as well as Scumon looks to reset. Mickey stopping Hans Sama though, going to make that a little bit more difficult. So nice timing by Mickey just to be a pain to now make it a little bit more difficult for G2 to set up on the Dragon and allow Fnatic back on the map.
Oh, Hans is sticking for this wave. You can see the supporting crew of G2 immediately making their way towards the bot side of the map, ready for a potential dive. Caps hovering in the river. They haven't actually spotted that the Dragon has been started just yet. The bot push in makes it easier for that one to be kicked off.
Scumont's here as well, and Zenith Blade compared to the Steadfast Presence cooldown is massive. Stunned up, and Scumont has now found an easy target, but ignited mid-ulti. As it goes to Lebrov yet again. Razork's here, he pops his ulti, that's because Oscarinen's here to help out as well. Scumont looks for the turn, meanwhile, onto Upset, but he won't find it. A shutdown over to the Corki, while Oscar says the G2 bot lane needs to go away, and I can see an eclipse, but no way to execute Lebrov.
I can't believe Lebrov didn't die off the back of that. Sub 100 HP, but not enough in the tank, and now Razork getting a few taps from Broken Blade here, but still, nice response from Fnatic to get down to that bottom side. Mickey goes a bit too far, but using the TP advantage on Oscarinen to get something back for themselves.
I really thought Humanoid was going to reach the damage needed to get that execute off, but apparently not. Mickey, remember that he'd already used his Steadfast Presence earlier to block an engage from Lebrov, so he didn't have it available here. Quick thinking with the E to create space between him and Scumont. Unfortunately, Pantheon is quite fast, Mickey, and he's able to chase him down. And again, this kill goes over to Lebrov. Now in a 2 versus 3, Hans basically has no mana left, and when Oscar arrives from the flank, it becomes too difficult. Now the flash into Broken Blade.
For the Demonic Ascension, and with a keep in place, Humanoid can't rebut everything. Once again, the Never Move keeps him down. And Scumont again, it feels like his Pantheon is controlling the game once more.
The damage from this Pantheon is just relentless in the early game, but Mickey has set his sights on Caps once more. No minion wave though. Caps able to clear that wave out before the dive can come through.
Oscar got him though, against a wall. Caps now presents himself. Great shove, ulti as well. That was cleaner than my kitchen table.
Yeah, and even the interrupt from Fnatic, they'd already started to shift up towards this top side, so they always had the numbers advantage there. It will be in trade for Dragon, but potentially first tower. I'm not sure exactly how much is left in that bot lane tower, but nice response by Fnatic.
I mean, it's just kills across the board right now. G2 finding an effective pick on the bot side of the map. As Fnatic find one on top, we're still 5-5 in kills, gentlemen. It's not been the most action-packed game, but every single blow that one side throws out, the other is quick to respond. both supports at 2 kills so far in this game. Mickey with 100% KP on the side of Fnatic.
I think the difference here, though, is the fact that G2 have this kind of pick combo again with Broken Blade and Skewmon becomes a little bit more difficult to work on when Oscarinen's on the Cassante. He's much more difficult to lock down, has the Unstoppable, way tankier as well, so I think this pick comp isn't going to work around the solo lane again. I think you have to try and look for plays elsewhere, but into Mickey, into Humanoid, it can also get a bit difficult. So I'm curious how G2 want to try and play this game out now, because I think you need to start working Skewman and Labrov as this kind of duo into trio play towards Caps if you want to try and make this comp work instead of playing around Broken Blade.
I think as well, if we come back and we kind of look at where Fnatic's succeeding too, and why things need to be a bit more precise from G2, the fact that this Corki is 1,200 gold up. Upset once again in a carrying position, and we've talked a lot about Upset in the regular season, and if you are a bit of a playoff Andy, not Andrew Day, but just Andy in general, then you'll know, like, oh yeah, Upset was okay, but how has he been since Fnatic? I can tell you, he's been bloody good. Gentlemen, I think he's the best AD carry in the league right now. I think this is the best bot lane in the league right now. Not just because Fnatic are doing better, but because Upset and Mickey have just got it.
I think the criticism towards Upset for a very long time is that he's this passive AD carry that plays more towards stats, but I think that this split has been evidence that that is not the case. He has been hyper aggressive. His Kalista performance during the regular season was absolutely insane, and he is playing with a level of aggression that his team is looking to play with. And when you've got Mickey and Razork on your roster, you've got to be willing to follow up on those engages, and I think it's fair to say that Upset has been consistently doing that.
Going for the engage, they end up getting the stun onto Labrov.
I mean, it's so dangerous for the Corki, isn't it? If you sit in the Gatling gun, you'll get shredded. Labrov now no flash, and bot side River is Fanatics.
Yeah, and this is kind of where the... Oh, hang on.
He's doing something. Set past presence. He's going to have to ulti here. Zenith Blade is denied, but Mickey shoves away. This guy's such a rat.
Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to achieve.
Drop. Caps can't get away. He wants to go to the edge now. He's on the left side, but on the wrong side is what I'll say. Fnatic are bringing up support, teleport in, but is there enough damage? You have your answer. Oscarinene with a solo kill.
Caps cut down for the 4th time where he stood. G2 definitely putting a target on his back and finding the success when they want to pick him off. That's going to net Rift Tower for them as well. And look, Mickey could do some inting on the bottom side, but at least Fnatic are surprisingly getting stuff happening on the other end.
I mean, it's a surprise to see Caps falter in this first game. I think he found himself in a difficult matchup in the laning phase with Mickey putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane play. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, the Grand Starfall brings us into yet another fight. Skewmon thinks about it. Another Comet Spear. W's in, but under turret. Dangerously so with a steadfast presence, but is able to back away.
Skewmon has been extremely proactive with these ultimates. We talked about Mickey's kill participation, but look at Skewmon. He's been involved in the team's 5 of the team's 6 kills. The only exception to that being... Actually, I'm not sure what the exception to that was, but either way... Oh, it was the play in mid lane, I remember.
Yes.
But yeah, he's been ever present, and I think at the start of the split, as you rightly said, a bit of warming up required for the new members of G2, but they've definitely found their footing and they're playing with a lot of confidence.
They are indeed.
And I think it's kind of going back towards what is the G2 style, right? I mean, look at the amount of wards. Well, one's about to cleared out by Mickey. Second ward here to open up for BB on some good flank opportunities. And this is kind of the G2 style. Fnatic, though, overloading on the bottom side, wanting to catch G2 out before Dragon.
Great zoning happening here. I mean, Razork just moves in. And he's going to be taking the resources as well. Mickey zones off Labrov from the top as well. Turret gone, and Fnatic, 4 members make this nice line on the enemy jungle.
It's a great example of coordination there. As you notice, like, the push in from mid, bot, and jungle was all done at the exact same time.
Yeah.
Just great coordination from Fnatic that we've been seeing pretty consistently. The other day, we saw them recalling and syncing with one another much more effectively than we've seen from them in the past. And, like, it might be, for many Fnatic fans, confusing as to why they're getting so much praise and why they're being acknowledged as being such a success. And it's because of this coordination, restraint, and patience that we did not see from Fnatic last year.
And I think it comes back to the Upset conversation. He's happy to just sit in mid, farm up, and then go off in team fights off of the CS leads that he has. But it has opened up Mickey to work with Razork to start playing in towards these picks, and that has really been the core of the success of Fnatic, is the jungle support, finding these plays on side lanes, diving into the enemy jungle for plays.
And look at the timing, the coordination, but it looks like G2 is looking to answer.
Great solo snare from Humanoid, brings it off as a quick rebuttal, reminds Han Summer who's boss. Against the wall, Mickey does the same and says, see you later, you can't replace me! A double over to Upset as well as Broken Blade has jumped on in. His demonic flare has done some work as now the top laners also get involved on the other end. It's Oscar in the all-out, bumping and weaving and dodging. Another solar flare on the right, and another execute from Humanoid to say good night. Skewmon will run, but not far enough. And Fnatic are breaking the mold.
Fnatic find the team fight they need to shut G2 back. Now with Rip Curl in tow, go in the wrong direction, but finds the right way. They will be able to get mid-turn off the back as well.
A convincing ace from Fnatic wipes G2 off the map, and we'll see our first significant gold lead of the game. 3.3k in the hands of Fnatic, with 2k sitting in the pockets of Upset.
And again, it's coming off the back of Mickey. The stun comes down on towards Labrov. You get the interrupt from Mickey, but the flash forward on towards Labrov sets up for Razork, who immediately follows up with the cease and desist on towards Hans Sama. And from the follow-through, it's just perfect. Mickey does end up keeping his life. Upset tries to run away from Skewmon, but ends up going down. But it doesn't matter. Oscarinen in the all-out has enough damage. Humanoid is able to work down Broken Blade through that heal as well, and it works out perfectly.
I mean, it's easy to forget, but last year, Cassante was Oscar's most played champion. He hasn't been bringing it out this year, but it's been one of his go-to defaults, and you're seeing why. He's having a great playoff so far. He's looking to continue that performance as he works with the front line off Fnatic. They're taking firm control over this game, and G2, they're being pushed further and further back.
3.5k gold lead just about. G2 are clinging to Dragons, but Fnatic are going to also break that too. Caps right now sitting in a side lane, hoping to equalize this goal a bit, but Arakan is now up. Teleport's going to have to be burned as Fnatic start this off.
Yeah, they want to try and get both of them here. Upset going to finish off the Dragon, waits for the Ezreal ultimate to come through.
Well done.
Nicely done. And now Arakan to boot as well. Caps is reset. I don't know if G2 realized that this has gone down as quickly as they thought.
I mean, they're not in a position to contest. Here comes Skewmon, the TP coming through.
It interrupts again. Mickey's been clean on the poppies. He's just wasting time away from the Arakan. He drew Skewmon in, who has the star fall in as Humanoid. It's probably going to be the target. You look at the solar flare, you look at the steal, and now there's a choice. Caps runs in, and G2 have no more fear. I thought it was doomed. I thought Skewmon had absolutely nothing, but he took absolutely everything.
They overplayed their hand, and G2 was able to punish. Beautiful steal comes through from Skewmon, and he turns the fight into their favor. Just like that, the gold's been equalized. 3 members of Fnatic are dead, and there's an Arakan buff to boot.
I cannot believe he got in here. Labrov ends up forcing the flash out from Upset, and everyone has to run away, but there's just not enough damage on Fnatic to finish it off. And the fact that you end up yoinking Labrov out as Oscarinen to get away doesn't really matter, because the rest of your team, they're just falling on the opposite side. The CC is there. Humanoid at least gets the withdrawal, but I mean, you can see the relief there.
I mean, we've got an interesting game on our hands, gentlemen. This is, of course, a best of 3, but so far, Fnatic and G2 are delivering. Now G2 have reclaimed all of that control that they've lost. Immediately they move into the enemy jungle. Mickey's been found.
And supports keep doing this. They keep finding each other, but Mickey ults away Labrov while now running for his own life, but he'll die. Mickey was looking to disengage, and they won't let him from G2. Upset moving up to the wave as well. That turret is non-existent. Hans Sama just takes it with his bare hands.
Maybe BB was right. G2 seem to be able to read exactly where Mickey's going to be at all points in time, and they're catching him out. Now, moving towards his top side. Oscarinen trying to respond on the bot, but how far do G2 want to push this?
Well, 4 grubs are going to be a big difference here. 2 for the side of G2 means things are slower, and Humanoid with the Radiant Volley at least has wave clear. Solar Snare not going to connect onto Caps, but he zones him out, remember, again! As Solar Flare, rather. Zenith Blade from Labrov almost connects. Oscarinen was taking the turret, he did succeed.
Humanoid, remember, he can use the W onto the Zenith Blade. Ooh.
Okay, no one's called out, not unless it might be Mickey here. Humanoid sets up the rebuttal again. Caps pops the ulti, looks for the solar kill, doesn't find it with the last auto. He withdraws, but Humanoid will have to leave.
That exactly will make G2 as a whole leave. Fnatic, they managed to hold on. The Arakan buff not getting a huge amount of value thus far, so I think you're kind of happy with Fnatic as to how this one's gone. You end up, yes, losing out on the fight after Arakan, but no buff on Skewmon. Now you've lost it on Caps, and all these towers still remain standing. So in the grand scheme of things, Fnatic hold on well.
So we've effectively reset the game, because Fnatic found a big win, G2 found a big win of their own, and now in the mid game, you start to ask the questions about scaling. And this is where I think that if you're a Fnatic fan, you have to be a little bit concerned just because of Broken Blade in the top lane. This Drain Tank Swain can be so problematic in the late game because of how much damage he can soak and how much and how effective he can be at neutralizing your carries. The question will be, can Fnatic dish out enough damage to get through this wall and threaten the backline?
Yeah, I think the lack of any sort of Morello or Grievous wounds definitely hurting a little bit here. I think that needs to be prioritized a little bit. Coming in on Fnatic side, at least to try and deal with Broken Blade, but at the moment they seem to be fairly content with, hey, we can run past Broken Blade in a lot of these fights because the engage from Razork has been pretty clean. Oscar is still a nuisance in side lanes, and they look to, at least from Fnatic side, be deciding the fights when they can before Broken Blade gets there. So I think it's a bit of push-pull, and if G2 can get Broken Blade, like now, into position as the fights before they kick off.
Slow pacing into the river. Fnatic not fully committing. My eyes set towards top as Caps is there with TP. Solarflare doesn't connect. Mickey with the sidestep yet again. Labrov is zoned out as the Solar Snare goes wide. G2 are backed off. They're also zoned out as Fnatic will have the priority in mid.
Yeah, look at where Razork is though, just trying to see if he can sneak his way in. Was kind of, well, happy to find a blue buff, but it feels like more so it's just Fnatic trying to get any sort of vision that they can. You still got a couple of pink wards in that around though. So you have to be a little careful, Fnatic, because you're not as sneaky as you think you are right now.
Mickey looking for an angle. Labrov again. Mickey's quite fast. These supports have been the start and even the finisher, and Labrov even shows a great shield flash. Mickey's down immediately as Skumon, he ulties in. He's looking for a new target. Now it's onto Oscar, but against the wall, against an old turret, he stands. Oscar ulties in AoE, though Broken Blade is demonically ascending. Kept in place is Oscar with no tank stats to speak of. G2 have done it yet again.
Great call from Labrov, just flashes on Mickey, says, I don't care if you can get rid of the Zenith Blade, I'm just gonna bop you in the face with the shield. And with that now, G2 get control over the Dragon. Fnatic still trying to contest, but Razork is a long way from here.
Juno's gonna try at least to poke out every single rebuttal you're waiting for. Presses it, nicely done, but it's not going to stop the Solar Flare. He kites away. Humanoid still zoning through a Solar Snare. That's great as well, but Upset goes over and gets a pick. The power of this mid-80 carry. Get one back for the Costa Dragon.
That may have been a crucial mistake, though, because Oscar has TP available and the Baron is up. Reset going to come through from Humanoid, and with a member's disadvantage, G2 may find themselves very soon with a Baron. Look, the pings are coming through. Labrov hasn't had an opportunity to base.
Teleport begins. A ward in the back a bit, not going to see much with control ward in tow.
Caps is TP to topside though, they're trying to look for the flank. G2 want to try and contest this. Great vision control from G2 in the area.
Caps' angle is huge, looking for that ultimate to set the pit alight. Mickey zones out the back. Fnatic are going to look to take this one with no contest. Skumon stole the last one. Can he do it again? On the back of the pit, Skumon can't set his spear alight. Now it's a fight and fight and fight. With a 1-for-1, the pit is done, and we look around red for the crown to begun. Labrov against the wall, Mickey shoves, and Fnatic have strangleholded and hurt me, Oscar. That hit deep, but at least you still won the fight.
An overstep from G2 has cost them massively. Fnatic were just trying to delay the bases, make things annoying for G2 after they won that fight and went to secure the Dragon. But because of that, they then had a numbers disadvantage coming into this Baron play. Mickey does a good job of keeping Skumon out of the fight. He finds a way, and it becomes a very scary situation. But Razork, the self-proclaimed King of Smite, secures it for his team. They walk away with the Baron and a few kills as well.
And that Smite, more than likely going to be severely more impactful than the last one. Now with Baron buff, you can really start to siege, although Mickey taking some good damage from Caps. You don't have the follow-up here though. Razork's still coming out of base. I don't think Fnatic can overchase for this one, but they're just trying to set up on top lane, and the range that you have with Humanoid, a lot of poking go down underneath these turrets, but I think Fnatic a little bit hesitant here, as there's many G2 members here, and Labrov thinking of going over the wall.
I was just waiting for Skumon to ult Jens because he was angling for it at the turret. Now it becomes a defensive game for G2 as it's Broken Blade trying to use his wave clear, but he can't even set up a Vision Empire. That won't clear the cannon minion doing Baron's work.
But this is the thing, you just get to poke with Humanoid, play it safe, start to stack up some of these procs on towards G2. Tower will fall, and there's little that G2 can do. Their wave clear is not great without Caps, but he can't step up to the wave.
Skumon still angling here. What can he find on the wing here? Mickey is such a problem. That W stops the Pantheon Aegis, stops that engage that has been so good at finding picks.
Fnatic continuing their siege. It's 5 members strong on the top side. That mid wave is just locked in the middle of the lane. There's only a single wave for them to pressure through. G2's wave clear isn't the strongest, but do they feel confident to get close? Oscar test the waters.
Caps still with that ulti. No flash available, but he thinks about doing it as Hansama gets poked on out. Caps again between worlds as he looks upset. Great chunk, but now he's against the wall, and he's about to die. He sets up the between worlds before going through, and now Broken Blade is disengaged. You look at Fnatic, they've taken the bro over the wall, and they've got an individual member right in front of them. An easy execute for Humanoid, and the disengage from Fnatic was very well needed.
Mickey got the follow-up on towards Caps, but more importantly, he ulted Broken Blade out, which meant that that Demonic Ascension just ran out. It puttered. And just like that, Fnatic were able to get the fight that they needed under the tower.
We see the engage from Caps doing good damage, but the response from Fnatic was quick. They lock him down. He gets the ultimate off still, but as you rightly said, Dagda, the Demon Bird was knocked away from the fight. Hans does get a pick onto Mickey, but it still ends up being a double in favor of Fnatic. The good news from G2 is they keep most of their base intact. They only lose that tier 3 tower in the top lane, but Fnatic, they're not slowing down.
Razork's engages have been absolutely insane this game, though. Consistently, he's been the one that's been able to find the targets that he needs to. The target selection has been sublime as well, and it's G2 who are hurting as a result. And now, with Dragon in 45 seconds or just over, again, Fnatic set up on this bottom side. They want to try and keep G2 at bay, continue to poke with Humanoid, and then look for the all-in.
We got delivered a treat once again. You know, we got the Vitality for KC game yesterday, Dagda, and then we brought our good friend Vedius along for the ride for G2 Fnatic, and today already better than fresh oysters on a beach on a 25-degree day. G2 peeling back as this has turned into a sudden ARAM. It's all because of this Dragon that's coming up in 20 seconds that leads to G2's soul, but would lead to Fnatic giving more tanks their frontline access.
There is double TP, but Fnatic feel that they can't get mid control if they don't have all 5 members here. And G2 looking to contest that wave, but it's Fnatic that has primary access into the bot side river. The wave clear's coming through, and you can see again, it's Fnatic with better position. That bot wave is still pushing in their favor.
I love how Razork is playing, though, constantly playing for this angle, which is why G2 are in an uncomfortable position, but there's the engage.
Soulflare's there, Caps looked for a flank, he's now caught out. Had to flash immediately. Caps with no summoner is big as Fnatic are in front of the Dragon, they started off.
But it's really difficult for G2 to try and get any sort of window here. Fnatic too far forward, though. Caps can get in here.
But he doesn't want Oscar in, and you can see he does not want that Cassante. G2 see him right in the deer in headlights, but Humanoid might be a real target. Never move is good. G2 on the wrong side of the map. The Solar Snare gets Broken Blade. Oscar happy to take it up. He's got Double Mountain after all now, but the flash on in. The engage from Razork. We talked about it. He sets it up. He locks it in against the wall. Mickey's done some CC as well. It's a fight on multiple fronts. G2 have won bot. Mid is winning Fnatic as Oscar has turned into the all-out. Those Natofos hurt like holy hell. Fnatic have won top. G2 have won bot. Everyone disengages.
I don't know if it's over, though. Broken Blade can TP back into this one. Hansama does need to reset. How heavy do G2 want to force this? Doesn't look like it's the case, but yes, it was a bit of a brawl, but a very spread out fight that I don't think either team would be fully happy that it went the way it did.
I mean, I think the problem with Fnatic is that their engage was definitely quite scattered. You'll notice that their target becomes trying to lock down Hansama on the backside. And look, Flash comes in, doesn't quite connect the knock-up. The E comes through onto Hansama, then he gets connected into the wall. And then the burst from Humanoid wanted to come through, but then Hans gets dragged over the wall. So there's a bit of a disconnection between the top and mid laners there. They don't quite have the damage. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Upset is getting isolated, and G2's able to actually win out on the kill.
And that was the thing. Razork went so deep, he actually ended up knocking Broken Blade and Skewmont into Upset. So Upset didn't really have anywhere to go where he could still be relevant in the fight and be safe. So we ended up basically face-checking into Broken Blade and Skewmont, and although it looked a little bit wonky, he did end up drawing both flashes over the wall and prevented them from getting into the rest of the fight. So it may have been a bit strange, but it did work out for Fnatic that he did it.
Yeah, it's turning into a bit of a messy game just because we're seeing mistakes from both sides in terms of their teamfight execution. That one wasn't that significant really on either side. Dragon was, of course, secured for Fnatic. Labrov and Caps.
Ooh, caught out. Solarflare locks him down. He tried to make the pinch, but instead he's getting cut himself. Razork ultis in as Caps goes between worlds. Razork slowed down. Caps. Look at the jungler. He jumps back in, but Caps from the burst. Oscarinen is in his ulti self, looks for the flip, flashed away his G2, now spacing. But they have 5. Lebrov's health bar, the only indicator that something went well for Fnatic. But did it really?
A phenomenal play from Caps there, utilizing the ultimate to just swap away from Razork. He had the support of Lebrov to help keep him alive as well. And they're able to find themselves a pick. Now they have the threat of the Baron that is very real. The reset has come through from Lebrov. Are they going to start it off, though? They're hesitant because they know the poke from Humanoid and Upset is still there. But the TP's coming through. Here comes the Baron.
You still got a lot of members of Fnatic, though, and that's a lot of damage that can be done. TP coming through. Caps trying to play off towards the side. Doesn't have the ultimate available.
But the cooldown is jumping down ever so slightly. Caps has been spotted out. The flank is there. Oscarinen runs into the enemy's smite. The solar snare is great. Caps burning from the side, though, and Fnatic are taking too much damage. A solar flare this time. A flash from the true shot barrage. Flash from Humanoid. He wanted to snare, but he just looked like an unwanted bear. Fnatic run away. G2 run away. I mean, the Baron stopped there. But it's on the edge each time.
But G2 have to run away like hares. The fact that you have Razor coming back out onto the map now means that you cannot contest this Baron anymore. So it's a lot of flashes burnt on several sides. But at the end of the day, we're back to essentially a stalemate.
The tension only continues to mount. G2 versus Fnatic in this best of 3. I mean, it is delivering. We still have at least another game to go. As a pick was found onto Razork, no Baron was secured. Mickey providing excellent peel in that last exchange. Dragon now, 1 minute and 20 seconds. These side waves need to be looked at a little bit more from both sides as they're kind of left in this awkward spot.
And it does feel like that has to fall to Caps and Humanoid. Caps has been pretty decent at picking up a lot of the farm in the side lane. Humanoid could start to move bot and try and push out that wave and still have the teleport to get into position, but I think Fnatic just scared that if they spot Humanoid out on the bottom side of the map, the G2 can immediately turn towards the Baron and suddenly that TP's gone. So now push in mid should feel a little bit more comfortable to get people into side lanes. Maybe. How brave are we feeling, Fnatic?
Pretty brave, apparently. They're going to clear vision at least, draw G2 in, but I guess the Baron's not going to start. Not feeling confident enough, especially with Skumon being top.
40 seconds until Dragon as well, so at least getting some vision in towards the Baron pit to see if G2 are going to try and rush it, but third Mountain Dragon for Fnatic would definitely make things a little bit more difficult for G2. A soul on the cards for G2 as well. One steal again could change the difference here.
Broken Blade has gained about 600 HP from his passive.
As you do.
The Drain tank progressively getting stronger. Oh, the engage.
Great Starfall, bopped away immediately. Good ulti from Mickey, but now it's ult for ult. Poke here from G2. Still looking to see what Han Summer can pull off into Oscarinen. There's good poke in reserve from Humanoid as well. His Radiant Volleys now hurt like hell as G2 go up towards Baron. But remember, Soul is there, or at least third Dragon for Fnatic. It will be a trade. But can G2 do this fast enough, gents?
It's a good question. Oscarinen walks into Lebrov, though.
Walks into a solar flare. He's unstoppable for now, but how much more stuns are there to go? G2 is a 5-man stack with the demonic censured up. Broken Blade happily walks in. He flares once, looking for now another as he slowly stacks up. Lebrov gets a good engage. Fnatic are running away, but G2 are winning this play. Humanoid, he decides to eclipse the sun, but it was too bright for Fnatic. They're getting blasted, reamed, torn apart by Han Summer. G2 are low, but Fnatic are dead for 50 seconds with their jungle mid.
I mean, that should be an easy Baron for G2. There's only Upset really left to contest the Baron. They're going to be forced to concede it. They do deny the soul from G2, but Oscar face-checking into Lebrov. He might be tanky, but he's not invincible. And the slow, drawn-out retreat from Oscar made it possible for G2 to chip away at his HP bar, and the front line was no more for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, the Royalist Crystal Scepter from Broken Blade, the slows from Caps, he was never going to be able to escape, and that face check was a bit of a disaster. It means that you can see G2 immediately turn off, and Upset at this whole time is just trying to finish off that Mountain Dragon, which is why Fnatic are never over-committing here, but Broken Blade smart to flash forward again. The Royalist Crystal Scepter making sure that once Fnatic are caught, they are stuck. A Humanoid isolated on the side tries to do what he can, but it's just not enough. Fnatic are dropping like flies in front of G2.
That ulti does a lot of damage, but you didn't have that many stacks available, I don't think. Those solar snares are great, but when they don't land, I mean, Caps, surprisingly, is more of a beast. This Aurora one-shots pretty much anyone, outside of Oscarinen, of course.
I mean, Caps may have had a rough early game, but oh, nice steal there from Broken Blade.
Yeah.
Exactly, Caps is still Caps. You can't afford to underestimate him. If he's got items, he's going to look to make plays. He's dishing out some serious damage.
We're also just 40 minutes into the game, so the early deficit doesn't really matter as much when he's he's basically, or well, one item away from full build. Like, you've caught up with Humanoid. It doesn't matter. You're gonna hurt this stage.
I think a lot of people at home will be like, yeah, but did you see Humanoid's damage? He's done 44k. He has indeed. He's done a lot of damage in this game. When it lands, it's still very impactful, but even though you're watching Caps here against Oscar, and ignore that for now.
Not doing any damage here, but...
But look at the threat, multiple lanes, guys. I mean, G2 are playing with this Baron, and Fnatic have to pick a side.
TPing in for Broken Blade. They want to try and force this.
Is Caps in trouble, actually? All out used. Ulti going to be used. He goes back in. He takes it a second time. He's golden, but Oscar has a flip of the wrist as Caps is running for his life. I mean, Oscar chasing, upset as well. Valkyrie smash in the face. Caps is dead. And we just highlighted this guy, but that's a big mistake.
I don't know if it is, though, because yes, you get the pick, but they've stopped Upset. They wanted the kill!
Not the spear triumphs yet again. Skumon sent away. His Comet, no. The Eye, no. A rocket after that as Skumon is trying to tank it out. He is still a beefy boy, but Oscar is slowly chasing. G2 are giving back up. Solar Flare in a choke. Maybe it's turning for G2, even with a flip back. A demonic ascension again. This one comes from Satan himself. No rebuttal for you. Instead, I have a counterpoint, and that's G2 winning game one.
That's what I was going to say. You end up with Fnatic over-committing towards that bottom side of the map with Upset. So, yes, Upset gets away, but Fnatic try to save him. They've lost top tower. They've lost the tier 2 mid. They've lost the tier 2 bot now as well. And just like that, G2 fully in control. And a minute and a half until Dragon, they can just keep waves shoved in and make this game nigh impossible for Fnatic to contest.
I mean, I was ready to criticize G2 for them overcommitting. I feel like they should have just been fine with Caps dying and then just look to reset on the map. But they turned it into a great teamfight win, which should now open up the base. They're going to break this tower down. Fnatic don't have the members to defend. Caps TP's back in, and they'll be happy with an inhibitor.
And we're starting to see G2 run into these fights, guys. But Broken Blade takes a lot for him to die now. Skumon the same, back almost cancelled there. It's only Caps, Hans, some of the squishiest members right now. The front line of G2 doing work for them as 50 seconds till that Dragon. We count it down. It's sold for either team. And well, I did get excited. I said G2, it feels like they've got this game in the bag. That's an utter lie, isn't it? This Dragon will decide who's got this in the bag, surely, because we're 42 minutes deep, and this has been like Barney Rubble, you know, as a kid. 5 years old, you're sitting there, you're watching this big purple dinosaur, you don't know what's going on, but you love every moment.
Look at Caps, keep your
Barney
eyes on
Rumble
Caps.
is Flintstones.
Okay, Dagda, move on, it's not important.
Okay.
Caps is fishing for Upset. He's found him on the wards. He's managed to circumvent. Observers, can we see what Fnatic sees? Because they've got clear vision on Caps right now. He's going to catch the mid wave. They feel like that they have control over the river. They're going to... Labrov.
He face checks on a blast cone. He is waiting, willing. Solar Snare not connecting.
I mean, Caps isn't there.
Wants it, as you said. Caps is going to come in slow, so they're going to take a 4v5. Fnatic might have this fight. Broken Blade goes into the ulti, but he's dead before he can do anything about it. Labrov gets denied by Mickey. As you can see, Hans Summer is firing and firing and firing away. Rathor has to get on him, get in the way, but this Ezreal is unleashed. And you might say, yes, hysteric, but Fnatic are winning fight. But watch Hans Summer. Ian again. Auto attack. Q. Mystic shot. Hans, it's your mama. Fnatic are running down. Upset's got no health left. Caps might miss, but not for long. Ezreal, I think, is a little bit strong right now, as Humanoid is the only remnant left alive. And G2, as they chase and chase and chase, the damage is imminent. The flush away from Humanoid is evident, and Caps is going to get in his face. A rebuttal, a mystic shot again. Hans Summer will take him out for the ace.
In a 4 versus 5, where Caps cannot be there, it's Hans Sama who steps up to the plate and may have just hit the home run for G2.
Excellent positioning from Hans, consistently dishing out damage onto the Fnatic front line. The fact that they weren't able to lock him down was crucial to the success of this fight. And again, Fnatic realize that this is a 4v5. Caps is too far away to join, so they commit. They try to get rid of Broken Blade as quickly as they can, but look at Hans on the back line. completely untouched, hitting as many Qs as he can. Good damage onto Razork, onto Mickey as well. Oscar, then the next target, Hans, he then gets locked down by Razork, but he doesn't care. The fact that he was able to turn this fight around was crazy.
Mickey's ult doesn't hit Hans Sama. Razork's jump over the wall does not hit Hans Sama, and he is free to do as he pleases in that fight. And now G2, they please the Baron. But Fnatic aren't too.
A cheeky Hex Splash, Solar Flare onto Mickey as well. He's going to be never moved, and Broken Blade gets free access now as well. Mickey's dead in an instant. That Poppy ain't tanky at all.
I think
and
it's
the
a
Hex Blade to follow Oscar in, and you're right. A Shield of Daybreak spells night for Oscar. A double kill already as Hans Sama is lining him up to spike him down. Skumon will not get off Upset's head, and Hans either takes this or Skumon will. In the end, Broken Blade gets a cheeky chink in there. The G2 have now killed 3 with big death timers. This is where it feels like the book will close.
Chaotic fights back and forth. Over 50 kills. This is G2 versus Fnatic, and it is G2 looking to take round 1.
G2, it was hard fought, but they find the picks, they find the team fights, and there's just nothing that Fnatic can do to stop them.
The play was fun, it was scrappy, but G2 take game 1 in this best of 3. One step closer, the BO5s, and to yet another final.
Crazy back and forth. It felt like Fnatic had it after the first ace, but then we just saw fight swing after swing, objective after objective. But in the final moments, it was G2 that clutched up. It was Hans Sama that clutched it up. And G2 were able to find a big win.
G2 are running off the stage. Must feel really good after that first game. As we're going to have a short break and return, hopefully to see our game 2 be as competitive as that.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Keep my eyes on Razork, though. Can you get him?
Maybe Caps doesn't know. He does indeed. He just ulties and there you go. Easy execute for Humanoid.
Oh my god, trolling. Look, Swain behind us, Swain behind us, Swain behind us.
He's dead,
Swain flashed, Swain flashed. Aurora.
Yeah, go now. We hard win, guys.
I need help on the punch.
Kill the Swain. Punch. Oh, I hit the Swain.
I think Swain.
He's mega tanky.
No flash. I can taste
He's dead.
I wanna go, guys. I got it. Nice. Go fight. Working on shots. Huge, guys, huge. Very well played.
Hard Sama! Ian again! Auto attack! Q! Mystic shot! Hard in your mama! Welcome back to the LEC, where after a bloodbath of a first game, G2 leads Fnatic 1-0. Now, throughout the first game, G2 focused on setting up Skewmon for a very dominant Pantheon performance. Let's take a look at what actually happened. The clip will play off here with, just the usual invade level 1, but here is where the magic is happening. Keep an eye out on Labrov over here, because right now, he's recalling. This is not really the usual lane swap where you just dive the enemy Cassante. Right now, he's opting for a reset, and at the same time, Caps will be going for this top lane ward. Now, what does this do for G2? Given the fact that they invaded here in the bot lane, now Vi is forced to go into her top side, and he has one of two options. Where will Razor go? Will he already invade early game? No, he can't, because the ward from Caps will already spot them. So now he's stuck to clearing his topside camps. But at the same time, what Lavrov is doing here is absolutely amazing. Now he realized that he doesn't need to go top to cover BB because he's safe in the 2v1, and he's preemptively here in the top side of the map to just cover in case of an early Vi invade. So what's gonna happen here? Skewmon passes through mid, dodges the vision majestically from the minions, and right now he's doing his usual topside camps. Now what's gonna happen is, right now is the only timer where Vi can invade the jungle, because now she just hit level 3. The power spikes are completely even in terms of XP, but given the fact that they invaded early, she's just simply too late, because right now the whole of Fnatic is swarming in here trying to find vision of where Skewmon is, and the moment they find him now, it's too late. Now Razor has only one option, to cross back into bot lane. But what's happening right now? We don't know where Pantheon is. Well, he already recalled, and he's exiting now on the bottom side of the map. Razork doesn't really have the option here to invade whatsoever, because what's happening is that Ezreal has been laning against Cassante for the whole time and is getting prio 1v1. So his only option here is to go crab and go back into his jungle. Now Skewmon, fresh off of a reset, doesn't opt to clear his bot side camps, yet instead will walk in here and contest the second spawn of Raptors. Finds Vi over here doing the Krugs. This is great. And right now steals the second jungle camp from Razork. And even though it doesn't really look like it's a big deal, what is the aftermath of this? We have had Swain completely laning top 1v1, getting huge gold lead. Ezreal is laning bot and is getting a solo XP advantage over the Corki. But the biggest difference right now is Skewmon. He has been on the map, he already completed his base, he has both side camps to farm, and guess what? Top side is coming up, and what's he gonna do? Well, he's gonna leverage this tempo advantage to have a great lead for G2 for the whole of the early game. And we all saw over there what's gonna be happening, right? He's gonna take over the game and do pretty much amazing things, the things that we see from Skewmon.
Honestly, that was a banger game.
That was a banger.
We were promised a banger game because, of course, it is Fnatic, it is G2, it is like everything that you're used to. But this game was such a big back and forth, and I felt like Mickey's Poppy had a really big impact on that.
He was so useful in the early game, doing so much stuff, and it was really beautiful to just see his aggression all across the map. And I feel like he really, really set Fnatic up for success. But then after the early and mid game, it felt like his champion just couldn't really do enough anymore. And this game was so crazy, to be honest, because at first it felt like, oh, Fnatic has it in the bag.
Yeah.
Then the G2 team gets the Atakan. It's like, oh, G2 has it in the bag.
They stole it.
They stole Atakan. And then Fnatic get the Nash, and it's like, oh, Fnatic has it in the bag. But then we're playing a 45-minute game with over 50 kills. That's just a crazy mechanical team fight every second.
Mm-hmm.
I think this also just goes to show that Fnatic's team comp, even though they got super behind in the early game, given how strong Skewmon was, in the middle game, it just, spikes really hard, but late game falls off. The Swain, I feel like, was getting a lot of space in fights. The Poppy doesn't really have a lot of value because everyone's just creating space so much better on G2, and it just fell apart.
And this one this fight in particular was the final nail in that coffin because Hansama was impossible to lock down from the side of Fnatic, and they just couldn't get to him. Even though Caps wasn't even in the fight, they still win it.
Yeah, it was incredibly well played by Hansama here. Just, I don't know, I wasn't the biggest lover of Hansama's Ezreal, but the recent games he's played it and the confidence he's showing in this fight, the E over the wall, the flash in, and he hits every single Q, runs down Upset and Humanoid. Man, he was him this game.
Question for me then is, how useful actually is Mel? Because this is the second time that we've seen it against G2. We know that G2 at this point loves picking that Aurora into Mel, but it doesn't feel like the champ is doing anything.
I just think it's lacking the proper setup. This game, we only saw one really big engaged tool on the Fnatic side, which was the Vi. I felt like there was nothing else to really complement. And what does Mel want? Mel wants this sort of static fights where she can just stack up slowly on the front line and, you know, maybe with the E, just piercing through everyone, getting stacks on backline as well. She needs these less dynamic fights because I feel like when you pick Mel, I'm thinking of Mel like an Azir, you know, well, Azir without the dash and the super OP playmaking ability. You want everything to be super slow so that she can have a lot of time to ramp up. And I feel like, given the identity of Fnatic's team comp, there was a huge disconnect over there.
I think Fnatic had a harder to execute draft when it came to the early game. I think next game, if they get a more even early game draft and their early game goes smoothly, I think they can easily bounce back in the series.
Fnatic also chooses the blue side, so to me that means that they probably, hopefully, can cook a little bit better in this draft. I'm looking forward to see how that's going to be playing out. But that was such a close game, really, and it feels like will be a very close series in general. Is Fnatic going to be able to bring this one back, push it all the way to that final game, or is G2 once again going to come out victorious? I guess we're going to have to find out after a quick break.
G2 Fnatic already delivered in game number 1, and now we're asking for the same in number 2. Remember that there has not been a game 3 yet, gentlemen, not out of all of this. But I shouldn't call you gentlemen, as Vedi has stacked to myself as Derek. No, because after game 1, we are goblins, man. Like, that was great gameplay. We loved every second of it. Vedi has kept calling us gentlemen in game, and I just thought, like, bro, sit back and relax, because they got a little bit dirty with it.
I'm sorry, I'll use more casual language.
Gentleman is too clean for what that was.
All right, scholars. Let's get into this one.
That's the wrong direction.
Esquire?
I want in the mud.
How do you get Esquire at the end of your name? I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm down if
You've
you
got
want
to
to
be a knight.
Sir,
Don't you have to be like a knight or something?
No, that's Sir.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you become a knight? You got to do
You can
something.
call me Sibelius, I will allow it.
But it's not correct. You just can't.
I just can't.
What is right that we go into pick ban for game number 2? Fearless bans on top of your screen. Very easy to read there. And all you have to know is that Ezreal's taken away, Corki's taken away, big 80 carries that, gents, I think are going to be the topic of the next conversation. Let's see what gets taken there as there's those fearless bans again.
I mean, we still see a lot of the same stuff that can still be banned away, though, like the Skarner. I think Maokai probably going to become a higher priority in the ban, especially now that you have things like the Vi taken out, and even the Pantheon, which has been a bit of a pocket pick for Skewmon. But we'll have to see. Zyra, at least one jungle ban going to be targeted.
That's a Maokai. I mean, when Zyra gone, especially against G2, suggests to me that Fnatic is thinking about simplifying the draft a little bit more. Kalista, of course, still a very powerful pick. Skarner still available. You imagine this is going to be G2's last ban. but we'll have to wait and see.
I need to throw Ambessa in there, right? Oscar in one of his best champs, I think, as well, outside of the Cassante.
That's a great point.
Ambessa has been first pick worthy here in the LEC too.
Maybe they're just trying to set up the trade. Maybe they don't ban the Skarner. They say, hey, Skarner or Ambessa. You've also got the Ivern that has been an answer to the Skarner in a lot of matchups that still is available. So potential here that G2 say, nah, screw it. We leave the Skarner. We'll give you Ambessa. We take Ivern. Or sorry, you either take the Skarner, we take Ambessa Ivern, or we end up taking the other side of the Ambessa ourselves. So I think you're in a decent spot either way. Yeah.
Well, here we go. I bring us back to week 1. Fnatic didn't pick Skarner, they lost. The day after, they picked Skarner and they won.
And now they pick Skarner. And there's just a big question mark after the equal sign.
Okay, so Skarner, as we said, there might be a trade here. How do they feel on the Ivan matchup? And will they actually pull it and pull out an AD carry pairing as we normally see with it?
The thing is, you can also go for a lot of range here. So Jace left open, you can opt in towards that. The Varus is gone and the Ezreal are now gone, which is a bit of a pain, but still could just go for, hey, we're going to try and play at range. But Maokai looking like the option instead. So a different tree, but is the Ambessa going to be taken away? Do you want to opt in towards dive against the Skarner here?
That's a great question. I don't think G2 is going to prioritize it as much. I think the AD carry is just the safest to lock in here, but when you enter Fearless, maybe supports Rise and priority. Rel, oh no, they're just going to lock in the Azir for caps.
Not bad. I mean, the Azir works perfectly fine into most matchups, and especially when you've got... The only answer like I can think of is Victor, maybe here for Humanoid. And we've seen it where it's not great, but you can at least try and match some of the range. Or you could try and go for something like the Silas, but that immediately sends you into very heavy dive territory. You do have a good ultimate in the Maokai and the Azir you can take, and the Ambessa for Oscar in, and nothing too unusual there.
When we talk about mid matchups, don't forget the Orianna also exists there in some context with this comp as Rel gets locked in. Now, primary support in the league is, now forget it all, we're back. Nah, who cares about Rel? Dude, there's a Warwick again! Oh my god.
It
Here
is
we go.
The Warwick locked in. Great to see this back in the hands of G2. We'll see if Fnatic have better answers than what GX was able to bring out. We're moving into the bans, and you imagine that supports are going to be the bans from the side of Fnatic with mid laners. Oh, I stand corrected. Upsets Kai'Sa. Still going to be taken away from him. You know, one of the things I was thinking about is by letting the Skarner open, even if G2 were to lose, they now actually just free themselves of a ban for the potential third game as well, which is kind of the creative advantage, I guess, of it maybe not the scariest thing in the world to let a power pick through, especially when you're in an advantageous position like this.
Yeah, I do think there are also like answers to this Skarner. Like there are ways to try and play at range, but I just don't think you're really opted in towards that as G2. So that's kind of the part that's most surprising to me. I thought they would say, hey, instead of going for the Warwick here, which has to try and play up and in your face, we'd go for a Jace, we'd go for the Azir, play for poke, play for range, and just never really opt into the Skarner issue. But instead, they're kind of feeding into it a little bit, especially if LeBron wants to go for a bit more of an engaged support, which I imagine he will. I think that's where you're really going to start to struggle as G2.
What's up and available for engaged supports? I mean, Brom's already been taken away, part of the disengage. We start talking about the Nautiluses. I mean, Leona's already been picked.
Alistar.
And, yeah, Alistar's a great one into the rel, especially Veti, so maybe that's an option here for Fnatic to take away.
Rakan could also work in this sort of situation if you want to, but...
There's Alistar gone.
Okay, Alistar gone. Yeah, so I think you can still go for the Rakan. The other option is to go for something like the Jinx Lulu, if you want to, or take Lulu plus something for these matchups. Because you've already got decent engage, yeah, and you can get a lot of value there, so that is also another way that you could take this.
Well,
Dagda.
They're hovering over it right now, and it's going to be locked in. Okay, the question is, will we see a hyper carry paired alongside in the bot side of the map? You know, Jack Spectre is desperate to see a return of Twitch to the pro play.
I was going to say, Veti, maybe that's why the counter pick AD carry stays in tow. Now, they're thinking about what they can do for mid-pairing here on the side of Fnatic.
I don't love Ahri into Lulu.
Yeah, that's very true, actually.
She is very pick-orientated, and I mean, if you want to go back in the days of Faker, great for catching the Lulu out and isolating her, but because of the amount of utility that Lulu can provide, it's not always the easiest way to catch people off.
Okay, so they take away the Jinx. I was actually going to say, I think Hansama might opt in towards the Sivir here, because you've actually got the ability to keep safe in case the public execution comes out, any sort of dive comes your direction, you're going to be fine. But with the Jinx, it makes it a little bit more scary to opt in towards that.
Does it come back to Vedius's point? How's Hansama's Twitch? I like that you put out the Sivir as well, Dagda. We've got a couple of hyper carry options here, especially with these here already. What's it going to be?
They could MF as well.
They could Sivir
again.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because a lot of the Maokai wants to run at you, Warwick wants to run at you. You've got nice beat up for the rest of them, plus a decent front line for the AoE and team fights. But I like the adaptation from Fnatic taking the Jinx here because it does say, hey, we've now got range for the 2v2 if we need it, so it can kind of play out of that poke opportunity. And then one reset in a fight and you can suddenly pop off because apart from the Azir to a certain extent, you're quite short range on G2 side. So everyone should be a bit of a threat, and this Jinx should be able to operate without much backline threat on herself.
Yeah, I like what G2 have drafted. I think it's very simple, straightforward, easy to execute front to back, and I agree with you. Fnatic's composition, I think, is again a little bit harder to execute on paper. We'll see how things pan out as we jump into game 2. Fnatic find themselves a game down in this best of 3. The winner will move into a top 4 position and the best of 5s, whereas the loser will have to fight their way through the lower bracket and look for a potential rematch.
And already I'm seeing, I mean, both these teams, it's great to see their drafting is extensive, right? Their directions are not limited. We're talking about G2 here, how they drafted this. I mean, Broken Blade gives you a lot of options in the top lane. That's what I'm going to say. And I love that both of you kind of indicate in the draft, you're like, yeah, and best is there for Fnatic, but Broken Blade doesn't actually have to steal that away. He's always got lots of options. Let's see if that option in the Warwick again gives G2 that win. We haven't had a game 3 yet. We're hoping that changes here today in some shape or form. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift for G2 Fnatic, the El Clasico of your modern-day League of Legends.
Question is, are we going to get standard laning? I imagine G2 will be quite eager for it. Playing Sivir and Lulu into a Jinx Ral, I feel like it's just an easy pushing bot lane 2v2. And Warwick, I mean, Warwick just loves to fight.
Yep.
Warwick would happily go for the 1v1.
Yeah, curious, because
we want blood.
I think Warwick does well in the lane swap again because of his healing, and it's really hard to dive him with barrier. So I think in that sort of scenario, he's going to be fine.
True.
But Ambessa is kind of okay, and even just getting these early plates on towards Jinx isn't the end of the world. So I can see a world where Fnatic do actually opt in towards the lane swap, and I think G2 are trying to nearly predict it because you can see where Hansama is. They're hoping that, okay, maybe they go top. They were questioning, but it looks like they're just going to commit, and with no deep wards to really spot out, it's kind of a 50-50 as to who's going where.
Did you see as well, Broken Blade started with the lens. Looks like the lens top, probably on the way to lane. And now has gone back for a ward, so kind of spotting out if there was any vision for the lane swap. As you said, these 2v2s are going to happen. Normal lanes here as well, so we get to see the Warwick run up against Oscar. Lethal tempo as a reminder as well. Extended trades especially as that target starts getting low.
Now,
exciting to see.
For anyone that's ever played against Warwick, you know that in lane he is deceptively strong.
Oh, I hate
The
it.
barrier provides just enough shielding that once you get that Q back up on the Warwick and you get that heal, all of a sudden the fight is turned around as Mickey goes for a bit of a trade. Jinx, not the strongest level 180 carry in the game, but it's going to chip away at Lebrov's HP bar.
But look at where Razork is. It's a 3-camp into bot situation, so even if Mickey isn't able to get as much damage as you'd like to, it's still giving a lot of control on this bottom side. So nicely done there. You can see Hansam and Lebrov kind of curious as to whether something was up. But level 3 now hit. Can Razork get a gank off?
Where the wave is, Mickey might not even care in that fact as well. He's taking poke damage. He crashes down. Ignite is onto Lebrov's face. Hans Summer is just going to look for the kill while Razork's in. But Lebrov sidesteps him. Under turret flashes away. A stone throw, not caring. Hans Summer even survived. How did G2's bot lane get out of that?
Well, they had to expend a lot of summoner spells. Nice early play from Razork. Dagda was highlighting earlier the early gank pathing from Razork. I don't think he's really going to lose much on the top side as a result either. Quick reset into his top side camps. An advantage gained for Fnatic's bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, you can see you've got a reset for Hansam and Lebrov. The fact Lebrov played it very well kind of helped out though. Did end up having to burn flash and heal, but waited for that full E duration on Razork before he actually went bust.
Wait, Fear's out.
Yeah.
Gonna walk away. Remember the healing when he's that low, it's massive. He's already back above Oscar in his health bar. Jaws of the Beast, and trading gets better. Oscar does not want a long trade with this doggy.
And you still got Maokai on this top side as well. There's no flash on Razork if it ends up being some sort of 2v2 play. So I think Razork, you can already see, going to be drawn towards Scuttle, but that might give Skumon a bit of an opportunity to get in behind him and look for that play on Oscar in it.
Wave pushing ever so slightly. Razork here now just hit level 4 off the Scuttle as well. Broken Blade walking down, but Razork sees him, backs away, and will just go to his grop.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how aggressive Broken Blade and Skumon wanted to go. You can see if you click on Razork, he has 24 camps, right? You get 4 CS per camp, so they should have known that something on his top side wasn't up. So I wasn't sure if they wanted to play hyper aggressive to steal away a camp there, but instead, just going to back away. They know that Oscarin has the TP, so they don't want to overforce. But now matched as Broken Blade will find his lane opponent back in there.
Looks like Razork is going to get the double crab. Mickey threatening an engage with the hands, spacing him quite well. Here comes Razork once more.
Well, Mickey's already dead before the play starts off, though. Flashes the Boomerang Blade. Lebrov now going to find Razork yet again. He can't sidestep that one. Great shove against the wall. Kill over to Upset. In the end, Lebrov actually got first blood against Mickey, but it's Upset who succeeds with his own kill.
Best case scenario there for Lebrov without any summoner spells and then being that deep. They should have respected the possibility of a Razork gank a little bit more. Cap's going to get charmed up.
Great max range charm. Caps gets electrocuted, and new electrocute is very devastating. Caps just walks back to the lane.
Yeah, it's not going to matter too much on the trade in mid. Humanoid going to reset. Caps will do the same as he gets this wave pushed in, but I think now the focus is going to be from both sides on towards the bottom half of the map, because if Upset is able to continue rolling like this, he will take over in fights. There isn't a huge amount of backline threat. Like, you're hoping Broken Blade gets a flank, or maybe Caps can look for some sort of big ultimate, but realistically, Upset should be fairly safe in these fights, so you need to shut him down if you're G2.
Of course, when you say the bot side of the map, what you mean is
the top side of the map.
Right now. And already they've swapped towards these grubs, spawning in about 30 seconds. Could be an opportunity for G2 to grab an early dragon, but given Skumon's positioning on the top side of the map, I'm expecting a contest around these grubs. No TPs available for either top lane. Of course, Broken Blade not running it himself, but Skarner, really nice pathing overall. Cleared out those bot camps, made the bot gank happen, pathed up towards Tom, has both the Grom and the Wolves ready in time for the grub spawn, and everything panning out nicely for Razork. Upset hovering in the river for now. Will be spotted on that ward as Mickey helps get control over the mid wave, and Upset's going to start this objective off.
Skumon's here, no level 6 available. Razork, the same can be said. And they'll spot him out on a ward as first grub's going to be taken, no doubt. Next one is the biggest question as Upset gets his little reset and attack speed. Now the Humanoid's here, second one too. G2 walking down, but they're walking down late, and Fnatic now have Humanoid with an ultimate available. Lebrov's up against the wall, an easy charm and an easy kill. A good punish from Fnatic.
G2 never should have contested. You can see where Azir is on the map. Caps was never going to make it. It was always going to be the 3v4. And Mickey, Hex flashing over the wall, sets it up perfectly.
It's important to remember that matching the swap doesn't necessarily mean that you're looking to contest. It's more so that you really don't want Broken Blade to find himself in a 2 versus 1 with the risk of him potentially being dived as well. So G2 just being spectators there was honestly a big mistake. Oscar's fishing for a potential kill. That barrier, remember.
Oh, the jaws though. As you said, Vedius, good call on the barrier. I'm also going to mention that his health bar right now is at 25%.
It's deceptive, that HP.
8 Qs once, he's down to half HP. Caps ultis in once, and Humanoid flashes away. And that's the other core of it, is, as you said, the Lulu great against this mid. But Caps is dead. In the meanwhile, Razork gets an impale and drags Lebrov back on this Lulu. He's not having a fun time with the Scorpion King in his face. Needs Skumon to zone, and at least he does, because otherwise Lebrov was there dead too.
Yeah, Skumon able to pick up the kill on the outro. Looked a little funky because Humanoid did get the healing off the passive just as he went under the tower, but still, you get both junglers there to help out their respective sides, and both mid laners will fall and sue.
Humanoid finds himself in a great position overall, though. A healthy gold lead in the mid lane. Lost chapter already secured with the upgraded boots. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Broken Blade did go for a bit of an all-in onto Oscar, but the appearance of Mickey dissuaded him, forced him back to base. And now look at these plates that this bot lane duo from Fnatic is going to be able to secure. So even though the gold lead isn't significant, small advantages are being gained for Fnatic across mid and bot.
And I think that's the big one, is that it's the numbers G2 are investing to not get anything out of it. Lebrov went mid to make the play. 3v2 Fnatic trade even, which opens up Mickey then to force Hansama back so they get the play on bot side. It's the same when you look at the Rift Herald. They didn't have the Azir there, but G2 still tried to contest, so Fnatic get the advantage. It's these little mistakes from G2, or else, you know, hoping for more to come out of the play and they're not getting it, that are causing issues for them in this game.
Again, we've had criticisms for G2 in their early games during the regular season. They might have good early game stats, but a winning team has good stats overall, right? So again, as we come back to reality, I think Fnatic, again, showcasing a little bit of what we saw in the last game is I'm just more interested in top. Let's go again. Set it up, that Primal Howl, not going to get the fear. The minions feel it though, and Oscarina might have been full HP, but again, deceptive here as Fnatic start the Dragon bot, the meanwhile.
I actually thought that was the ultimate for Broken Blade.
Yes, show us top. Show us top. More. Where's the duress? There it is. Okay, lethal tempo. Another bite. Oscarina running. Under turret, he'll be safe, but the longer the trades go, the more Broken Blade sinks in his fangs.
Oscarina can TP back to this bot side though. Broken Blade just going to clear out the wave, so you can see Caps considering hovering up, but Razork is there to cover as well. So in the grand scheme of things, yes, it's a chunk out of Oscarina, but he's fine. He's going to be back here, and Public Execution is up momentarily. So I think Broken Blade going to have to reset as well.
Broken Blade not running TP, it's important that he makes these plays happen though. Yeah. Forcing your opposition to invest that TP in a suboptimal position is great for you. Because now, look, the Grubs are spawning in about a minute's time, right? They want to make these swaps happen. So it's all about being set up, and overall, like the trade from Broken Blade, he is actually going to path back towards the top side of the map, though. I was kind of expecting the swap to come through from G2's bot lane after catching that wave.
Yeah, I think do you feel strong enough as Fnatic to answer for the play, right? Because I think G2 are actually hitting quite a lot of the strides right now. Skimon hit 6. Oh, hang on.
TP is good. Han Summer with the spell shield, though, won't stop the Magnet Storm. In the end, the traps are now down, and Humanoid runs in. This is an easy kill. It looks like Upset will get it as well. Has to flash as the barrier for Han Summer keeps him alive at the zap. Then flashing will keep him alive, too. Labrov zones off, and Humanoid went the other way. He thought that was a secured kill for Upset.
But this is what I was saying. I think Fnatic didn't want to make the play towards Void Grubs. They already have their 3. Let's go for more plates on towards the Jinx on the bottom side. But Jinx actually resetting, which I am kind of surprised. I thought they'd keep her here. Caps are looking for Humanoid, but not quite able to get the swoop and boop. But now Upset moving mid. I think you're still in position to contest if you want to. There's still a lot of G2 members on this bottom side.
Razork's coming up, though. Primal Howl might work out, but Oscarina has backup this time around. Broken Blade's looking for the wave, but Razork has flashed away from the Public Execution. Won't stop this bonk that comes out of Razork. Infinite duress. Escape for Broken Blade secured.
Rocket, look at the rocket.
Oh.
No. That was just up in time for Broken Blade. He barely had that infinite duress up to close, or well, expand the distance in this case between himself and Razork, so they're able to get away. But now Broken Blade reset. You still got Oscarina available on that top side. This is going to be the grubs for Fnatic on the long play after everything is said and done.
Humanoid in a bit of danger here. That's why Mickey's forced to cover. The threat of a dive from Caps is very real. Humanoid has no ultimate available to him, so can't afford to treat Caps lightly. Overall, heavy investment on the bot side of the map from G2.
Okay. Well, Skimon's here to support. Mickey, I don't think he's dead here, even with the Blast Cone. Skimon's definitely not going to follow that, with Oscarina resetting as well. And the whole Fnatic moving to bot. Charm narrowly missing, I believe, with that skin. It's a Faker skin, isn't it?
Yep.
That Charm is crazy.
A lot of people, as you say, from Fnatic on this bottom side, though, which is actually going to open up Broken Blade to get some pressure on top. Bit of an overcommitment, it feels like, from Fnatic on the bottom end to keep him safe. But now Oscarina going to be able to stop Caps from getting some of the plates that are there. And maybe Humanoid can actually got top side enough. You haven't completed the Tiamat for Broken Blade yet, so his push isn't that strong.
Upset and Han Summer taking position up in the mid lane with Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. Everyone is making their way towards mid right now. Side lanes were a bit of a question mark for us last game, Dagda. I imagine now with Ahri and Azir making their way onto the Rift that we'll see a little bit more of an investment in those side lanes, but it's that mid game where Warwick becomes, well, I feel like harder to use just because you don't have that TP available to you. And if Fnatic want to play the 1-3-1, you're going to have to be very smart with how you play around them.
I think it's just that Ambessa doesn't ever win. It feels like the 1v1 makes it very difficult. So oftentimes now that you have the team that completed for Broken Blade, he just gets to shove and then immediately run to where the objective is. Even the setup here, so Caps has his teleport, so he is furthest away from the incoming objective, which is that dragon in 50 seconds, but Fnatic want to make a play towards him first.
Yeah, but jungle's in the way. Skumon's now here. Another stack for the Heartsteel would be nice here for Razork, but Labrov zoning means that Razork has to pay attention and move back. That Dragon in 40 seconds couldn't come a little bit sooner as Fnatic looked to reset and use his timing to get back out on the map.
And one of the points we had was that, look, G2 are kind of over-indexing members or not indexing enough members to a lot of these plays, but this time around, G2 are actually doing a great job of just getting enough people in the place they need. Skewmond and Labrov is enough to dissuade the play on top, which opens up Hansama now to push in mid. They get not quite a play, but enough a bit of damage on towards the mid lane. And now you've got Fnatic, who are actually ones who are over-investing members onto sides of the map and not getting anything for it.
I will say, though, that overall, G2 should be pretty happy with the game state. They're scaling very nicely into the mid-game, and remember that when we kind of look at their composition, I think that it's a very straightforward front-to-back style comp. We have so much range and team fight damage just simply due to the Azir and Sivir combination, with Lulu providing extra peel. I think as long as G2 maintain this neutral state and don't concede too much in the early game, they're pretty happy with how things are progressing.
Untal complete onto about 80 carries, and the boots now as well for upset are pretty nice for an upcoming potential fight. But again, I just don't know if Fnatic are quite strong enough. This heavily relies on plays from Humanoid and Razork to kick things off.
Public Execution would start it off, or Mickey could lock down and enable that. Tries to bait out the Flash Shattering Strike, but Fnatic, now as they move into River, are slowly getting poked out. Saplings, Labrov, Caps, it's all in. Humanoid has enough of it, and now he's all in. Perfect crash down as well. Mickey sets it up, and Fnatic, as they spike it down, have to deal with Broken Blade. He gets the double. Infinite Duress flies over, and he's got a scuttle. He's just autoing down, and Razork is going to lose this. The Jaws, even with the wall pushes. He knows what Scorpion smells like. So Razork running away. Dragon given to G2.
A heavy commitment to getting the kill onto Labrov. I think cost Fnatic a lot. Sure, they removed the support from the game, but the response from G2 was swift and decisive. They shut down that front line so quickly. Humanoid, he even overstayed his welcome. He had 2 charms left on his ultimate, and he didn't end up using them.
Yeah, this feels like it was meant to be for, well, I thought Hansama, but they end up going for Labrov, and then the immediate turnaround. Like, look at where Humanoid and Upset are in the rest of this fight. They're not really able to get much done, whereas the rest of Fnatic have very heavily committed, and this is where I was coming back to. The boomerang damage from Sivir is so much stronger in these fights, and playing into a choke point against Caps' soldiers here works out perfectly for them. This was a great setup for the AoE in a team fight that G2 have, and Fnatic gave it to them.
I should also apologize, as Humanoid's ult just ran out at the very end there, so he had no tools left to escape from Caps.
Thank you for apologizing for this.
But Oscar now in a lot of danger.
Is indeed. Skewmon here for the lockdown as well, and once those Jaws are out, once that Howl is down, even though Oscar flashes away, Skewmon is going to bop him back on in. However, I think it's safe to say that there might not be enough damage even with Stride Breaker there, so Oscar gets out.
Yeah, and this is kind of the difference between the Pantheon work versus the Maokai work. You just don't have a huge amount of damage coming from the jungler, and when you don't have the Infinite Duress, you just don't have the lockup to really seal the deal there. So Ambessa able to, whirl her chains out of there, but on the top side now, Fnatic will get the Rift Herald in response, and maybe looking for a little bit more of a push on the top side.
A slow tree running at you is a little less intimidating than a shirtless man with a spear. He's going to be able to walk away from that one. Objective secured for Fnatic. Gold largely remains even between the two teams as, again, I feel like on paper, G2 have this great teamfight composition playing around these neutral objectives, and we saw an example of that when there's no threat onto Caps and Hansama. You highlighted it, Dagda. It's just there's so much freedom and damage that they're able to dish out, especially when you clump up in these narrow choke points. The Fnatic are gonna have to get creative with how they find picks and punish the carries.
Oh, well, that was one creation that Mickey couldn't actually act upon. Labrov is going to walk out, and that's Mickey down with Flash and Magnus.
You just wouldn't get it. It's modern art.
Sorry. Abstract, of course. It's just a dot in the middle of the canvas. You got to work out what it really means. As Razork is trying to zone out while 4 members of Fnatic now look to ride the Herald. And instead of going, I was going to say, Mickey's going to the next one. But he does just charge in immediate danger while Broken Blade's waddling away at the turret. But remember, there's no grubs for the Warwick. Fnatic have all 6s. Now another charge for the Herald. Mickey gets it off and will get out as well. Nature's Grass gets thrown down. D2, the follow-up just looks impossible here with Razork against the wall.
But they can move to mid. The wave is already there, and I think they can just get the mid lane turned off the back of it because G2 kind of over-index into pushing in that top side. So,
oh my God, I don't know. I never know with.
It's never worth it. It's just never worth it to find out. That's the answer.
Yeah. Oscar and chases up the Fnatic's movement around the map. As you said, it's slick. They open up mid as well, or at least they're about to. Under turret, Mickey has been found out by Skumon, so maybe this was not the best call as Hansama gets a kill. Mickey a little bit deep again.
Yeah, Mickey's had some rough ones in this. It's some of the plays he's had are great. Last two have been a bit int, and a few others to boot, but still Fnatic at least will get another tower for themselves, and Best are going to TP to top to match Caps, so Caps can't get the answer on the other end. And again, kind of coming back to that TP being a little bit extra on Fnatic's side.
Fnatic kind of feeling the pressure a little bit to try and make things happen on the map. Misplay in mid lane converted into a failed opportunity on the bot side of the map as Caps moves into the side lane threat that he's known for. We haven't talked about him really much at all this game, but notice level 13. He has a almost 30 CS lead over his lane counterpart. And one of the reasons why Caps is so feared on this Azir is because of how effectively he uses it in the split push. He is so good at playing around side lanes with this champion and knowing the right times to collapse with the rest of his team. He still has the TP available, but he is reaching that late game point incredibly quickly.
Oh, as under turret, Broken Blade is just trying to find his mark, but he's going to get ganked by 3 members of Fnatic running for his life, but I think he knows he's not getting out. He's charged and he's dead. A shutdown given over to Oscar for the cost of the turret.
And 30 seconds until Dragon is up and available, so Fnatic can very quickly reset with Upset. He's just finished his Rune and Hurricane, and Fnatic, they're already in position. Topside though.
Yeah, Caps, what's going on? He's just autoing down, waiting. Humanoid gets the ulti out just to escape. Caps holds onto his. Humanoid now doesn't have that available if this turns into a full-blown fight.
I mean, it's very likely to. Lebrov is around. Sivir pushes in the mid-wave.
Flash away from the Impale. That's Lebrov getting out of dodge. Now the poke for Lebrov. It's not going to do much against Scorpion. Is that TP behind enemy lines? Is Humanoid, but again, without ult. He comes in with a fresh item as top lane turret's going to die, but in the corner of our screen, we see this fight brewing instead. A good charge into the wall as Oscar Rennie gets turned into a polymorph. A shutdown already built up by Caps, and G2 have won this fight. Now they're sending Fnatic out of this same fight. Oscar has to charge his fleet. Broken Blade comes in and bites him down, and Fnatic, again, not having Humanoid in hurts, but G2 quick to the pounce, have just destroyed this game wide open. Infinite Dress over the wall as well. And Mickey,
he's playing with his food.
Going to kill him eventually. An ace for G2.
I mean, Caps' flank was monstrous in that fight, and G2 are quickly running away with this game. The scaling is coming online faster than Fnatic can handle it, but Upset just gets eviscerated right from the get-go.
I'm really glad that Season 25 brought some new changes where I don't have to talk about Baron throws. I get to talk about Anakin throws with Fnatic from now on. Because this is the same, but it's as you say, like, this is on vision. You see the Azir fly straight over the pit, and instead of Fnatic trying to turn back, they immediately go on towards the forward fight. But Upset is just not in position, and we talked about how crucial it was to keep Upset safe, to not let people like Caps and Broken Blade get access to him on the back line, and Fnatic go forward, and Upset's completely abandoned. That's your DPS gone. With an ultless Ahri, you just can't carry the fights.
I feel like in 2 fights now, we've just seen no threat onto Hansama or Caps.
Yeah.
They've just been completely
They are the
untouched.
threats.
And I mean, that's the thing. They're the ones diving onto the back line, and yeah, Atakan just shredding through Upset's resistances made it so much easier. Now look at the level difference. 2 levels up. I mean, Humanoid about to take over to level 13. Upset. How much danger is he in here? Caps as a target.
He's looking for him. Again, Upset with no flash available. Caps holds onto his, but you know, this game been a little bit of a disappointment because we've seen Fnatic really try and pick these angles. But a couple of mistakes, and now around Atakan, G2 are running away with the game. You can see that little mountain there is Fnatic showing us signs of life and what could have possibly been a game 3, but right now, that's out of the back of my mind. 5,000 gold lead, and Nature's grasp on this inhibitor turret, but there's no minion wave. I guess just to zone off the potential of an engage, as G2 are going to walk away with all the gold they could spend.
You know, some things change and others stay the same.
Stay the same.
And Fnatic.
Ooh. Caps in. Humanoid dead. Didn't even get the ult or flash.
I mean, Caps is
some
still
things change.
Yeah, Caps, he's still the same.
Impale's going to be used. Broken Blade's ulti just got interrupted. He flashes away. And that Atakan buff is now gone.
Caps!
But yeah, Caps is just autoing Oscar Renan. Fnatic are breaking apart.
I mean, Caps just, Can I even say it was an outplay? He just stood there. He stood his ground and he fought back against Oscar.
Oscar had flash. Humanoid had flash.
Yep.
Are we just not expecting it? Are we just saving it for next game?
I mean, I guess they felt that in the presence of Caps, it wasn't worth it. I don't know. But, 6k gold lead now.
Good rocket to stop it. Razork actually might find something
Surely
here as well.
this time.
Surely this is the moment, right? Caps dies here, right, guys?
They want to give the kill to Upset.
They really do want to give some gold back to their carry. Do not let Caps auto him down. Oh, that would have been a disaster.
But hang on, they have the Hex Gates.
Oh,
They're
no.
Oh, no. Come through. Lebrov, if he can stop it, Razork is going to be spotted out, and the backs do indeed come through.
Just about. That could have been it. You end up taking those picks on top side, suddenly you're cracking open the base, and there's just no coming back in this game for Fnatic. It is still an uphill battle, especially as you look towards like objective control, apart from Void Grubs, is just G2 favorite, right? And now you got the next Dragon up in a minute 40. You've got Baron that they can try and go for off the back of this, and no one can really contest Caps. Like, he's nearly got a Rabadon's death cap complete at this stage.
They're singing John Denver. Where's Virginia? Mountain Mama, take me home. Is that Fnatic or G2 dagged up?
Fnatic.
Sing them home. Well done. Well done, because at this point, it's a 5k gold lead. And Fnatic, I mean, I'd be singing Rocky Mountain High if you want them to go through. It is a Mountain Soul, this game. No, it's not Hextech Soul. They've got Mountain. So invigorate that and do something with it, because right now, they need a pick. They need scaling. Where do you want to send this? Because, I mean, I feel like Caps is 2,000 gold ahead.
He's sending it into Hearts.
He has to, but he's done this before. Mickey X, or with a couple of Ds at the end. Humanoid now goes in. Spirit Rush opens up an opportunity. Oscarin is getting battered by Broken Blade a bit. Humanoid turns his pace in, but address. Flash Charm and a public execution. Nice from Fnatic. They get the Wolf down, but Mickey's getting chased out. Where is he? Well, G2 are in a numbers mismatch. Caps is teleported in. A suppression and impale. A rocket Skumon is still available. Lebrov's running out, trying to help out his jungler while zoned out with a glitter lance. He cleanses away, he uses the bell so he doesn't get charmed. Caps won't join in. Fnatic have won that fight, if only by a large portion.
And Mickey gets out too. He went into G2's base to use the Hex Gate to then get back out again. Somehow Fnatic find themselves a pick. Skubon barely gets away from the fight. Fnatic, they haven't been able to close the gold gap. Dragon is spawning in about 5 seconds, and Broken Blade, he's respawning.
And that's the thing, how much does it actually matter? Like, you burnt flashes on Humanoid, you burnt the ultimate on Humanoid looking to be back up, but still, G2 are first to the objective. You are now on the reset, so you got the pick, but you don't get the thing afterwards, which is more important.
I guess the good news is that they alleviate some of the pressure. They've been able to clear out a lot of the vision that was sitting in their half of the map. G2 now, after securing that objective, put themselves on Soul Point, but also need to start working towards getting that mid control and converting it into river control. Baron is alive. Baron is a threat. And G2 still have to respect the possibility of Fnatic stealing that one away.
And vice versa as well. If Fnatic don't play their cards right, G2 will burn this down with a 3-item Sivir, 3-item Azir as well.
I do love how you can tell that G2 have played against Mickey, because every bush is a menace. Every time they walk towards, I was like, no, I'm going to take the long way around here. But I don't know if Fnatic have it in them to bring it back. You've got 3 items at least now onto Upset. Like, one foot kill could do something, but as Veddy's pointing at, like, I think this Azir is just too big. Rabadon's death cap is now completed. There's no one really to threaten him, and we've seen continuously how often he gets on towards Upset and just rinses his health bar. I think it's so difficult for Fnatic to play this unless they get caps.
You're hoping for the best. All right. Lebrov as well, a big piece as Arden Center alongside Han Summer. The Enchanter at this point in the game going to add a lot as Caps just solos out 4 people in mid. He can do that right now. Remembering that Arden also buffs him up, and Sivir Wave Clear is disgusting at this point in the game. Fnatic try and edge out towards this Baron that's spawned there waiting, but G2 are just running it down mid. They're looking to threaten further.
But this area is so dangerous for Fnatic because of Skumon's ultimate. He's constantly playing at an angle where he can play across the team.
Public execution for On the Hunt. That's the trade. Great spell chip from Han Sama. The charm onto Caps. The Sun Turret dropping down as Upset takes a bit of damage from it. He gets himself a bit of excitement too. The traps are early. The Charm will walk Skumon into it. Zap is there, playing front to back with the Nature's Grasp is great, and Han Summer firing away. Caps ends their day. You thought this would go to 3. Put it away, G2. Just when you doubt them, they come back in and show you who's the king of the league.
Caps and Hans just do too much damage. Fnatic falls in front of their base, and G2, they're looking to get a 2-0.
A 2-0 that at the start of this game looked like we would go a little bit longer than that, but Caps is king, Caps is key, and G2, we got baited at the start of this split, but not in playoffs, as Diving the Fountain brings you to this 2-0 where G2 remain in charge.
G2 in playoffs. Every time you think they're down, they bounce back. And Fnatic, this has got to sting. It felt like everything was leading to this moment of you take down G2, you get the crowd cheering for you, but once more they stand in your way.
You can, of course, vote for your key player of the series, Broken Blade, Caps, or Hans Sama. And quite frankly, Hans Sama definitely deserves to be in consideration there
100%.
twice in a row now. Like, Caps looked crazy in this game too, but you have to remember that Hans really clutched out that final team fight in the previous game. And then in this one, in that final team fight, his boomerangs were bouncing everywhere. He was doing so much damage. So I know that Hans Sama really hasn't been in the conversation given the results of Upset and Kalist throughout the regular season, but he's reminding everyone why he has been so well respected here domestically for so long.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it from us. G2 Fnatic comes to a close. We're going to go to a quick break, and then Laura is actually talking to Caps after the break.
Lolo, nice. Lolo. I ult them Maokai too, guys. Look at two of them.
I'm excited.
Where we can stand here. Careful with the ulti.
I'm not sure. Okay, guys, we can fight. Okay, play Steven, please. Let's swim. Come. I need help. I will win Scanner. Yeah. I'm moving. Jinx that. We win. I'm moving. I will clean up. Retake attack. I will clean up. I'm just all in mid top. Can you hear? Oh, guys, I'm dead. Wait, I have a Lulu. Yeah, you have redemption? No, I don't have redemption. Look that West. Oh, nice. Really huge. Do it.
And welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Caps, the victorious Caps against Fnatic. Caps, I want to ask you, what happened with Fnatic today? Because we're expecting a more balanced matchup. It doesn't feel like they showed up the way we expected them to.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think that they were on like a huge win streak, so it was definitely fun to go up against them. And I'm super happy we pulled out the win. The first game was looking a little scary there at the beginning. But definitely a huge performance from especially Skumon on the Pantheon. I think he really took over the game. So
tell me about this game one, though, because it could have gone either way. I'm just wondering how Dylan reacted to that and what kind of pep talks did he give you guys between game one and game two?
I think he gave me some warnings that they're probably going to gank mid a lot, and that just be mindful and make sure we like are tracking them well, because then it will be a way better game. And the games too, I think they chose to gank bot a lot.
Yeah.
But luckily, I think Hans survived a lot of the ganks, and then we scaled quite good into the game.
I have some questions about mid lane. First, Mel. I feel like a lot of people were expecting the champion to be overtuned and really OP. It does feel like it's the case in solo queue. Why don't we see the champion so much in pro play? And why isn't it working so much when we see it? Because it's the second time you win against Mel.
I mean, I do think Mel is actually like pretty strong, but it's a bit situational, and a lot of it depends on like what you can bounce and stuff like this. And it's been fun to like experiment with it in scrims. and I'm hoping I get to pick it as well.
Yeah.
But sadly, they picked it before us both times, so we'll see what happens next week.
Talking about experimenting, we all expected that Fearless Draft was going to change a lot of things, bring a lot of new picks, especially when I think about UCAPs. When are these picks coming? When are you going to start cooking?
I mean, now we're game five, like a best of 5, right?
Yeah.
And I think especially the later the series, the crazier it probably gets. So far, we've only had game 2.
Mhm.
And it's also a bit like, it's not that different, right? The game 1 is the same, and game 2 is like a little bit different, but it's still very much the same. I'm hoping we get some game 5s, because that would be, be quite crazy.
Starting next week, actually, and wondering who your opponent is going to be. The winner of the next match, KC versus MKOI. Who's going to take it and why?
I mean, I would be surprised if Koi wins. I think K-Corp is definitely looking stronger.
Mhm.
But you never know, right? Maybe maybe Koi is going to show up with the Fearless. We'll see.
We'll see about this in just a few minutes. Cavs, thank you so much. Congrats
Thank you.
again on winning against Fnatic today. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. So let's toss to a quick break. And afterwards, we'll hear from Ginny with Bibi and Mickey.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back to the LEC. We're joined here with BB and Mickey as promised. Mickey, thank you so much for taking the time after that game. Let's talk about that game. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to reopen that wound. I would love to know from your end of things, besides his lucky socks, what maybe went wrong for you guys today?
I think just a lot of comms we still struggle with. It was kind of like an ongoing thing for the whole split, and I think a lot of calls we made were just very rushed, and we just didn't really have the patience to do stuff, I guess. Like 2 times we just started Atakan for fun, and then we all died, and then got Atakan. I was like, oh, sucks. Now we're a bit behind.
Yeah.
And then just like in later on team fights, I think we're just impatient. We really didn't have to go in, especially game 1. We just kind of went in and died sometimes into the Swain. The Swain pick was crazy, and then I think also a lot of individual misplays as well resulted in a stop.
The Poppy plays were also great, but how was it from your end being on that Swain? Because that was pretty disgusting.
I mean, for me, like with Swain, I always have to hope the enemy is fighting me, because otherwise my champ is not great. Mickey X was doing a great job ulting me out in some of the fights. And then the fight is like, it gets pretty hot when I get like peeled off. Like Mel also hits sometimes the E on me, and then I feel like I was AFK. I got like an AFK warning on my screen. But we managed to kill Mickey a couple of times that game. He was playing very far forward. He can't counter the Leona flash Q.
I need to buff Mercs.
Yeah, it's coming next patch. But yeah, it was a great game. I think Mickey put it well. I feel like they trolled a bit in the Atakan. We trolled a bit in Atakan as well in week 1. I feel like now it's their learning time for them. So they will definitely come back stronger. I believe it.
Oh, that's actually a really nice thing to end it with. Like, they'll come back stronger. I would also, you touched upon Mel, and obviously you guys had Humanoid on Mel. I would love to hear your opinion about that champion, because you guys on G2, already twice you've let that champion go through. You always seem to be answering with the Aurora. How does it feel to have Mel on your team? Because it didn't feel like as a champion it was necessarily doing a lot.
Yeah, I mean, as well from the game, it was pretty useless. So maybe it's just very weak and needs some buffs. No, but I think overall it's like a pretty strong champion, and it can also be played in multiple roles. I think that's where the strength comes from. And I think, W spell, pretty strong overall, as you said. The Swain E got reflected a few times, so it's pretty strong. And I guess Ezreal as well should have a hard time playing against it.
Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I think just a pretty good pick.
Speaking of the Ezreal, Hansama is going to get the Kia Player of the Game. So on your team, you want to talk about being on a team with a player like Hansama, who won that Ezreal game, kind of carried.
Yeah, I mean, when he was doing the Ezreal play on the bot lane, I was imagining, Son Goku when he's doing like the super focused, how's it called?
Ultra Instinct?
Ultra Instinct. I thought that was Hansama for that minute. I was like, he's hitting everything. It's like I was just like a spectator, because I got one shot by Mickey. Like he stunned me into the wall, I couldn't play. And then it was like kind of like a 3v5 fight. Like Caps was even late to the fight, so like Ezreal was like, he was actually very he was barely talking that fight, and I felt like he was going Ultra Instinct mode. So it was crazy. Very deserved in my opinion. He clutched it out in the game 1. I think if he doesn't clutch that fight, we probably lose. I think so. Props to him.
Yeah, he was in the flow state, for sure. But we have another game today, right? KC, MKOI. Yes. Do you have would you love to throw a prediction?
I would love to. Yeah,
who do you want to go up against?
I would love to throw a prediction without offending any community, of course. I would say it's going to be a close series with Mervin stomping a game with a counter pick that no one expects. That's why I'm going to say 2-1 for obviously KC, right? Why? Why, you ask me? That's very obvious. Because I think Yike has been on a rampage, especially on some champions, right? He still did not pick out the Belveth.
Still waiting.
And we all know in Fearless, these picks can go through, not through the draft, but like through the champ select, where we pick it.
Okay,
the real pro players are here, huh?
Okay,
Let's get out.
It's Get
out.
We have a pre-game to do.
Thank you, guys.
Marriage counseling is that way, so I hope I see you guys soon, okay? We're here to talk about K-Core versus MKOI, because...
We are.
Yeah.
Because
he was stealing my points so well, I was fuming.
It's almost as if you guys play like the same lane, same game.
True,
maybe hint of jealousy was there. I mean,
maybe.
Which coincides, with what the thing I was most excited about today is, Merwin on a funny champion, just like Bibi said, is the universal top lane, the top lane analysis point. Yesterday didn't really go so great. I feel like the Karma took a little bit to ramp up, and that was his one token to have a funny game and have big impact. He pulled it up together towards later points of the game, but I still would like to see a little bit more impact, because for me, he is one of the most, important people going into today's match, especially against Kana, who has been no slouch in the top lane. I feel like he's probably, one of the better top laners in the league right now, and it's hard to find advantages like this against him. So that's why I think it's going to be even bigger challenge for Merwin going into today.
Impact in what sense? Do you want him to take away pressure from the rest of the team? Do you want him to put pressure on the enemy team? Like, what would the impact for the top laner here be?
So every time Merwin was doing very well historically was when he would bring a matchup that no one was really experienced against, and that's, I feel like, when he was thriving and he made a name for himself in MKOI, and I feel like he hasn't really done that this split, given the fact that Ambessa and Cassante have just been so OP. And we saw a little bit that with Karma. So this is the direction I would like to see him go forward.
You have...
Well, I think Casey is going to stomp. I think Vladdy is going to gap Jojo like there's no tomorrow. I think all of KC will just camp mid. And, I mean, we already saw what happened last time Kalist and Targamas faced off against Sup and Alvaro in EU Masters. And boy, oh boy, it was not pretty. Because they made fun of him. And that was the big potential where all of people saw that Kalist was going to be great. And I think his showing so far in LEC has proved that. And I think he's just getting better and better.
Okay, are you done glazing?
But everybody's getting better and better.
I mean,
he started already high, and he's improving faster than the others.
Yeah, but
not everybody gets better and better.
Every team you've been voting for today did not do well, so
that's
I'm just
one sample
like,
size. One sample size.
It's like still 50%.
What? It's one.
Like one out of two?
Okay,
One
and now enough glazing. You're just living in the past. You know, you took one series against an MKOI.
Well, also last time Koi and Casey faced off each other in this split, Jojo went like 0-9 on Ahri.
Yeah, and it was a best of one, and it was a throw. Come on.
It was a throw?
Casey? Yeah, it was. They had 7k goal lead, and then Ilya walks into enemy jungle, gets caught, and dies.
Yeah, but it happens once. It could happen again.
No, but come on. Consistently, I feel like MKOI is finding better ways to win the early and the mid game. I feel like even though Targamas has leveled up massively, he was probably one of the most hated people, you know, in the community right now, given his previous performances. I feel like he has been a rising star for this K-Corp, you know, silent hero in that sense. I feel like he leveled up massively. But at the same time, I don't really feel like K-Corp is really there yet in the sense of the synergy between Yike and Targa as Alvaro is with Ilya at this split. I feel like they've been consistently finding early game pressure points, and coupled with Merwin and Jojo's, you know, even though he's maybe underperforming, I still feel like he brings what they need to, and he's a good catalyst for the team. So for me, MKOI is just a lot more aggressive in the early mid game, and I feel like they have more consistent ways to get the win.
I respect your opinion, but
I reject it.
Pick an aggressive ADC for Kalist and camp Jojo, and you got yourself a KC win.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for your great insight onto which teams you're going to win. Not biased at all. We're ready to be heading over for Karmine Corp going up against MKOI. So, Namera and Initialize, what are your opinions on this topic?
I have so many opinions.
So many?
So many. I don't even know where to start, so I'm not going to. Alex, do you want to take it?
Absolutely can. I love that we are following El Clasico with El Clasicoi.
Yes.
We reached out to ask if they had a name for the rivalry. Turns out they do. There are so many hyped up matchups in the LEC, but I think we have the two best of the best here in terms of the name brand rivalry and odds.
It is the new age of rivalries. Spain v France, Kameto v Bai, Movistar Koi versus Karmine Corp. The fans have been nothing but ecstatic to see this one come back as a real nice way to round out our week 4 here in the LEC.
And I love that we're now seeing these teams in a best-of series with Fearless after coming off of the back of 2 very good wins yesterday. They were 2-0s, and even though, you know, there wasn't that much gameplay, it wasn't a 3-game series, I think they were informative 2-0s. We had 1 game each where both these teams got a Kalista game, they stomped, and they managed to take through an early lead through to a late game closeout. Second game of both these teams' series yesterday, they had to problem solve a little bit more. I'm glad we got to see that, and that they weren't just a team that has to play to plan A, and they don't have something in the back pocket if something goes wrong. Now the question is, if they both turn up as they did in game 1 yesterday, what happens when all the fireworks go off?
Are you telling me we might get a game 3?
I think it would be best for everyone involved if we did. But Sam, the problem is we promised that, you know, we had GT Fnatic earlier. We haven't had that yet. We have not quite got ourselves that elusive game 3 to show ourselves a little bit more depth in the Fearless system.
And indeed, it is Fearless. Again, we'll come on to that a little bit as we go on in. You'll see, basically any champion that is picked is banned for the rest of the series. That's definitely more problematic come game 3. That's a good important note. But we are in the draft here for game 1 of El Clasicoi, as it has been dubbed by the various fan bases. I just love that name. Thanks, Law, for finding that one out for us. She went and looked it up for us. Went and hunted it down. But yeah, First ban out, it will be the Rel for Karmine Corp.
I think it's really important that Karmine Corp are on the blue side, because there are some questions about what do you do with bans. Do you have to ban out the Skarner and the Kalista and something like a Corki or a Rumble? Too many power picks to really put through on that red side. It's one of the reasons why a lot of teams are always choosing that blue side.
And we just saw a win against the Skarner just last series.
True.
It was pretty spectacular. It's not something we've seen a huge amount of, but Movistar Koi, at least game one, don't want to give it up. Kalista banned away. Both Super and Kalist have popped off on the champion, so understandably just getting it off the board makes some sense.
I think anything like the Kalista, which kind of negates your power in the 2v2 because you just have to absorb that pressure, is something you have to be aware of. Azir banned away from Jojo Pyun. Reminder that both these teams can very much play fast-style League of Legends with stuff like the Yone as well in both these players' pockets. Desk was highlighting Vladdy versus Jojo Pyun when they played in the regular season. Jojo Pyun had a bit of a difficult time on the Ahri in that matchup. This would be a flying blind pick, that K'Sante, nothing that really deals with that heavily. The Jace is the one real winning matchup against the K'Sante in the pro level consistently.
Interestingly, kind of hadn't played a game of K'Sante in the regular season. No. So this will be his first time on that champion. If he went to it instead, goes towards the Ambessa.
That's what happens.
We're looking that one up just in case. And it's going to be given up, but that will also mean Vi on the other side, probably.
Yeah, and what it does here, because, you know, the K'Sante would have been a fine blind pick, but what the Ambessa does when you turn the nameplates on is say, okay, Movistar Koi love playing Vi Ambessa. You don't get to enter a certain range around them because they both press ults on you. It breaks up that combo, and I think now Movistar Koi, they see the Ambessa on the other side and say, well, we don't want to give Yike that champion either, breaking up this combo, which has been quite successful for both these teams.
And it does feel like a lot of top laners have been happy to opt into a K'Sante v Ambessa matchup, so we might see that one locked in, but Mirwin, again, known for quite a lot of champions, even if he hasn't been flexing as many of his crazy counter picks as yet, and few options here. It's the Renekton being hovered, but it is just a hover, so we'll wait and see exactly what the choice is here.
Yeah, because the Ambessa, the Ambessa K'Sante match are well trodden now. At this point, it feels like both of them exist within the laning phase. The Ambessa can get some poke with the Q2 spam onto them, but both of them play more for the team comps later on because it really is just occasionally an all-out kill from the K'Sante. That's the map. That's kind of the extent of that matchup.
Shout out to the Anivia hover there. There's been one or two players who've been playing Anivia top of all things. Was it the Shy, if I remember correctly?
I know Zay's played it.
Zay's played it.
Hey, you know the other thing too is, the other thing is too, it's always a little bit of a call out to Jojo against.
Yeah, of course.
What was it? It's like, man, I'm too young. I wasn't even born when this champion was picked back in MSI 21 or whenever that was. Marco.
Good memory.
It was his first international event. Hard to forget that one. Marco locked in, very consistent engage from Karmine Corp. Locked in for them and allows you to play towards a bit stronger of a back line, and Kalist on the Ezreal is definitely that. I like that. The question is, what does Super go towards in terms of stronger laning champions? If you want those standard lanes, you can go towards the Corki, you can go towards the Kai'Sa, which is the traditional counter as well, and I like this. It was something that Dagda highlighted in our first series of the day. Vi and Kai'Sa together has really thrived as well. We talked about the Vi Ambassador. Well, chuck a Kai'Sa into the mix as well to fly into that engaged target, and someone like that Ezreal only has one arcane shift to survive the combo.
Dealing with a K'Sante, a Vi, and a Kai'Sa all jumping for your head sounds pretty damn tricky to me. The Maokai can help, of course. A lot of zone control with the ultimate, a lot of CC to help try and keep your Ezreal alive, but it certainly looks like there's enough tools in there for Movistar Koi to try and catch out Kalist on one of those more tricky champions to lock down. Second phase of bans coming on through, though. It's the Corki away by Movistar Koi. Trying to get rid of that very strong champion would be a good option for Vladdy. And mid on the other side, the Ahri, which is normally a great pairing with that Vi.
I love Vi, and I also love Vi in Fearless Draft too, because it's very relevant here, because it can unlock champions which only really want to be played with Vi or empowered by Vi, and it saves stuff which is a bit more fair weather for later into the draft. So Ahri's one of them, likes to be played with the Vi, can be played elsewhere, but seriously just gains more value there. So you can save something like a Victor or whatever for later into the draft. You have stuff like Talia, Oriana, which for me fall into that category too. Wouldn't surprise me to see, well, I mean, it depends. What do you want to do? Do you have a blind pick for Jojo? You could go for the Yone, go for another melee engager, and then Survivors go for support counter pick. That could really help with helping that 2v2 get a leg up. I think the bot lane is such a big focus from both a narrative and a gameplay perspective.
They have been two of our very best bot lanes in the LEC right now, and both have been performing very well, at least in their first series of playoffs. At this kind of week 4 status. A few fun hovers here. I think all of them would make some sense depending on what they want to lock in. I think it will be the Aurora. Vi Aurora K'Sante, big teamfight wombo combo, add in the Kai'Sa on top, and you know exactly how they want to play it, and it names Die.
Yeah, it's bunny hop and a Goomba stomp onto the backline and someone disappears. Everyone doing the same thing on Movistar Koi, and I like that because it means that just everyone knows the win conditions of the team. It's on theme. You're picking the same color in the Magic deck. Karmine Corp, they will have to now blind pick their support. I think this is an important thing because we've talked about the importance of of that 2v2. Vladdy, though, potentially could pick something a little bit more lane dominant to the Aurora. Aurora not always the strongest laning champion, but I think with the changes to Electrocute, maybe that has changed recently on the patches. The Poppy locked in stops you going towards maybe something like a Leona or a Nautilus, which is more commonly picked with the Kai'Sa.
He can kind of help manage a lot of the dashing champions here. Pretty much everyone there has an ability to dash around on the Poppy W helps with that. Add in the
double anti-dash.
Add in the Tilia Unraveled Earth, and some members may end up dashing into a very swift stop sign.
Really is good chain CC as well. The Maokai ult goes through if someone's caught out by it and they don't have a Cassandra W. There's going to be a flick back from the Tilia and potentially a Poppy over the top of it
as well afterwards, yeah.
With the Poppy support, meaning that a lot of your dash supports, or things which make you dash, the Leona and the Nautilus hook, namely, going to go for the Braum instead for lane dominance. Kai'Sa Braum, not always the most intuitive combo for them, acting as an aggressive duo, but I think for the laning phase, just support matchup makes an awful lot of sense from Mobstar Koi. Saving that red 5, Luke Skywalker's what it's called. Getting that good support counter to make sure they get a leg up in the 2v2.
So, Mobstar Koi, big dive combo. On the other side, Casey, a little bit more about the CC and denial into a bit of follow-up from the likes of that Tilia and that Vi. And they're going to be trying to make sure that the dives that MKoi do pull off can be trickier than they would have liked just off their comp.
So, game one of both these teams in our upper bracket had strong 2-0s yesterday. One dominant game and one which they had to puzzle out on each side of the rift. Coming up against stiff opposition today in one of our most hype matchups in the league, right alongside G2 versus Fnatic, El Clasico and El Clasico in the same day. Aren't we blessed today?
Man, I'm just hoping we finally get 3 games. Teams, please deliver. I'm sure both sides of the fans are like, no, I want an easy 2-0. But for the rest of us neutrals, as many games, as much tension as we can get is what it will be delivered on screen. The Karmine Corps fans are absolutely out here in force. You can hear them loud and proud out here in the LEC arena in Berlin. It is pretty ice cold outside. In here, though, it is heating up as we head onto the rift for game one. Chant game in LEC is just better than anywhere else in the world, it feels like. As far as esports are concerned, everyone's got a chant these days. It's great to hear. Feels like everyone's got about 10 of them.
Yeah, I have to say I'm glad that the fan culture is starting to bring all of these hype to these matchups as well. There is the potential of a level 1 from the Braum doing something. Of course, that passive really helps you go for the invades. I think Mobstar Koi would really like to get themselves the standard lanes if possible. That Braum into the Poppy seems to be important to their draft, and we've talked enough about that at this point. Very interested to see how the junglers prioritize which lanes to head towards as well. Elioy, his early jungle pathing yesterday was really good, but Yike managed to also, in his own right, against Vitality, get some incredible early jungle leads, puts a ward up there, will spot the camp being started from Elioy, and that is never a thing to be underestimated. Knowing where someone starts gives you a lot of information to work off of.
Of course, we've been chatting about this being called El Clasico, and these two teams have been the heart of a very hot new rivalry. And this is the head-to-head of the game score over the last couple of years, and it's been a fun one, for sure.
Absolutely has been. And, you know, it's definitely in the favor of Karmine Corps, but it doesn't mean it can't turn around. It doesn't mean that Mobstar Koi don't turn up with every single opportunity as well. Focus on towards this bot side. As we said, that Braum, wait to see exactly what they can do, because it has been picked so heavily for this laning phase.
It has, and both of these bot lanes, Kalista and Super, have been turning up so well over this split. They've been putting up some fantastic numbers coming into playoffs.
Yeah, which is why so much of the focus comes in here. I don't think there's actually a role to which is wrong to focus on. I think it's very intriguing gameplay and stories across the map. Canna and Mirwin really standing up for themselves, especially after what they built in last year. Elyoya and Yike. Also with Yike moving on to a different team. Nowhere really bad to focus onto. Looks like Jojo's taken a bit of a bad trade against Vladdy's Slayer champion, which he's put a lot of time into. A lot of success on that.
Of course, I remember casting Vladdy when he was back in the NLC, doing some crazy things over there. Of course, made a big journey over instead to the LFL, left us all and did fantastically over there before turning up at LEC end of last year, and has really kind of just gone from strength to strength from there. Gone from having to cycle to a cafe to get internet connection to play pro matches to playing on stage
if you didn't know that, folks, these players have grounded out every single one of them. Got both junglers pathing down towards bot side. No real platform for either one to launch off of right now. Similar HP bars, similar XP.
Both junglers doing the same path will be leaving their second buffs till last camp and just making sure they can cover for any early shenanigans. Does feel like both those lanes can get a bit spicy.
And that's why the TP's back right now quite important, because, of course, one of the biggest things in the early game is fighting for the Scuttle spawn. Having that lane cryo, if you get it, means you get it for free. Now, with both mid laners teleporting in, they have full HP if you do commit to something in the side of the river you choose.
I think by the looks of it, Vi will be there just that touch earlier. I'm not sure whether we'll see a fight over. It looks like the Maokai saying, look, I'm not going to be able to get there in time. I'm going towards topside Scuttle Crab.
Yike choosing not to have any confrontation right now. I think that makes a lot of sense. You don't necessarily have the best early fighting champion in the Taliyah just yet. It's back for that tier. We'll be going towards the Seras a little bit later. Just making sure that they get some vision down as well for the second clear of camps, which is important because that'll set you up for a little bit more information for your second jungle camps coming up. Elioy actually skipping over the vision currently. Might just run into Yike.
Do it that. We're going to look bot lane briefly though as Alvaro will step forward, puts down the Ignite to Targamas, who's used a steadfast presence, doesn't quite have the passive proc. Kalist did not enjoy the damage back though, nonetheless.
Wall.
Nice turnaround though, good call on the wall stun. First blood to Targamas. Kalist got the barrier and survived. Blood's not forwards, it doesn't work. And MKoi are fish on a barbecue.
Walls are not your friends versus Poppy. 2 kills in the 2v2. And this lane, which was picked with that support counter pick last, for lane dominance, does not get it what it wants. Kalist walking away with the 2 assists, and Targamas walking away with the 2 kills. It's a battle Poppy now.
You heard it on the desk as well, a little from, actually, Jojo a little low there, has got Alvaro respawning and coming mid, so not as alone as he might have been. Bunny Rabbit survives this time around, but you know, Targamas not had the easiest last couple of years. That got a lot of criticism from around the community. Now he's joined Karmine Corps, and honestly, he's been superb.
Targamas has been out there to prove some haters wrong, and I think he's been doing a hell of a good job of it in the series we've seen in the last day or two. See if he can keep it up here against their rivals here. And we'll get a replay, presumably
Exactly
off that
that,
bot lane
yeah.
CVT from the perspective of that Prodigy ADC. Dodges out on that. And I mean, walls are scary against Poppy. The fact that you gets to play the barrier bait here too, that is a heartbreaker for Super. So low HP, and yeah, you deserve that smile. Have a chuckle.
Look at that Shrug. He knows he got away with absolute murder there, quite literally, as they get the 2 kills and puts this Poppy ahead of the curve. Means that Targamas out on the map a bit earlier here. Can be looking to throw a buckler at Jojo, but the rabbit hops away.
You can already see, you know, that lane dominance from that bot lane. Targamas walking back with a Kindle Gem, gives him a lot of extra HP to work with, and now he's unlocked from the map from our first objectives. That makes a pretty big difference. The map's being split, Karmine Corps going towards Dragon first. Rob spawning in 10 seconds, so Karmine Corps giving up setup for that objective.
And we normally talk about both teams being very, very good on a snowball, but MKoi, we've definitely characterized as a fast team. And they are behind now in this early game.
I think this is a really good time to mention how the series yesterday went for both these teams, because both of these teams had an early game snowball which looked very, very similar to each other. In fact, we have ourselves a gold graph. These are the game 1s which happened, and they had a Kalista involved, and that was your early game advantage. They started early with a lead, and they finished early. And after that point, of course, game 2 was a little bit harder. It was the early game snowball which really determined that game 1. Karmine Corps have that right now, which is pretty scary if we look at the games we can compare from yesterday.
So the question is this going to be the game 1 where it's a clean snowball and the enemy team doesn't have much to say about it? Or is it the game 2s where the mid games become more of a knife fight? Kana roaming down towards the river, looking to get over towards this set of grubs, and Karmine Corps want both sets of the early objectives. They get at least one of the grubs. Earlier around, but I don't know how easy it will be to come and contest as yet.
Especially going into the Poppy and into the Taliyah, not really where you want to be, especially before you have that Vi ultimate. Well, messes the Q, and that's a miss cannon roll.
Okay, well, it's going to be a public, I don't know, bluff is what it'll be, but still the turnaround is pretty good. Alvaro now in danger, getting shunted into a wall. Elioy gets the grub at least, but Super ain't feeling so hot and goes down for a 3rd kill to Karmine Corps.
Oh man, really, really good Taliyah shove from Vladdy. Using that ult aggressively, that's one of my favorite things about Taliyah players, when they start using that ult to go into the play rather than just using it as an extra bit of terrain for your garden. Mobstar Koi. The setup not fantastic there, so now Mobstar Koi find themselves down 2 grubs to 1. They do take 1 away, that's okay, but they're down 3 kills, which gives over the feats of strength. And they're starting to really worry a little bit about that gold lead. Expanding a little bit as it goes on.
Despite missing the public execution, Kana still picks up the kill as well, so cooldown burned successfully, apparently.
We'll be generous with that one. So, what is next happening? We have AD carries going down towards bot side. Both these AD carries pretty happy to go into a 1v1. Super, sadly now being 0-2. Not being level 6 yet either. Can't really even play around that. Sometimes you see it in the... Well, it's what Kaiser was initially picked for when she came up to pro play. The level 6 all in onto the Ezreal. When you're sat in a 1v1 like this, Kalist very happy, especially with that barrier as well, will be safe farming up and allows Targums to go somewhere else on the map.
And I don't want to over-exaggerate here. It's only 1,000 or so gold lead, just over. It could absolutely all turn around as yet. And Movistar Koi looking to take the opportunity to roam as 3, get some wars down, clear out some vision, and make sure they've got a bit more command on this bot side of the map.
Yeah. Movistar Koi, what they will be looking for, which of course gets harder the less resources you have, is that one explosive pick to open up some area on the map. In fact, they did that in their game 2 yesterday against BDS, where Jojopian got a really good solo kill to open up the game onto Nuke's Tristana. If Movistar Koi can find themselves one of those plays with their ultimates coming online now as well, to break open one of these lanes, that'll be enough to see them to a little bit of a happier state.
So, got a couple minutes until the next set of objective spawns. The Grubs and the Dragons spawning pretty much simultaneously. See which one Carmine Corps will decide to start up first. It feels like they will probably be the ones with the decision to make with the way the early game has gone, and they're the ones it feels like who get to make that first move.
Really like that. Actually, that's a really nice thing there. You can just see Jojopian hopping off that wave, and the vision control is really good here as well. May as well highlight that as well, just so you can see it. Some good balls just down here. Because if you're dropping out of lane, you don't want to be seen when you're moving there, because, of course, Vladdy has his ult to follow when it comes off a cooldown in the next 30 seconds or so, but doesn't really want to be going to Fog of War against the Aurora and the Vice. You don't want to drop in there yourself. I'd imagine you're seeing very little right now. Actually, observers, do you mind if we just toggle onto Carmine Core Vision as we see what he sees?
Very much.
If you walk down as Vladdy around that area where, of course, Monster Core, we know we're starting to group up, it is very dangerous to them. You have to group up with 3 people here. Vladdy playing respectfully. It's dangerous to go into that Fog of War.
Here, take this. It's dangerous to go alone. Just a control ward given to you to put down in the river. League of Legends 3 confirmed.
Who's the person giving you the ward that's dangerous to go alone? Well, I suppose in this case...
How do I get Gordon Freeman into League of Legends? I have no idea.
Sam, you'll have to make a lot more calls than
That's
I'm
Arcane
capable.
Season 3.
That's Arcane Season 3. Is that it? Incredible. Yeah, you heard it here first.
Spoiler,
again,
sorry guys.
I know it's not always the most exciting thing to see when a play isn't happening, but I love just seeing why a play isn't happening there.
Because you can't walk there.
Because actually, it's really scary when you flick off the lights.
Vi there alongside the road,
that's
you would
actually
die.
why one of the most important things we see right now are actually just these controls, just down here in this brush. Fighting over that brush is really important for vision. You see Super can also fall into play too with that Kaiser if he flies out of Fog of War. So Movistar Koi using their vision control well to at least threaten Carmine Core and holding them back to their towers. Vladdy actually hasn't pushed up beyond the midpoint of his wave in a while.
There's that one ward in the river there from Casey, which was spoiled earlier, heading over towards these Grubs, which are spawning in about 20 seconds. But for all I said, it'd be Carmine Core's choice about which objective they went towards. It feels like Movistar Koi have made the decision for them. They want to play for the Grubs.
And if they do, they'll be able to get themselves those mites buffs as well. Hop out as well. Man, they have so many bunny hops, actually. Oh, no, there's Aurora on the other side. Ignore me. Dragon started up by Carmine Core. They are going into a couple of those wards that we've highlighted on this bot side. Grubs on the top side by Movistar Koi. Splitting the objectives the opposite way to the first spawn of them.
Looks like, and it will just be the split of the objectives by the look of it. No one really wanting to contest, and I think both teams relatively happy with that decision.
Slower again than we sometimes expect from both these teams, and you know, it's quite... In fact, actually, if we look back to the first time these guys played this split, Movistar Koi got a little bit baited into big fights. Might see something here, as the terrain definitely favors the Poppy getting a wall stun if you do sit against that pit.
Nice combo from Vladdy. Chunks takes about half of Alvaro's HP away there, but the Grub's still secured. Oh yeah, gonna recall in the back of the pit. Actually decides to queue over the wall, probably the safer choice.
As I was saying, the first time these teams met, Jojopian was on the RE, he died 3 times in the first 10-15 minutes or something like that. It felt like, and this is something which I do think that Movistar Koi have improved on, and something which Carmine Core will find harder to do this time, is that they don't feel like they're being baited into some of the more frenetic games. Movistar Koi love to brawl, but not like Carmine Core don't. In fact, they forced Movistar Koi to brawl in their first matchup, and they kind of...
It's on whose terms?
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. It's on whose terms it is. The first time they met, it really wasn't Carmine Core's terms, and they ran away with it. They still have themselves a significant gold leader to go into it. And once we get towards Seraph's completion, 2 items in the Ezreal, we'll see how bold Carmine Core feel about playing through an advantage.
And I'm now looking some of those items beginning to get completed. Feels like first items largely in across the board. Still waiting for Jojo, still waiting for Yike to complete it. And as I say, there is the Leandris, and he has gone phase rush. He has gone towards the Leandris.
True, yes.
It's not just the full tank Maokai has gone towards that initial damage item, which actually gives you a surprising amount of DPS.
However, what that does mean, though, is that compared to, say, well, Mobstar Koi played against a tankier Maokai from 113 yesterday, with the Heartsteel stacking up to millions of HP, you are going to be very, very squishy if you are engaged onto. The Poppy being fed helps you with the... Look, okay, I'm being generous here, but it helps you be a little bit more tanky from that role. But it does mean that Elue with the Black Cleaver first, if you find Yike out, he will get exploded. Karmine Corp will need to make sure that their phalanx is well set up.
Kana might find Jojo.
Jojo!
Forwards, Azrael Bolt flashes away from the public execution. The bunny rabbit gets away with it. How lucky is that foot?
I was holding my breath for a second. Goes invisible. The only reason he gets out there because he can't actually get clicked on by the Poppy E. That could have been devastating, but gets out there. Just losing the flash. He'll consider himself, yeah, as you said, lucky from that one. What this does mean, though, is that he's had to back off of this wave. No flash to stand under this turret. Just has to wait for that wave to come up. Kind of shuffles away then.
3 plates already secured down there. Largely off the work of Kalist and Targamas early. Here come the rest of Mkoi, though, looking to try and get towards Kana, but Drakehound's step is quite good at letting you dodge away a lot.
Yeah, while all this is happening, though, a lot of people just showed bot lane, and now we've got the push in top lane, and we've also got Talia uncontested in top side as well. So every time you make a play and you show people on the map here, like Mobstar Koi, it just gives an open for Karmine Corp to get something elsewhere. There's a bit of a wave being lost towards top side, and Karmine Corp are getting closer towards 2 item spikes, particularly for Ambessa and Ezreal. Huge moments for them, and they're happy that nothing is really happening to stop them from getting that.
Yeah, it's been a relatively stable early game, and once you hit the mid game, it sounds like Karmine Corp quite as happy to manage that as Mkoi.
That being said, I'm not saying that the 2-item spike from Mobstar Koi isn't good in its own right. I just look at it's a question of perspective.
I mean, how often over the years has Ezreal 2-item spike been mentioned by casters?
Do you remember the 3-item spike when you had double tier items in Ezreal?
Oh, good grief. What was the second tier item again?
It was Archangels.
It was Archangels,
because both of the AP scalings. Both of the mana went into both of the items, which was really not fair. It turns out both these AD carries have committed grievous crimes against Boris the shopkeeper over time. Actually, speaking of that, okay, bring it back to more normal things. This is going to be a bit more of an AD Kai'Sa, not going towards something a bit more poke later game. Wanting to be a bit more low-range DPS from that Kai'Sa on Super.
I think it makes some sense. We've got the Aurora in mid lane as well. Asked to be more of an AD threat. This vision toggle again. Alvaro tries to buy time, but that door swiftly shut down. Targamas on a killing spree. 3 out of 4 kills going towards the support Poppy. Bloodthirsty. You need Kalist hopping onto the Kai'Sa, I apologize. Supposed to be a counter matchup the other way around in mid-game. That's nasty stuff from the KC80 carry.
Yike. Tri-Brush has been utterly nasty towards Mobstar Koi. They really struggle when that vision is down.
Hang on. Vladdy trying to get a hold of the turret, does knock it down, but Jojo's now gone across the veil with the between. Wild flash up forward for the threaded volley, and Yike's there as well and picks up the bunny rabbit. It is wabbit hunting season, folks.
Mobstar Koi are trying really hard to push their way into these lanes, but they're being denied access. They lose a tower, they lose all of the kills in all of these fights. There's a Herald being started up by Elgoy, but it feels like it is just a consolation prize. They have not managed to get themselves into this game yet. And yeah, they have 4 grubs. They haven't been able to really use them.
Just got mid lane tier 1 as well. Here comes Vladdy to fight over on this Herald. Alvaro in danger. The seismic shove onto Elio and the public execution just shy. But Kana now still in a good position to fight this one out 1v3. Targamas flashing for the heroic charge into the wall. Braum about to get caught up by a lot of very angry spectral roots. And Yike gets that kill with the burn.
Why are you positioning like that? You don't have Super and you don't have Jojo Pion. Really feels like Mobstar Koi are grasping at straws, but serious credit to Karmine Corp to push the advantage where they can. That Maokai pinning them into the fight, as you were saying. Everything is coming up Karmine Corp, and it hasn't really been that contested. Kalist just knows he can start jumping forwards too.
2 turrets, 2 kills, and contesting the Herald afterwards as well. Karmine Corp got everything in that.
You know, it's pretty bad when the Ezreal can just tank a Kai'Sa W to deny you the cannon in the mid lane as well. It's the little things. Dragon spawning now as well. Mobstar Koi here in numbers. They do have their damage here this time, but that damage, they're taking a lot of damage.
Vladdy is also the damage, and he just got it all onto Super, who's now down to 10% HP.
Yes, you need HP on your Kai'Sa to be fighting, folks. Super taking that chunk.
Ooh, True Shot Barrage came flying across, was going towards Super, has picked up at least the Honey Fruit, empowered by the camera. Vladdy also now had his Saras popped, overcomes Yike, wants to fight this one off with Mkoi. Coming in force, teleporting back in. between worlds popped by Jojo, looking for a bit more angle. Targum is stunned up, might well be going down first. Kill of the game to Movistar Koi, going to be donated over to Super on the Kaiser.
So, Movistar Koi get themselves something finally. The soul point is there for Karmine Corps early into the game. That's still a strategic loss for them, but it's something. It's the first look in they've really had in this game.
We know when we're saying, is it going to be like game 1 or game 2 from that first series? It feels like a game 1 to me so far. This has been a very clean snowball. Only getting the 1 kill at the back end of that feels pretty rough for Movistar Koi.
And even though the kills haven't been on the Ezreal, the fact that the kills are happening in that bot lane, which we've noted as kind of the engine room for both of these teams, because Alvaro speeds up the team of the Movistar Koi because he's so good at combining up with the map. But Targum is having a great split himself so far. Just the fact that the lane is ahead, even if the gold is not directly on the Ezreal, really helps Karmine Corps organize the map like this, and it feels really unfun to play against if you're Movistar Koi.
And we're looking at something like somewhere between 600 and 1,500 gold individual advantages across the board here for Karmine Corps. It's a 1.2k advantage to this Poppy, and there was a joke a year or two ago where Poppy was full build at level 3 with a red buff. A support Poppy with Bloodsong, with Locket completed, ahead of the curve in terms of experience, as well as feeling really, really good this game. You get a lot of value out of just that in your kit, and the early kills.
Very, very happy Poppy there. Karmine Corps going to reclaim the vision which Movistar Koi just put down in the river. Red buff taken by them. Herald, of course, was taken earlier, and Yike has that now in inventory if they want to use that to, well, I mean, they've taken all the outer turrets.
So it's a deeper push required.
I'm sat thinking, oh, you could use the Herald to break over mid lane turret.
Went down,
that one's done. So Herald feels like their job's a little bit in danger right now.
He's made redundant. What are we doing with a redundant Herald? What's Herald's other occupation availability?
That's a great question.
Is it any good at desk work?
I feel like Atlas would know what Shelly does on their days off. Maybe we can go ask him when we
hit
get
up
the
the
time.
LCK crew,
That we can. Some important items to go through as well. If you are looking for a turnaround play, you now have to get through the 2 defensive items of Vladdy. Vladdy can play very aggressively if he wants to with his ultimate, with the Seraphs, and that Seeker's Arm Guard in. And I love this as well. You use this a lot with Stopwatch. You would buy the Stopwatch and then build towards the item you actually want. Because if you know the 1 activation instead of the 2, 3 Zhonyas you can get is important for 1 big fight, why spend the extra gold on the full Zhonyas? Go towards the pen instead. Movistar Koi, if they're looking for that 1 shotgun blast onto the carries, it's not going to help.
Oh, and a Q afterwards as well. Super right back down to 20% HP. This Kais has struggled to keep the HP totals high because KC have managed to land a number of key skill shots. Elyoya's just found Canna. There's a turnaround as Yike comes across with the Nature's Grasp. The Vi is experiencing violence. Atakan's just spawned, and you have those spites.
No smites. Elyoya uses the flash to try and escape, but it is to no avail. Karmine Corps have done it like the tutorial, and while all this is happening, Vladdy has teleport. Doesn't feel any need to press it towards the top side of the map. He's going to take an inner turret for himself as well. This is textbook League of Legends. Karmine Corps going from moment to moment on the map, getting control of an area and locking Movistar Koi out of it.
Winning on both sides of the map. You get the kill, you get the Atakan, all the while your Talia isn't even there. This game is looking exceptionally one-sided. It has done, really, since the early moments when that Poppy got the double kill. Vladdy picks up a blue buff on the way out to add a little insult to injury, and Karmine Corps, I mean, at this point, it's their game to lose.
And this is a perfect timing for Karmine Corps to look for one of those aggressive fights now. They've been playing around the objectives first and foremost, really, but you've hit the 2 items on the Ezreal, you've hit 2 items on the Ambassador, which we highlighted earlier, you have a free GA, there's a minute until the Dragon, you can fight with the Atakan for the soul in a minute. This is about worst case scenario when it comes to this. Normally I'd say, oh, it's about the Baron, you can use it to go into that. Because the Dragon and the Atakan have been taken so regularly by Karmine Corps, they can fight for a soul on the earliest possible timing with a free GA. That is not fair.
And you've just had Kalista Romana transform as well. You've got 2 items everywhere else you look. That's Void Staff has been completed with Vladdy while they've still got the arm card activation. There's everything up and available. They've not even got a flash blown aside from Yikes, who I suspect by the time Dragon's up will be available.
And while this is happening, helping with the setup, the Herald just forcing Movistar Koi to respond in mid lane. Ezreal keeps firing out Qs because he absolutely can with those. Turret might even just die here. Movistar Koi, what is your answer?
Picture in picture, there's a 1v1 happening. The public execution buffered through with the all-out. I think they will get the withdrawal. Nice 1v1 by Mirwin, but it's a feel-good moment. It's not actually a proper kill. And all the while, mid lane, Targum is looking to try and get across Elyoya, who's shoved back into a seismic shove. Cease and desist is just Vi being deceased. Nature's Grasp comes across, a teleport in from Jojo to his own tier 3 to try and join the fight. Goes cross the veil and between worlds, but that rabbit is being hunted again, can go nowhere but an early grave.
That is a very, very sad Jojo Pjorn who just can't make those big plays because there's just no one left to follow them up. You don't have that vial. It feels bad watching these individual plays kind of coming out from Mobstar Koi because they just don't have the setup, the stats, or the teammates with enough HP sat behind them. Every time on screen we see them, feels like someone's getting chunked out by an Ezreal ult. The Ezreal kid's Kalist has been absolute wrecking ball. They still have the Atakan left up now. They get to take themselves the Soul at 23 minutes. This is so clean from Karmine Corp.
You could eat your dinner off this game. It is spotless out here. I have seen
ult out.
An ult out. Vladdy, not with the best angle on the wall, but it will be enough to stop Mirwin from pulling him off it, I suspect, and he gets to walk away. You know what? That's about as dirty as he's got a slightly off-angled wall.
You dare doubt Vladdy. Another super.
How can I do that? Sorry about that.
How dare we doubt him. Vladdy, of course, we got fond memories of him, watching him way back on Riddle in the NLC. Back in the ERL, so many of these players forward-faced against each other multiple times. Public execution.
Canna forces a flash out of Jojo, but he can keep Drake Count stepping forwards. Won't be anything more but a flash blown on this Aurora, and it just feels everything MKoi have tried is completely countered, both on the side of the map they're on and on the other side simultaneously. It's ridiculous.
I mean, now Jojo doesn't have a flash for the next play. Of course, the Ambassador ult's going to be up a little bit quicker. Even Yoi's getting his caps taken by Canna. Wait, that's a 1v1 you don't want to take, I don't think.
Kai'Sa's going to be in range shortly. Will come flying on in. It's the first ult I think I've seen from Super all game. We'll make it a Cathian rain, but pour one out for Canna because he just keeps walking away. He's heading to the bar. He's completely fine.
Also, that is definitely like a, just trust in me because Vladdy could have TP'd to save Canna. Chose not to, knows his top lane is going to live. Another tower goes down. Another vial doesn't get what Mobstar Koi want from them. They're trying to make plays. None of them have worked.
They are coming up absolutely empty. Karmine Corp on the other side. Everything they touch turns to gold. It's the Midas touch right now, and does feel a bit mythological, this lead right now. 10.2k, not even got Baron spawned. They're breaking another inhibitor. They're still waiting to try and find a moment. Mobstar Koi, I think it's a desperation play. It's a Hail Mary and pray and you find something at this point because everything else has failed.
2 inhibitors down at 25 minutes. A Soul on top of that, and Atakan. They have 8 turrets to 0 and 9 to 1 in kills. This has not been a game. This has just been Karmine Corp just taking everything on the map. Mobstar Koi have had very little to say in the conversation, and this vision control is absolutely disgusting too. The Kai'Sa W helps a bit. Yeah, there's one ward here just outside the Raptors, but that doesn't particularly fill you with much joy because you can't see the Baron going down right now.
And it is going down. Jojo's going to come across, and Mobstar Koi have the unenviable job of making their way through their own red side jungle to try and contest. I just don't think they're going to have an opportunity. The Baron's going to go down. Can they find an option afterwards? The wall to deny 2 people coming across there.
Wait, the Poppy?
Ninja's grasp. Poppy looking for a slam into the Talia wall. Weaver's wall does it to work. Alvaro now in danger, trying to run away. Flash on forward. Vladdy gets that one on the other side. Alioya goes into the backline. Super tries to alter. They don't even find that. It is just another disaster of a fight. Karmine Corp can do no wrong. And Mobstar Koi, it's back to the drawing board. Game 2 has to be on your mind now.
Build your own wall stun combo here. Vladdy helps set up Targamas and helps put Mobstar Koi into the dirt. There's a teleport towards the top side. A sapling is going to stop Super from backing. He won't even get the joy of seeing the Nexus fall on his own screen.
Targamas throws down steadfast presence to force Super to execute, and that's about the best you can get this game. The Nexus turrets are done, and Karmine Corp make a statement, and it is that we are here to demolish you. A clean, clinical game from the French team. The blue wall is 10 miles high.
Karmine Corp strike first in El Clasico. 1 death between them on the entire team, and that's on Targamas, who I think was absolutely stellar that game. This was not close. Both of these teams walked away, I think, with pretty convincing 2-0s yesterday. If anything, you looked at that late game from Game 2 of Karmine Corp versus Vitality, and you say, oh, well, maybe we'd have some worries about that. Absolutely none here in Game 1. Mobstar Koi will have to go back to the drawing board and find some way to get themselves a better platform to play with.
Well, that was supposed to be a game. It was a statement, and it was Karmine Corp absolutely rolling Mobstar Koi in Game 1. We're going to toss to break. The desk will break it down from there, and hopefully we'll have a little bit more to go from there afterwards.
incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the best.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Though nonetheless, nice turnaround though, good call on the wall stand. First blood to target, let's go the barrier and survived. Flash on forwards, it doesn't work.
So there's no flash.
Yes, if it's coming. I'm not sure. The TP or the vent is.
Leave.
No, fast play.
Yeah, one shot. Sure, nice.
Very good. Fight.
I'm pushing.
Kai'Sa is 1 HP. Give me space. Just survive. Doku. Kill him. I'm ulting it. Yeah, go. He's gonna flash. Kill him.
I play T2.
Yeah, play T2 and we get attack, okay?
And we're back in the coaching room, this time with assistant coach Apples from Carmine Corp. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Second time you face off against Koi. Last time it went in your favor. How do you rate their evolution, especially given the one-sided series we saw from them yesterday?
We weren't really sure how well they're gonna do against BDS. BDS and Koi were the teams that were like competing for the 4th place, in my opinion. While people say that we are top 3, but I was really impressed with them yesterday. And we played them the most this year, right? Yeah. We had the show match, we already played the best of 1, but we didn't scrim them much. But seeing them play on stage, I think Jojo got on the same page with the team. They are very good at playing together, kind of the same way as last year, but you can see that Jojo is getting really involved in it. So they're playing good, they're improving.
And now looking at the game, we are doing this interview at 10 minutes into game 1. The early game went in your favor. You cannot give advice to your players, but how do you expect the rest of the game to go? How do they keep on that lead?
Well, I'm gonna say they just need to do what we've been working on for the last 2 weeks. One thing was early game, they did great. Thank you, Koi. But the next thing is just dragons. We need to make sure that we secure the dragons, that we are on the objective on time, and that should be a clean game.
All right, hopefully it goes well for you guys. Best of luck. Thank you so much. Ginny, over to you.
Thank you so much, Lore and Apples as well, for the valuable insight. You know, Odo, he said early game and objectives. It felt like that's literally what they did anyway.
It was exactly what happened. They managed to get an early game lead, but then going into mid game, I felt like neutral objective setup was impeccable. I feel like even though sometimes they were not there first, given the way their comp was working, they were always managing to find picks and find space. And this game wasn't really like skirmish heavy or bloody in that sense, but just finding great picks at every single neutral objective.
Yeah, and the early games as well, in terms of how well they have been played, like it allowed them to get these neutral objectives. But you, Jack, you're the iPad kid. You want to show us exactly what went right for them?
Yeah, I got a little clip here. Hopefully I can pull it up. Because the thing is, a lot of people have been saying, yeah, Spectra, Kalista isn't the GOAT. He doesn't have that much aura.
Who are they?
Shh, 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 shh. Watch the Magician. Can you help me? I'm not getting it to work.
There you go. Here it comes.
My GOAT.
And
there
it's
we
right
go.
here. There we
so,
go.
As you can see here, this is the 2v2 bot lane. And I just want to highlight mostly all about Kalista's beautiful, if I can get the pen here, beautiful clicks, because they are a thing to watch, ladies and gentlemen. So first, he hits the Q onto Braum here. Very nice. And you can see they're just kind of playing the 2v2 slow. He hits the W, ease forward, and instantly clicks back. Nice. And then Braum uses W, and enemy bot lane now thinks, okay, Ezreal's no E, so this is our turn to fight. They get the Q onto Poppy. Poppy kites back nicely here, so Kai'Sa doesn't get the passive proc. And then you can see here, Kalista instantly flashes back because he's getting the Braum passive stacks and he doesn't want to get stunned. And then here is where the spacing madness goes into play. Because you now see he opens his attack speed, auto attack range, and he sees he can auto attack Kai'Sa, does one auto, runs out of range, and then he W's, beautiful sidestep here on the Braum Q, clicks up here, beautiful. And this is where the spacing madness really gets into play. You see here that he gets autoed by the Kai'Sa, and then he tanks one more auto. He doesn't barrier this auto because Kalista does math. He knows this auto can't kill. 6 HP, then he barriers the next auto, clicks back out of range. So Supa now actually has to flash to get the last auto attack, but at that point, the barrier is still ticking. So he's a little bit lucky. He should have died, but still, crazy good play by the K-Corp bot lane here, and that just kind of cements the whole game.
And that sets them up for success as well throughout the rest of the game.
Exactly. It's not really like Kalista is the main benefactor from this crazy playing the ball lane, but I feel like Targamas getting these kills just opens us up for success. Targamas has been someone that has been always heavily criticized, and I feel like this whole split has been quite good by him. I feel like he's been rising. His stats have been looking great, but this game I feel like he has been magnificent. I feel like in all of these neutral setups, every single thing that they've been cooking together with the team, he has been the main part of pretty much every single kill, and the Poppy pick was just great.
Yeah, he's been popping off, and especially like just in the early game, for me it was similar to the game from Mickix, where he just the Poppy did so much from Mickix. From Mickey X.
Okay, yeah.
But he never fell off. He just kept the momentum going, and it was beautiful to see from Targamas. And in general, this glow up from Targamas this year has been very beautiful.
It's allowed KC to stay in the driver's seat, which is what they needed to do. And we heard it from Apples as well in the interview where he said communication and making sure that when these neutral objectives are on the map, that's what you're fighting for. It feels like KC has really gotten it down under lock and key against a team like MKOI, which we had a couple of questions about because we weren't too sure after how it went last time.
Definitely. Although K-Corp had, every single win condition they needed, I would like for MKOI to revisit a little bit, because one of the main things that they needed to do coming into this series is enable Alvaro and Elioya. And I think the Braum pick with the Vi was a little bit of a disconnect. I feel like they were lacking a little bit of, face check power, in the sense where even if you find someone, you cannot really pull the trigger because there's just not enough people that can pull the trigger. So I would really want them going into this game 2 and maybe, for throughout the series, if there's going to be a game 3, to revisit what makes them, strong. What's their main identity? Their main identity has always been just, Alvaro and Elioya roaming together, doing a lot of wonderful things for the team, but they need a little bit more power picks or picks that synergize at least good together between the support and the jungle.
Yeah, and they go for that blue side as well. And we already touched upon earlier what KC needs to do to win. So I feel like they've hit those points. We've seen it. They've gotten it under the bag. But want to bring this back to MKOI when it comes to their draft, when it comes to their pick potential, when it comes to some of the champions that we want to see them play, now that they have that blue side as well.
I mean, for me, it's simple, right? I think the two players that KOI have that can make a difference is Mirwin and Alvaro, and you put them on Cassante Braum. that's also not going to carry.
That's quite sad, yeah.
You know?
Okay.
So I think if we get Alvaro on a high agency, engaged support, and Mirwin on some spicy top counter pick.
Hard on blue side, but
hard
still.
on blue side, but still.
he can make it happen. But again,
What would be a spicy pick then here?
Warwick. No.
no Warwick.
yeah, I haven't
done.
seen him do that. Maybe a little ranged top laner, but...
Fiddlesticks?
That would be very crazy.
That one was nice, but something a little bit unorthodox. But I feel like now on blue side, it's a little bit difficult. I wouldn't really look at him so much, but definitely pry on Alvaro. I feel like he really needs now with maybe the... What was it? Rel? No, Poppy. I feel like Rel is still open. There's going to be Nautilus. There's going to be Alistar. Just any sort of hard CC engaged support where he can, you know, find the agency that he wants and that he usually thrives in the game.
Well, we're going to find out after the break because we're going to be back with more Karmine Corps going up against MKOI. So make sure you stick around to see whether or not we're going to be getting a spicy pick in the top lane.
Welcome back to the LEC. We are the kindred of casters and have merged together to form the perfect casting being. And we're back here for Game 2 with Mobstar Koi versus Karmine Corps. It's been a real shock to see such a blowout Game 1 when it felt like it should have been a bit closer, but that bot lane differential really felt like it was way too much.
Quick note, actually, I went looking up Super's damage percentage in playoffs so far. He's 30% of the team's damage in the 2 wins they had before this, and having him behind like that when he's been pretty core to how they've been winning, at least in playoffs, pretty devastating.
So just to recap what the desk was saying, one of the biggest points that they were talking about was actually, okay, who can change the game here from Mobstar Koi? And I think one of the big ones they highlighted was what's happening in the draft around this top lane, with Fearless coming in, of course, with champions picked last game unavailable to either team. You see them in the middle of your screen. Does this unlock something similar to the Karma talk you saw from yesterday with Mobstar Koi versus BDS?
And Elio and Alvaro were a little absent that game for various reasons. Felt like the whole team didn't really get to make as many plays. There was some good moments where they were setting up vision and stuff, but it didn't lead to all that much. You heard it from the desk. They're one of those players with a little bit more agency, a little bit more of a go button, and that'll be the angle here. So we're getting some bans coming through for this second game.
And Mobstar Koi have chosen blue side. They have Horn to note that as well. It feels like that has been one a more powerful side of the two. Skarner banned away on that red side by Karmine Corps. Are they going to ban away something like, of course, the Kalista or the Rumble? Both of them are up right now. Feels like everyone is playing them very powerfully right now. Of course, Mirwin, of course, we've normally seen him on the Ambassador and the Cassante. Both of them are away now, so he'll be going towards some more secondary champions. For this split, we know he plays a lot of champions. Nice to see him dip into them.
Cork is the last ban, triple AD carry bans against Kalista, and if they don't ban the Kalista here, you have to imagine it's a first pick for MKOI. Super had an insane game on it just the other day.
Especially with all of these, this is a lot of bot lane bans.
And then plus the 2 from last game,
Taking a while on this one. I mean, Kalista, obvious ban here, surely.
Maybe would be. I mean, do you feel like you got an answer? We have seen people try and draft into it. Things like Ashe Seraphine's been done around the world, so maybe you feel like you can do it. They ban the Rel. Kalista's up. MKOI, are you going to take the gauntlet? That's not a Kalista being hovered.
Zir was banned away last game too. Is it valued more that both of these teams were so good with that early game AD carry in that last day of games against both of their opponents? It's the Azir first pick for Jojopen. He also looked very comfortable yesterday on this pick. He really did help push up the late game damage. but I'm very surprised to see that Kalista passed over when both these teams were so impactful with it yesterday.
Maybe they're just feeling a little bit nervous into their opposite numbers. Both these bot lanes have been very, very good at snowballing. You'd imagine they'd be happy to do it.
Well, unless both teams have a Kalista.
Yeah, maybe exactly. Maybe they know something we don't.
Maybe they know something we don't.
Surely not. There we go. It's locked in. Kalista on Kalista.
That topical. Both these teams, as you said, very, very powerful on that one. Question is, what else do you want to lock in? You know the mid lane matchup. Is there a top lane? You could go for something like Jace for Canna, who's been very, very impactful on that one with the Cassante and then Besta down. Feels like a lot of like your first string laning top laners are off the table. That could potentially be something thought about.
It's often been junglers picked red too as well. We see a lot of things like the Wukong being up and available might be pretty strong here, can be really annoying to do with, but it's Victor, which has been very, very potent over here in the LEC. So Chayek nearly carried the game yesterday on Vitality, couldn't quite pull it off despite some insane ultimates in the later stages, alongside that Sivir from Kazi.
So it's mage versus mage in the mid lane. Starkoi, what do they want to do? Do you want to lock in 80 carries before they get taken out in the second round? They lock in Zaya. Is it Zaya Rakan? I mean, it's powerful historical duo. The lovers reunite just after Valentine's Day. Ain't that appropriate? But still, very dangerous going up against the Kalista. Could go for the Renata on 3 if you want here, and because the Renata can handshake the Rakan out of that W, potentially very strong for the lane. And this actually, because of that laning worry, maybe Starkoi just say, oh, lane swap, don't want to deal with it.
Get out of it, yeah. I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of champions that work well with the Kalista. It will be that Renata, which is an old school pairing at this point. You know what feels really good? An extra life to stick more spears in people.
I think it's an it's not just old school. It's just the every school at this point.
It's been the entire history of this champion.
Kalista 101. Let's pick Renata alongside it. That sounds pretty good to me. So we have jungle and top lane left to pick for both sides. Picks which really stand out. I do think that Jace, even if it goes towards a Bruiser variant, feels really good just in terms of the laning phase from both of these players right now. Say that Miwen's only actually played the one game, but Canna's played a little bit more of that one. So Juani taken away from Ilduo.
Wukong up and available is another one of those big engage options. The Maokai, of course, was used last game. We've already downed the Vi as well, which has obviously been 2 of our bigger engaged jungle options. Shin's out, the current ban from Starkoi, and there are some of those earlier AD skirmishing junglers still up and available, which are also often prevalent in this kind of meta.
I suppose when you've got 2 lower range AD carries and 2 mages without any regen, and they catch something, especially with the squishy support, something like Nidalee can go up in prio, but there's not really that much CC. Just looking at the champion pools of both of these, because some of the more convenient engaged champions already gone. The Maokai, Fearless banned, can't play that in this one. The Ivern being banned away as well, which would have been really nice with the double attack speed carries from Elduo. That does make some sense. He hadn't played a game of it, but if you're looking at the draft and think, what else could they pick behind the curtain?
And he has historically played it, of course, and it is a champion that if you just don't know how to play against it, get rid of it, because it plays so unlike every other champion in the game. We've seen a few teams try to manage an Ivern in the past and really regret it. Last ban now from Starkoi. They're going to continue to pinch that jungle pool. They get rid of the Pantheon, which has been very popular over here in Europe and has definitely seen a fair amount of prevalence across a few different roles.
So I presume you jungle on 4 here, counterpick top lane, just in case Miwen's got something spicy cooked up. No sense giving Miwen a better angle to pit deeper into that champion pool.
Okay, so imagining jungler on 4 here, I tend to agree. Red 5 as a counterpick. Often left to top laners where and when you can. The Wukong, the last, I think, top-tier jungler I can see off the top of my head from the AD engaged option. There you go. We'll be locked in for Yike.
A little bit dangerous into the Zaya because you have to go melee range into Zaya feathers, but still you can get that knock up and get a huge amount of damage onto that champion before they get to anything else.
Top again.
I actually quite like the Karma here. It helps you be more mobile on the Zaya, and if there is anything in terms of big engages, it just helps with the Rakan and the Karma saving a carry. It makes it much harder to get towards those big damage threats in the late game as Karma Core diving onto them.
And Miwen had a fantastic game on the other day.
Some
absolutely monstrous Mantra Qs at the Baron to really, really earn them the damage needed to win some of those late game fights. I think locking alongside it. I saw the Kindred hover. Maybe they were listening to us, but there's some fun hovers here. See what they just had to lock in.
Very little front line. That's my worry right now. Very little front line against the Lee Sin. It can be a bruiser. It's popped up a little bit as we go into Fearless Draft, but what I look at here is a very difficult composition for Starkoi to play because they don't have something like really easy to play around the front line, like a Cassante or a Sejuani or a Maokai, which can take a bit of damage and then dash out. It's quite hard to play around. You really need to be relying on the various shields you have.
And that just leaves Canna to last pick that Jace you were talking about. And now you've got Wukong, you've got Jace, you've got a very nasty skirmish and team fight comp here, especially if you can get the Kalista rolling things early.
Javik picked up for KC. Favorite combo of a musician called Baby Nos, I hear. It's Carmine Court. Look to seal out a 2-0 here if they could get themselves. Many names he goes by, but still, if this is a really lane dominant top laner, really helps you brawl around the place. I look at Carmine Court's comp and I see a very dominant Kalista. I look at that Jace that's strong in laning phase as well. I think that Movistar Koi would really like to get themselves a lane swap.
They will need to do that. For Movistar Koi, the disengage isn't bad between the Xayah ult, between the Azir shuffle away, between Karma hitting that empowered E with the mantra, the kick away from Elio, decent skirmishing as well if you can find those good flank angles. But I tend to agree, there's a little bit more on the execution floor required.
As well, if you're here in the upper bracket of LEC Winter Playoffs of 2025, you better have a bit of that execution to rely on. Movistar Koi didn't really get to play last game. A ill-fated dive sealed game one pretty early on, it felt like. Let's see if they can start a little bit better against the blue wall in game 2 to make it even.
Eyes on the likes of Elioya and Alvaro. They are normally the catalysts to a lot of the action. The Movistar Koi like to get going early on a Lee Sin, on a Rakan. They certainly have the tools to do it, but there's the lights. Here's the camera. And let's bring on some action for game 2 of Movistar Koi versus Carmine Court. Thanks for the welcome there, announcer. We are on to the Rift here for game 2. It didn't really felt like we had a game in the first time. It was solved very early on, as we kind of talked about already. Nothing super spicy on the runes there, I don't think.
No, not just yet. We'll see what happens to level 1. Nothing interesting happening just yet. I think this is a good time to talk about the evolution of Kalista within the LEC, because when we were in regular season, I wasn't that impressed by a lot of the Kalistas in Europe. It really felt like, well, look at that, 5 losses. In playoffs so far, 3-0, of course, with only 1 game of the Kalista per series, really has started to level up. It is a difficult champion to play around because you have to play objectives well and you have to play the laning phase well. Both of these teams did that very well with the pick just yesterday. Kalista now has a chance to really use that wrecking ball in the bot lane to do some damage. And we can actually see, if you look on the minimap, yeah, that's Xayah going towards the top lane.
Get out of that lane.
Be a lane swap.
Of course, doesn't necessarily stop the Kalista getting fed. It just means it's done in a different way. You can try and dive and get value that way. Mirwin looking for a potential early roam into mid, but he was spotted out by a ward.
Yeah, KC know this, so they know Mirwin's here, and they know the lane swap is on. That is why Canna's just dropping off of the top lane turret. Some really important decisions need to be made around about now. Jace is going to try and maybe snipe a couple of bits of farm with his Q. Targa, I love this from Ryo, just making sure. Does he know the timing here? Does Targa see him just yet? I'm not sure if he saw. Joyous skips the red buff. I think he was trying to just hop away from Targamas to try and make sure that he wasn't seen. I'm not exactly sure if he was.
Don't think he was. Targamas left, and Elio timed that near perfectly, especially now seeing the Renata leave. There will be no trading on that jungle, and especially early on. Sports coming in to mess with you as you're fighting a buff at the same time can really suck.
I think with, let's look at Kana here, who's going to try and get some XP before the wave comes in. The same potentially could have happened with Karma on the other side of the map, but Karma's actually going up towards the top lane. Instead, one of the big changes about lane swaps after MSI last year was the way that shared XP worked. Going with your top laner towards your bot lane and sharing as 3 people gets you more percentage XP between all of you than it did well, this time a year ago. It means that it's much easier to get towards your level 2, then teleport to the other side of the map if you need to at this point. Mirwin's going to go pick himself potentially some tower gold, an extra wave. He's happy now. Need to see whether Kana is happy on the other side. Just a little bit behind in the XP compared to Mirwin.
Little note there as well from Kana. It started with the E, the acceleration gate, rather than anything like a shock blast to try and be able to run away and knock people away.
That was, tell you what that was. In the 1v1, that used to be Zare's tech against Gnar.
Interesting.
Yeah, he used to really like doing that and kind of just spacing out. So maybe that's something which he's picked up from there. I didn't normally think that would happen in this current patch, because using that Q to snipe off some bit longer range CS can really help get your XP, but hey, it's working out okay for him right now. Really will need to check that XP as we go in though. Really important here that the lane swap also allowed Super and Alvaro to survive the level 1 against this duo, but they do have to face up against the Kalista and the Renata in lane now, even in those early levels, which they've managed to avoid the most of.
It's not like this lane is going to necessarily be particularly fun early on, regardless of it avoiding the level 1. Kalista and Renata, very, very potent for the first opening stages of the game.
Is he going to hop over the wall?
Can certainly look to do that. We need to see some action from this Lee Sin early, you'd have to imagine. Elio, a notorious player of this champion, has put out some great numbers on it before. We're looking for a Sonic Wave.
Oh, you have to try. You have to try. I don't blame him from doing so. Kana will survive there, though. See that the Karma... And we didn't really get to see much of the Karma laning phase in the last series that they played because that game really wasn't necessarily about that from Mobstar Koi yesterday. But here you can see it is starting to poke at the Jace well.
And in fairness to it, we say, look, normally Rumble wins every lane he's into, aside from
Galio.
Galio.
Rumble yesterday, yes, yeah.
And the Karma managed it. Kind of went even in CS, came into team fights and did a lot of value. So if that feels like me when saying, look, I think I've got another champion that can lane into the best of them, good news.
Super, did he walk it? He's trying to hold the wave a little bit here because you don't want to play in a long lane, especially against Kalista and Ada as a duo, because one of the real dangerous things is even if you take down the first health bar of the Kalista, in a long lane, they'll keep hopping at you with the bailout HP, the lethal tempo falls fully stacked, and they'll manage to range you before you get back to that turret. This little wave control here, really important in the 2v2 to make sure that Super and Navarro can keep themselves accessing farm. They push it in after they see the Kalista backing off. They'll get themselves a free reset. They can get themselves a free back.
Super starting with the Carl, whereas Kalista has gone back to buy out full Berserker Greaves, and Kalista loves Berserker Greaves. Plays with their passive so well. The more attack speed you have, the more move speed, you just hop further, you hop more, you do more spears. This is all good things.
I am really interested to see how this game plays out into our bigger fights a little later on. We highlighted this in draft. Neither team has fantastic frontline. Your frontline is not
conditional.
It's conditional and it's not getting hit a lot of the time. It's, hey, I don't want to be here with the Karma, press the full team shield, get the heck out of there. Or it's trying to play around something like the Kalista ult onto the Renata. What that means is that if you misstep, you are punished very, very heavily. We have Grubs starting up in 30 seconds. They'll be spawning there. Mobstar Koi moving in force towards the top side of the map with Mu and using that lane control to come to chunk out the Jace.
Targamas will be here, but I don't know whether two people will survive this dive all that well against four. Mobstar Koi here with a lot of members. Here comes the dive. It'll be Alvaro going forward to the grand entrance, and immediately down into the bailout goes Targamas. Renata cannot save her business this time around.
Sadly, Zornite can't help. Man from Piltover kind of goes down at 0-1 and 0. Mobstar Koi with that kill will get an easier access towards those Grubs. However, while all this is happening, Dragon being taken on the other side, some plates being taken down by Kalista as well. So even though there is an assist and some plates going towards Super, I don't think Kalista is particularly unhappy with that.
Mobstar Koi with an early lead, Mobstar Koi with an early play, which we wanted to see from this draft, but also bluntly after last game, because they really struggled to get anything rolling. This feels a little bit more like the Mobstar Koi we've come to know over the last few weeks here in the LEC. Elio will claim the Grubs as well, so they'll trade in those objectives to boot. We have a look around as Yike looks to try and steal away some Grubs. Not some Grubs, some Raptors, I apologize, but he's going to be spotted out doing this, and Jojo's coming on a roam, going to try and force out a flash or perhaps an ult. The Cycle comes on down, shuffle back towards his team. Elio will hop forwards. Flash for a Dragon's Rage, and now Vladdy's in danger too. Trying to run away. The shield from Targamas might be enough. The turnaround. Arcane here to stay. Wonderful Storm.
A little bit too far there from Mobstar Koi as Alfaro jumps forwards. I initially thought it was going to work out, but Targamas is there to save the day. Really is very high punishing game, this one, with so much mobility from unexpected places. Let's take stock of the early game. Mobstar Koi obviously have themselves the gold lead. They do lose that dragon, but the 3 Grubs will mean that if they get themselves good poke with the Karma or, you know, with the Zyra Khan getting a good trade onto someone, I think with, well, 4 range... Okay, Khan technically counts as a range champion. 4 range champions.
Does he really?
I mean, I actually can't remember.
Is it like a participation award range champion? Like, here you go, here's your gold star?
I do technically think he counts as a melee champion.
So does Thresh for range champions, you know? Does he count? Okay.
I'm trying to make it classes in session. But what it means is that when you have the 3 Grubs and a good amount of poke, you can take down turrets very effectively if Calming Core slip up and eat too many skill shots. So they'll need to be quite wary of protecting their turrets.
Seen a lot of Rakans running Demolish as part of the secondary runes as well lately, to try and get a bit of value out of that when your Grubs and your lane swaps are happening. So keep an eye on that one as well. Kalista and Targamas coming down to fight over control wards. Vision, always a premier thing to be keeping an eye on in pro play. Nice little handshake there onto Alvaro. He did not enjoy the Rend combo after.
This game hasn't really been about the Kalista Renata just yet. The early game not netted them the laning lead, which is one of the strongest points of the Kalista. So we'll see what they can do around the Pokeball engage. You throw Renata right at them, see if you can get into a better angle. And of course the objective play, if you get to them first and use that Rend.
Yeah, it was Movistar Koi actually ended up getting a dive off with their bot lane rather than the other way around. At least you got an assist in there, and that's
Well,
nice
Sam,
enough.
the reason that happened is because there was no one to dive on the side of the map.
That's very fair. I grant you that Mirwin had left. But the point still stands. Didn't happen. Kalist flashes out of the grand entrance. It's a big summoner down, and actually, you've got a singular gold in the lead for Kalist. That doesn't really count. Immediately, it switches back over. And when we talk about Kalist, we want to see early leads on that champion, or it feels a lot rougher.
Sure. Does he know? Oh, that grab field's not going to quite catch him there. Yike just hanging off to the side. Jojo has himself some ability to get out safely if there were to be a player coming on through here. Safe push in. But yeah, this is exactly the kind of game I want to see between these two bot lanes because they are even. And both these bot lanes have been bot lanes I've really enjoyed watching. I've really enjoyed watching Super Alvaro and Kalista and Targamas both make their way up to the LEC. And of course, within the case of Kalista and Targamas, reform an ERL duo that was so successful with Super Alvaro stay together on that note as well. Seeing them both here in upper bracket and playoffs, it's great to see them be this kind of this new generation coming up towards the LEC proper.
And I think it's kind of cool as well because the various local regional fan bases were so in love and hyping these duos up before they came up. You know, back when Super and Alvaro were down in the LVP, people were talking about how great they were going to be. They come up, and last year people were going, oh my days, all these rookies come in, are they really going to do that well? Make it to Worlds. That's pretty damn impressive. And then it's like, okay, Kalist, everyone's excited about it after a mere Masters. The French fans have been screaming about him for years, saying he's going to be the next great thing.
And he's
Can he live up?
Good.
And he's been pretty damn good. They have lived up to the hype, and how often is that not the case? And how go up against each other? It's nice to see an even game.
20 seconds until grubs spawn. Movistar Koi not on that side. Great damage from the Eclipse first on the Lee Sin.
Does a lot of work, and it is not going to be a standard Sky. You're absolutely right. It is the skirmishing early AD version. A little bit more squishy for sure, but the early damage is fantastic.
And I think particularly in a game without a real true tank, the Jace might go tanky with a bit of HP. That we've seen the more bruiser side of things, right, rather than on anything spare nowadays. Even then, Lee Sin feels really happy about that because you can have your combo which can really change your fight as opposed to kicking a Cassante into your team or something.
Got Dragon spawning in about 24 seconds. Second set of grubs is already up. And Yoyo in this bot side river hit a second Q on a Targamas partway through that skirmish. I wondered whether he'd follow it without Eclipsing, but decided against it. Are we going to see Movistar Koi try and set up around this Dragon as Jojo went sliding forward, takes a turret shot. Alvaro is there with a battle dance to make sure no further trades come through.
That was a solid gravity field, one of the most underrated bits of Victor's kit. It can be hard to use it on your own, but it can really help just with that micro slow. Okay, so Dragon not started from Movistar Koi. They go towards the grubs instead. And as we said before, you know, you have a lot of poke. Your siege is pretty good with the Karma if you start grouping up later. To get themselves that first grub, Lee Sin not the best securer of these. Gets one, won't be able to rush down the other two before Karming Core stick their heads in and wonder if they have something to play around here.
Mirwin is here. So is Targamas and Yike, though. It looks like Movistar Koi say, look, that's the end of that one. Mirwin will try for the Q steal. Won't quite find it with the Soul Flare and will back away.
Oh, he's got a second one. There's no smite just this time. Does he have the nah, he needs to collect a wave. Okay, 4-2 on the grubs. So Karming Core deny Grubageddon from Movistar Koi, but there are still the might buffs available for the blue team in this game, which will help them up with that all the same. There is something important to note here, by the way. I actually just noticed this. I was wondering if it's going to be the Malignance build, and we said, oh, there's no true tank. What is this? What is that? That looks like a Iceport Gauntlet to me, as I have seen a little bit of that. It's not going to be the Malignance this time. Mirwin, in fact, goes back and buys that right now, and he will be a little bit harder to remove as Karming Core start up that Dragon. They were contesting those grubs. A little bit of a late setup to this. Don't have the Ren stacks in there just yet.
Don't. They're going to start stacking them in now, though. Keep going on forwards. Yikes there as well. I don't think Movistar Koi will be able to contest that. So 2 grubs and a Dragon is Kaisi's haul from that set of objectives.
Always a little bit worried when you're starting to retreat. Yoya has that flash, and of course that early spike of that Eclipse, as we pointed out earlier, a lot of damage. Can sometimes catch you by surprise how quickly Lee Sin can get a big pick off. We don't see as much of him in the pro game right now, but this is one of the better things about Fearless. When you do lose stuff, like, obviously in this case, the Shin's outbound and stuff like that, but once you lose some of your first string junglers, Lee Sin can start coming in and making a mess of things.
Iceborne Gauntlet completed from Mirwin going towards that build today on the Karma. Very obnoxious, very tanky. Can be very, very heavy on the sustain as well, because you get so much healing from your W.
Very dangerous.
I knew you were going to go towards that. I'm not talking pod racing with you right now. We're in a playoffs game, Alex.
There we are. Slow down. It has slowed down. It's much to jungle that thing's been fast. But,
can we call this the Buntaruv El Koi Classico?
That is
Classic Koi.
That is such a reach.
I know, I tried.
That is incredible.
I had to think about it, all right? I couldn't immediately come up with a pod racing pun. I'm sorry, I failed you.
Yeah, we'll work on that. That'll be your notes from this game. It's a bit of a grouping up down here. Alioya and Alvaro attached at the hip, as they do tend to be from Mobstar Koi. As soon as you can get this support from Mobstar Koi out onto the map, it does tend to go straight towards Alvaro to see if Alioya rather, to see if they can link up and make any plays. Similar to the first game, has become a bit slower. Not always sure who that favors in this case. Obviously, it's not the best for the Kalista, who wants to accelerate things. Typically not always the best for a Lee Sin as well. Thank you for those plate golds as well. The crockery shop has been broken just a tiny bit this game. 2-1 on top lane, 1-3 on the bot side. Blue buff stealing away. Once again, no fight. It's been very trepidatious.
That's a very good word for it. Trepidatious. Trepidatious is a great word. I approve of that one. Lit student at me is happy with that. I have to think of another word that's similar, and I'll save it for later. There we go. But still, you're right. There's been a certain reserve in this game, similar to the last game, but in goes Alioya fighting over the Gromp. Not quite sure who picked that one up, actually.
I believe that was Yoya, but I was casting my eyes actually to a different part. As this tower is now alone. 4 grubs, as we said. The demolish on the Rakan you highlighted earlier will help take this one down a little bit lower. Yike is not going to be able to clear out the wave, and that will be first turret of the game over to Mobstar Koi, and they'll pick up 1 of the 3 feats of strength.
Still got Feat of Martial Mastery and the objectives to claim. One more, of course, claims the full feat of strength for the side of Mobstar Koi, but Alvaro debating phase checking. These tri-brushes have been a bit of a deadly spot for this ball support over the course of this series. Doesn't get caught out, does throw down a control ward, finds 2 people and swiftly loses the ward.
Okay, so the game is slowing down. That's why we're talking about various other things not related to exactly what's happening on the screen. A huge factor in this coming forwards will, of course, be these little things up here, the dragons. So if this game goes slower and Karmine Corp can play around the dragon setup, that is very, very big for them. Of course, they have the Kalista. It makes those objectives a little easier. So Karmine Corp, maybe they'll be waiting and just trying to... That's a really good chunk, actually. Kalista, nasty. Wow, Jojo, got to be careful there. Going back to Jack Spectra's win condition for Karmine Corp. Abused Jojo Pion. Probably could have warded that a little bit kinder, but that's exactly what they're doing there. I think
it's because in a lot of ways, Jojo is the newest member to this squad. He's still linking in with the team, finding his space to be in here. He's traveled over from Canada, playing on a team that isn't always about him in a way. A lot of the other teams have often been about empowering Jojo to be the star carry. Alioya, Super, been a little bit more of the call right now. Yeah. Big chunk though back as Jojo returns the favor, having teleported back to lane.
Herald has spawned. Jojo teleported out, as you said, and he's now full HP, so that chunk earlier, just decorative, really. Mobstar Koi will get themselves onto this objective, and Karmine Corp, once again, choosing not to fight. I think they'd rather fight in the Dragon in 1 minute. If they don't fight that, then I think there's an issue. Because I don't really think you want to give Mobstar Koi the ability to get to 2 items on the Xayah and the Azir. And the Karma as well is going to be really obnoxious later into the game, whilst also being a constant source of shields for those carries we just highlighted.
Whereas I think obviously playing for Soul Point makes a lot of sense with the 2 dragons already stacked, and when you've got that Kalista as an additional ace in the hole. Kana phase checks are 2 scary members in Alioya and Alvaro, but it will only lead to a bit of a chunk, nothing more. Mkoi though head over towards the turret. We'll claim this one, all the while not that much is happening on the other side of the map, so it will just be a free turret to Mobstar Koi.
I expected so much blood from this series. We get a Kalista locked in, there's a Lee Sin, and we have 3 kills.
Teams,
We have 3 kills in 17 minutes.
I feel robbed.
I feel a little bit robbed too. You know what? Eventually it'll explode. Trust. Eventually explode. That'll definitely how it's.
If this doesn't happen now, it's going to be you they're blaming. I will blame you. I'm stood next to you.
You know what? I'll take that one. I'll bear that heavy burden. So Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. Our Karmine Corp looking to get towards that early soul point. Last game, really good at stacking those dragons too. If the game slows down, those dragons are your faithful win condition. Cloud Soul, Cloud Rift, especially when you're in a more squishy game. Still nice, and even just getting the Elder on the map helps itself too. However, Mobstar Koi, they have controlled the bottom river first, and they do have the Karma coming into the fray, who can, even with the tank build, throw out a little bit of poke, especially at this timestamp.
Largely got first items complete. Mirwin, though, with a Soul Flare onto Yike, drops the jungler down to about half, and all the while, Alioya and Super are starting up the Dragon. Karmine Corp still trying to find a way on in here. They just don't have the control, though. It'll be very tricky to force it. Targmas flash for a handshake. Jojo dies! Flash after the Emperor's Survival, not keep him alive. And now Alioya and the rest of Mkoi forced to run away. Mirwin on the side looking for the Soul Flare. Gets it onto Vladdy, but it doesn't lead to that much damage. There's enough shields around with the Siphon power. Onto the Dragon we go, and the Ren stack's just not on in. Fate's Call used. Hostile takeover, and Alvaro running away with the quickness, but he's just not quick enough. just about survives now. Yoyo into the back line, tries to get onto Vlad, who's fallen down into a bailout, gets more back to life as he flashes on in with a Hex Tech Ray renamed after his rework, and Mirwin has some spears pulled out of him. It's an awful acupuncture session, and Karmine Corps come alive in this game.
Karmine Corps clutch it out. Targamas taking away Jojo at the start of the fight, absolutely crucial, but playing around the bailout, no less so after that point. Fantastic flash handshake, cancels the shifting sands out from the Azir, goes down, and that is a major part of this comp gone. We said it's very unforgiving mispositioning in this game, and that's exactly what happens here. It allows then Karmine Corps to go onto the Dragon. I thought that Mirwin was doing a great job on the back end. It looked pretty difficult once he started getting second Mantra Qs coming down, Super managing to redirect the fight too. What happens after this goes pretty crazy though. Vladdy goes down to the bailout, but he's not tanky enough as Eluoya, so the reset comes through. KC clutch it out.
Again, it's the Eclipse build on the Lisa, and it was cool, right? Hits the clone, still takes it, flashes to get the cripple and the Dragon's Rage, and bailout keeps him alive, and you can see on the fans' faces how tense they are.
Worth noting, Eluoya, haven't seen his Lee Sin for a while. That was a pretty flashy play, even if it didn't quite end up working out. Haven't seen it since, I believe, MSI 2023 for him.
Really
It's been a long time, almost 2 years since we've seen that pick. It was a big pick earlier in his career. He's going to summon the Rift Herald into that mid lane now, which might help Movistar Koi lock down this area of the map. They really will be ruining that opportunity. Soul point to Karmine Corps for the rest of the game, giving up their gold lead. That is a big shift in the game now, which Karmine Corps are going to absolutely lap up.
From nearly 2k ahead to slight lead to Karmine Corps. It's nominal, don't get me wrong, not much of a gold lead, but they're at Soul Point. That is significantly more important.
What does nominal mean, Sam? You throw out words sometimes, and I feel like I need you to explain.
So nominal.
Is that good? I'm going to assume that's good,
It means
Sam.
existing, but not really of all that much value.
Sure, cool. So it's there, but small. Great.
Yeah,
I explained it for you. Atakan spawned, mid lane turret is going to fall. I think with that HP it was likely to anyway, especially with the good siege and range of Movistar Koi. Karmine Corps now have to deal with the Sun Disk in their mid lane, replacing the debris of their own mid lane outer turret.
Again, those Sun Disks can be really obnoxious in mid lane because it just offers you fake pressure when mid lane control can be really valuable. Coming up to those objectives, having a sort of pseudo turret there for at least a few seconds can make a big deal.
Reminder, folks, that the winner of this series will go on to face G2, who won earlier today. The loser drops down into the lower bracket and will await their opponent a little bit later on into our playoffs formats. We have ourselves a grouping up of Karmine Corps. So Karmine Corps, just the names, the Ks. They get to me. Karmine Corps grouping up on this top side. Atakan, the focus. You really want to control this tri-brush. It's the most important thing on this top side Atakan setup.
Atakan has been the doom of a few teams. Even just earlier today, we saw a bit of a fumble. Ghostblade just popped by Canna, looking to get onto a Mirwin. The Karma, not the easiest to lock down, will be thrown back with a thundering blow on the Jays. Gets handshook as well, and Mirwin, that's just too far!
Thinks he's safe pushing up the lane, and he's not. The Ghostblade movement speed from Kana making the difference, allows him to punt him back. They take a turret, they take the Atakan, and once again, Karmine Corps more clean in the run-up to these objectives in the last couple we've seen. Now they have themselves a great situation. Again, last game, they had the Atakan into the Soul. This game, even with an early deficit, they find themselves in the same situation. They have themselves the free GAs on every single member, and they can fight around the Cloud Soul a little later. Is it the most powerful Soul? No, it's still a great buff for them, and with a set of drafts like this, which is going to favor the extra movement speed as well, it's going to really help people, of course, like particularly the Jace if he's going into melee, and then the Wukong as well loves the Cloud Soul.
Huge deal,
loves it so much.
I don't even necessarily think that this Victor, who's going to have a lot of people jumping for his head, is going to hate the ability to run away from a Lee Sin who's jumped at him when he presses the R button. There's a few people here who would get a lot of value out of it, I think, and a minute until that next fight comes up, and unfortunately for the side of Movistar Koi, they'll be doing it into all of the withdrawals. They will be up and available during that fight if I've timed it correctly. Always a possibility I haven't, but I'm fairly certain I have.
Interesting stat that Production's put up for us as well. We're talking about, I think you asked a question about win rates when these teams are behind at 14 minutes. Karmine Corps, I believe, were behind at 14 minutes if they were at this point. They actually have a pretty good win rate when they are behind, 60%, 3-2 so far when they're behind at 14 minutes. Looks like they might just be pulling a rabbit out of a hat again this time. 40 seconds until the Dragon pushing in, putting some wards down and making sure that Movistar Koi hopefully can't use as much of their range, but these Qs are starting to land from the Karma and it does hurt.
Quick check in on some of the items as well, as Jojo finished that second down. Already had the Nash, and the Leandries should be about complete by now as well, and there's Azir for Jojo Pyong could do a lot of work here, and if Karmine Corp end up in a position where this is it, where the Zaya can keep ordering, it's hard work still.
Yeah, of course, the last time we saw them, just kind of pops that Ghost Blade, always a little bit scary when you hear that screech. What's he looking to do? Not that much right now.
On to Alvaro, who's got enough fish. Looks for the quickness into the backline, but Fate's Call denies the pick onto Targamas. Juice chunk onto Yike nonetheless. A berserk, courtesy of a hostile takeover. This business plan is pretty damn nasty from Karmine Corp. They pull away, they get the kill onto Super, who had flash, had ult, could use neither.
Oh, Super just can't quite get himself that fight. First fight for this Dragon. Last time, Jojo gets caught out. This time it's Super. It's a great combo coming through, though, from Kalist and Targamas to finish it off. They will get themselves, once again, a very early Dragon Soul. The objective control from Karmine Corp has been great in both of these games. It's netting them a heck of a good advantage to play around a little later on. They have themselves the feats of strength, and they're starting to upgrade some boots as well. Things are looking good for Karmine Corp. What happens here? It's been a bit of a tug of war for this entry into River, especially when you're playing around longer range. This is really important. Fantastic Kalista ult here. Gets the knock-up straight into the hostile takeover, into the Cyclone. There is so little that Zaya can do.
And they still had all the withdrawals to work with as well. It was always going to be a hard fight for Movistar Koi, but that is sold. That is another kill, and that is a decisive advantage now for Karmine Corp, even if it isn't there entirely in the gold.
And you know, this was a decisively locked in Zaya Rakan, and I don't think the early game was a problem. They did pretty well. They escaped the early few levels, they kept it even, and we're saying, hey, this is good. We want to see these bot lanes be even with each other. No cleanse though on Super, means he can't get out of that hostile takeover and break that CC. There's no Mikhail's either. I suppose there's not everything really needs to be Mikhail's or cleansed on this team, but Super really needs to show up in one of these next fights to really justify this pick. It is already a very difficult composition to play. Super needs to be doing a lot of damage, and taking damage from the lethality Jace is not going to help.
Of course, Jojo just turned that damage back around to Vladdy, but Vladdy's got a teleport, so Vladdy can join a lot faster than Super can. Super can do their best to heal up off the wave. It'll be Taste of Blood offering a little bit of healing back here, but it's not loads and loads.
These annoying inventors with their teleports and fancy summoner spells. Vladdy and Kana both going to be able to get back out onto the map if that Poke War is lost a little bit. Of course, the same can be said of Movistar Koi. Trying to dive up with Vision. Vision, that's a really good arcane storm.
Goes into the back line, doesn't really get all that much done with the quickness. It's just a quick trip to the grave. He's down. Super goes up into the air for the Feather Storm. Just doesn't matter that much. Has to flash away. Does stay alive at least this time. Yike also up and about. Did not fall down despite the HP bar trades. You have our Lost Your support. Baron's up, and Karmine Corp head on over. I think they might start this one up. Are they just going to pick up the wards?
Yike is very low HP. He can tank up a little bit with the clone. Do Movistar Koi know this is happening, and can they do anything about it? They're teleporting in.
Meowin's going to get a Defiance to the heal, but no counter flashes out on the end of that tether. So Meowin shields himself and backs away. Targamas still low. They know it's happening now, courtesy of Foresight Alteration. Vladdy on a flank will be spotted out. Over the back end of this, can look for his deal, but it's still into a Kalista Ren. Goes and steals it! He steals the Baron! Again! Karmine Corp fail a Ren Smite combo. It happened the other day. They pick up a kill afterwards. Movistar Koi get out like bandits!
Oh, a steal out of the top draw, which might just keep this game alive. Aljoya, not playing the Lee Sin since 2023, comes out with an absolutely clutch steal against the Kalista.
3 resonating strikes and you're out. I tell you, it is a wonderful steal from Aljoya. And the Koi fans come alive. Can you blame them? This game?
It just had to happen here. Just so it's like, oh, so clean around the objective plays. This has been so clean all series long from Karmine Corp. The Q lands onto the Baron. The follow-up comes through. How close does it get? Oh, it is so close. Goes down to 800. Missed time between the Rend and the Smite. You're right to call it out. There was an Atakan steal yesterday in their series from Karmine Corp versus Vitality, which they missed then. 2 series in 2 days where they make a similar mistake with the Kalista.
And again, I echo what Hysterics and Dagda said there, and is actually, maybe we have to hold that. Meowin's been engaged on the Cyclone, comes down, it's still a very tanky Karma. In goes Alvaro though with the quickness, and Yike's in danger, goes berserk, courtesy of the hostile takeover, stays alive for a second or two. Yike, burning, but alive. Super into the air, got the feather pull onto Kalista, who still survives. The Arcane Storm claims that one. They go 3 down. They got the Baron, but Karmine Corp lose no members in that fight.
Oh yeah, Karmine Corp slap back, lose a Baron, take the kills. Who cares after that point? I don't think now that Movistar Koi are going to be able to use this objective. How did that setup happen in the first place? Left alone in that mid lane, unsupported by some other members away from the lane, and gosh, that chase is starting to really hurt. Karmine Corp spare their blushes of losing that objective just a little bit.
We haven't really talked about it all that much. We mentioned the Ghostblade once or twice, but this is a raw damage, Jace. This is the lethality, the Ghostblade first, the Muramana second. It definitely means those shock blasts hit real hard if you've not built up any armor.
Oh, that's got to be an absolute heartbreaker for Mobstar Koi, because that was the turnaround. That was meant to be the point which could see you through to playing through this Baron buff to get yourself the map set up for the Elder that's spawning in a minute and a half. I mean, I suppose if you can steal the Baron, why not? Why not an Elder as well, right? Maybe we can ask a little bit more of Elgoya yet to give some of the Mobstar Koi fans a bit of hope. Karmine Corp, though, as we were saying, before that Baron, were really in control of the map, and by and large, this series have been incredible around the objectives. See if they can do that again around the Elder Dragon. It will come down to a fight there. I don't think Karmine Corp can really force anything else beyond that. There are a couple of Baron buffs left in the last 20 seconds. It's going to be a negative power play. It's going to help them push out anyway. It's pretty hard to contest Karmine Corp as they walk up into lanes. They'll have to push somewhere where they're not.
Third item completed for Super. Now got an Infinity Edge alongside that Essence Reaver Flicker Blades.
Yeah, and important stuff to note. No flashes on Super and on Jojo as well. Very, very important that you do not have those summoners there. It means that Yike, who does have the flash, can potentially start to pick them off. Of course, there's no flash on Vladi and Kalista as well, but they have a Renata and they have the gold lead bluntly as well. It's much easier for them to play out these fights. Mobstar Koi, if they want this to go to 3 games, are going to have to outplay a difficult scenario. Yike!
Oh, they've got it onto Jojo! He can't hit the arm guard. He's taken out Super, trying to hit him. Massive 3-man knockup. The Berserk, the hostile takeover, lives up to its namesake, an Arcade Storm. It's a Category 5 disaster. Karmine Corp wipe Mobstar Koi off the rift. They're going to 2-0 the series.
Inclement weather comes in from the mid laner of Karmine Corp, and Mobstar Koi cannot outplay the late game.
That Baron still gave you a moment of hope. They had control over the river. It felt like their time, and an engage come through, and Mobstar Koi, blink and you miss them. Their health bars are all gone. The game is gone. It's just a weekend of 2-0s, and Karmine Corp reap the rewards. They are going on to the upper bracket.
Besides a Baron steal, it really felt like it was all blue here today in El Clasico, as apparently they call it. What a clean series around objectives from Karmine Corp. Really good reserve play, showing that it's not just about getting the early game bot lane lead and then just steamrolling from there. As we saw yesterday, it got a little bit difficult when they didn't have that in game 2 as cleanly. Really good play around those objectives.
I think on the other side for Mobstar Koi, they're going to be frustrated. They had some moments in that game, but it wasn't a series that seemed to go their way. Struggled in game 1 to find anything. In game 2, the moments they had, felt like Casey started to get some answers. But for your player of the series, courtesy of Kier, your options are Vladi, Kalist, and Targamas, and all 3, I think, worthy contenders.
Oh, who do you choose that? For me, it's Targamas, actually. I think Targamas came away with the play of the game, play of the series yesterday. Fantastic Renata game here today. Fantastic Poppy as well, the battle Poppy in game 1. That was absolutely terrifying, especially when the Talia allowed you to build your own wall stun combo into the late game. Incredible how he has grown from a back and forth last year. He's really out here to prove the haters wrong.
And this team, who I think might be looking to fight for finals, maybe up against G2, how exciting that's going to be, will be amazing. Just waiting for the interview, but it gives us a moment to break stuff down here a little bit as well, because again, this roster came in. How good were they going to be? And they've turned out and they've gone, well, actually, potentially the best in the LEC so far as we know. We've got people like Fnatic, who lost earlier today. We've got people like G2, who stumbled early on in the split. We have people like Mobstar Koi, and they just handled them 2-0. How far can this roster go?
Hey, I mean, obviously, we now have a matchup between G2 and Karmine Corp in that upper bracket, and given the way that the objectives haven't always been too clean from G2, and Karmine Corp looking like that is one of their better areas of their game, I don't know who I'd pick to win. I know it's always a little bit sacrilege in the LEC to say, oh, betting against G2 in a best-of.
Until I see them lose.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to it. That's a conversation for a future week. But seriously, the fact that the individual players on Karmine Corp are on such good form right now. I think Kana had another good series as well. I think that Vladi on that Victor was absolutely insane. That Chaos Storm at the end gave us a lot of fireworks to talk about. There is no weak player currently on Karmine Corp. They're on an incredible form.
They really, really are. And it does make it exciting because I think for a lot of years now in the LEC, it's felt like it's G2 and everyone else trying to play in their league. This time, Karmine Corp might be one of those teams who can really, really contend. And speaking of which, Laura is standing by with Targamas to break down that series.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm Laure, standing by with Targamas in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. They've been like this all weekend. I was at home, but I was listening to them, and
yeah, it's pretty amazing.
I feel like it's an echoed sentiment from experts from the community, from other players, from your fans. You're trending right now, Targamas, and I do feel like it's completely deserved. Amazing year from you so far. I know you've been very vocal about the struggles you had last year, but the amazing performance you've been having this year. Tell me about you went from night and day performances.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. Like, I just feel good right now. Like, I feel like playing well in scrims. I'm just having a good time with my team, you know, like I've said before here. And yeah, it just shows in my gameplay, I guess.
It seems easy when you say it like this, but I'm just wondering, is there any process for you to keep on trusting yourself when everyone is doubting you, when maybe you're doubting yourself? How do you manage to come back and shine the way you've been shining so far?
I mean, I think I never really lost confidence in myself. Like, I've always knew that I had it in me, you know, that deep down I'm a good player. It just maybe sometimes I don't play good, but I guess it happens to every player. But yeah, I think support role is really a role where you shine or you don't shine. If your team is like not winning, then you will be an Inter, and if your team is winning, then you can try more stuff. Like, you can be more free to do mistakes because you're still winning. You still like your carries are in a good position, so you're free to try for more engage without looking like an Inter. So yeah, I think that's what's happening right now.
So let's talk about you guys winning, because I think it's an understatement to say that K-Corp right now is a contender for the title. Do you feel like a top team though?
I think we felt
Merci les gars. Well. All right. We're going to let your voice rest for a bit. I want to hear what he has to say. Thank you so much, guys.
I think we've been feeling like a top team since the beginning. Like, already when we started boot camping, like the scrims were going good. Like the main teams you're always looking at are Fnatic and G2, and if the scrims are going like good or decent against them, then you feel like you can actually contest, right? Of course, on stage it's always different because you're like the new team, the new guys, and then they are the old guys, the teams that have been winning in the past. So we kind of need to break that. And I mean, I think we have like a lot of confidence, and I'm really excited to play best of 5 next week.
Well, if I may bring a bit of nuance here. Before coming on stage, I ran into Rea, your head coach, and I was congratulating him about your 2-0 today. And he was like, do you know what he's referencing here when he didn't seem quite convinced maybe about the second game?
I mean, I think the second game was kind of weird. Like, I feel like we were shaking a lot. Like, maybe we felt like we were weaker than what we actually were. And I kept saying, no, guys, with Kalista, he's mega strong. We need to fight. But we felt like in the game we had to give a lot of stuff. So we for sure have to like re-talk about that, because for sure that was not good, and we let them have too much space. So I think that's why he's not that happy. But we got the win. So
all right, you guys got the win in the end, and you got the Kia Player of the Series today. Congratulations!
Thank you.
You told me about the fact that you never lost confidence. You always believed in yourself. But I want to challenge this. What do you think you're missing to become the best support in the league and a better player than what you are right now?
I mean, I think two things. Probably like some consistency, because it's true that you can't be like the greatest support if you're inting half of the games, right? So I can give that to my biggest haters, and the trophies, of course.
And the trophy, of course. One step away from this trophy, actually, you're going to face off against G2 next week. You won with G2 in the past. It's a rite of passage. You have to be G2 to access the title. Tell me how you think this series is going to go and what we could expect. KC versus G2, a banger series ahead, of course.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a banger, like the first best of 5 as well, if I'm not mistaken. They've been cooking some pretty crazy stuff this week, so I guess they're going to cook even more for next week. So I think it's going to be fun, because we're going to have some stuff prepared on our own as well. And yeah, I mean, for sure we need to, if we want to get the title, we need to be G2, right? There's no other way. And yeah, I'm really looking forward for it.
And I really want to see what the KC French cuisine is going to be about next week. Targamas, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for the interview. That's all for us here on the stage. Let's toss over to PGL with Jiniro, Odo, Kameto, and Niski. À vous, messieurs.
Thank you so much, Laura. Welcome everyone to PGL. I'm Jeannie, joined with Odo, Kameto, and Niski. We have an imposter among us because KC, we're on the LEC. He's retired. What are you?
Okay, don't call him
I'm
that.
just
I was talking about you.
You're just a friend?
Are you retired? Not yet.
Oh, so PGL is about you and
It's about you, like,
Actually,
come
it's not
on.
even about you because you're just like Casey's friend right now, or what?
Yeah.
He's my translator.
Ah, okay.
Just in
Nice.
case, yeah.
Just in case, you know, we never know.
You know, fall from grace, you know, but.
No, I mean, basically, yeah, I'm here to cast with Kameto because we usually do that online and.
Yeah. I know him for 10 years, so yeah, he's my official friend.
Well, anyway, initial thoughts after the series, because it felt like K-Corp just for this whole series, or this whole split rather, just had an insane glow up. And even from, we saw Targamas earlier, I feel like going into this year, you guys, you know, there's been immense hype about Khalis, but for me, Targamas has just been a hero or a trooper this whole split. So what do you guys think about that?
First of all, Targamas was insane with us back in the day in ERLs. And then last year was, I think, a lack of confidence. The team was not working well, so he fell off, he fell down last year. But we always trusted him because we know how good he is. And I'm very happy for him that he's showing it right now in the LEC.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would say last year for Targamas was probably not his best year, right? And I feel like right now he does take the risks that he has to, and he does clutch a lot. Like I think today he had some clutch moments on Renata. But for me, I would say the biggest like clutch player on this roster is, I would say, Yike, because I feel like he's always stable, never behind, always does the right choices, and also in the voice comms and like just in comms in general, he's always calm, rarely gets tilted. So yeah, I would say Targamas and Yike have a good synergy, and I think that's what makes KC the team they are today.
Kameto, last year, particularly for KC, it's not a secret that it didn't go the way that you wanted it to go. So when you are looking at this year, you're looking at how the roster has performed. What were the steps that you put in place to make sure that this year is successful?
Firstly, it started last summer, actually. We brought Vladi from the academy and Kana from Korea. He was doing nothing, I don't know why. He's a pretty good guy at League of Legends. And it started last summer. So we had like two pieces we knew we could build around, with Targamas also being on the team. We knew that Kalist and Targamas were playing insane together, and Kalist couldn't go up in the LEC because he was too young. So we had this duo lane. We had Vladi. He was starting slowly in the LEC, but he really was hungry to grind and to be better. He did it all summer with the Worlds being in Europe, playing... how was it?
In houses.
Yeah, in houses already. Sorry, my bad. My English is not very good.
Good translation is
No, your English is great.
About that. So yeah, we had really good pieces, and then the coaching staff made it happen, and let's go. We got Yak from G2 as well.
That's true. That was a steal. But Niski, given the fact that you're just kind of, you know, just camping around, maybe you're looking for a little opening at K-Corp mid lane. Vladi has been absolutely insane. What can you tell me about his rise as a player? Because he was a little bit one of these like silent rookies. Last year, I feel like there wasn't really any hype around him, especially not to the level of Kalist, you know, where everyone knows about him and keeps their eyes on him. How do you feel like his rise has been, you know, from summer up until today in the LEC?
I mean, I think it's not really a surprise that, for example, last year I would say his laning phase was very weak. But I do feel like this offseason he did work. And even right now, I know that he works a lot with Apples on his laning phase, on his champion pool, on his team fighting and whatnot. And personally, I mean, I do talk with him a lot as well. So he usually asks me, oh, like, would you do this differently? Or like, what would you build on this champ and whatnot? And I feel like he's always looking to improve. And also, I feel like right now he's not really scared of any mid. Like, he just does his thing, you know, and if he ints, he ints. And he, yeah, I don't know, he just loves the game. Like, he always plays, only playing solo queue, even till he cannot.
Yeah, we had to. We had sometimes to cut internet in the office so we could get some sleep.
But yeah, I'm happy that he's like getting more and more consistent. But I feel like his biggest strength right now, I would say, is his lane. And he won lane against Jojo today. And let's see what he will do against Caps, because I would say Caps is still the best mid in EU, right? So.
He won against Jojo last time too, 0-9, that one for the books. But considering we're like having you on the chopping block right now, right before we divert the conversation somewhere else, there was this really interesting tweet that I would love for you to explain. It's behind you. If you want to have a look at it, could we have the lore? This was a reply to SK. What's going on?
Let's say I cannot really speak about this too much, or else I might be in trouble. So yeah, just some banter,
Actually, but it's right though. SK didn't really get any wins. I'm so sorry you guys are catching strays right now. But that brings me to a positive point here, Kameto, and that is KC, this split. If you're comparing how they're doing right now in winter compared to last year, they've been doing so well, and they have obviously had a great improvement. How does that feel for you? Because the fans are even more exciting than ever, but you're kind of like the reason behind all of this?
I'm not the reason for sure, but like last year I hated Berlin. When I had to come here, I was depressed. And this year I love the city. Everything feels amazing in Berlin. And I will come back every weekend because they keep winning and we advance in the playoffs. But yeah, this year feels amazing because I'm really passionate about the game. I'm really obviously passionate about my club. So when we lose, it really depressed me. But when we win, it makes me so much happier. And listen to that.
Yeah.
They make me happy also.
I'm pretty sure they're probably listening in. You're talking about advancing into the playoffs. You're going up against G2. Are you looking for 3-0? What's the vibe here?
3-0, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes.
For you or for G2? Wait.
No, for us.
Okay. Just have to make that clear.
Yeah, it's my goal. I want that to happen, and it will happen. I have confidence in the boys.
Okay.
Yeah, you okay? Like,
was that a translation?
Yeah,
or what?
No, I really think it's an important step for the roster of KC, because playing G2 in the playoffs has never been easy, to be fair.
It was always the final boss.
Yeah, it was always the final boss.
Are you both reminiscing of good old times? Yeah.
I mean, me and Iski got our asses kicked by G2 way too many times. So, like, at least now he has an official job as a translator for a team that maybe has, a good chance of winning K-Corp. And now I'm just, the fan on the outside, the little kid.
You're like cheering for them.
I'm the one in front of the school bus. I'm like, yay, let's go K-Corp, So. It is nice to have a contender, and at least it feels it's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes with the coaching staff. The team obviously has great synergy together. It doesn't feel like the wins that you guys are grabbing are flukes in any way. It feels you see the processes and the hard work before, and it's exciting times for the playoffs because maybe for now, finally. The G2.
No, you can't. You're gonna curse. Don't say it.
Okay, so the thing is, if K-Corp is actually gonna win, they need to win against all odds. So even if I jinx it and I say that G2,
yeah, you can say it. Don't worry.
So like, it's always been G2 Fnatic, and maybe now it's finally the time for this bullshit to stop.
Respectfully, of course. I mean, we're Fnatic G2. You guys watched that game as well.
Yeah.
A lot of hype around Fnatic this year and this split, where we're saying, okay, this is finally it. How was it seeing them not actually even get one game?
For me, that's the playoff mode, kinda.
Okay.
I would say, BB and Caps for me when playoffs come are really different. And then we could also argue that I would say on Fnatic's side, I feel like Upset does better in regular season than in playoffs usually. Whereas, G2 in general in playoffs wake up, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like Mickey today had great early games, but then their mid games were kinda meh. So, yeah, I think G2 is still the final boss, and you kind of have to beat them if you want to win the split, and they're showing it right now that, yeah, whenever they want to be on, they're on, and right now, I would say Caps and BB.
Definitely
show it
on,
today,
yeah.
Do I have to answer also?
You can, yeah.
Yeah, you can if you want to.
If you have time on it.
We take as much time as you guys want.
In my mind, so.
Actually, it was his turn to speak first. Translator always speaks out.
Yeah, true. Like,
it's okay. It's
whoa.
not the spot.
No profanities.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think exactly like him.
You know what? That's a solid answer, right? So we've looked at predictions. We've looked at, everything that we could really talk about. Don't know what you're doing here still, but either way,
sure.
I appreciate you both for taking the time to actually join us. Odo, in terms of what we've seen today, I would love to have your opinion on G2, KC.
Ooh, it's hard because, G2 did fumble a little bit in the early game. I felt like the early games or the way they were getting leads weren't really as convincing, but at the same time, I do feel like Fnatic was probably a better opponent quality-wise than MKOI was. So it's a little bit hard to draw conclusions from the respective games. But at the same time, I don't know. For me, it should go 5 games because at least your drafts, some drafts were great. I think the fact in game 2 that Renata had to flash forward to find the game-winning play was a little bit, far-fetched in that sense. But I do have, for once, I'm gonna go on the K-Corp hype train because that's the meta right now. You just go, you just go on the hype train.
They're winning. It's fact.
I mean, it's true.
No bias.
Yeah, I mean, when a team wins, you go on the hype train. But I do feel like it's gonna be a great series. I feel like there's great strengths, and both teams are in great shape right now. But I do edge it out a little bit to K-Corp, and I would say it's maybe gonna be go 3-2 in that sense. It is best of 5, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so it should be a 3-2, I would say.
All right. Well, I appreciate your inputs as well. Guys, merci pour tout. Félicitations. So the elimination matches, they are going to be here. We're going to be back next Saturday at 6 p.m. CET for lower bracket round 1. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Have a good night.
Keep my eyes on Razork, though. Can he get him? Maybe Caps doesn't know. He does indeed. He just ulties and there you go. Easy execute for Humanoid.
Mega trolling. Look, Svein behind us, Svein behind us, Svein behind us.
Is that
Svein flashed. Aurora.
Yeah, go on, Aurora. We hard win, guys.
I need help on the punt.
Kill the Swain. Punt. Oh, I hit the Swain.
I think Svein.
He's mega tanky.
No flash. I can't take
Is that?
I wanna go, guys. I got it. Nice. Go fight. Working on jumps. Huge, guys, huge. Very well played.
Hard Sama! Ian again! Auto attack! Q! Mystic shot! Hard in your mama!
Lolo, nice. Lolo.
I use them. Okay, 2 guys. Look at 2 of them.
I'm excited.
Warwick stand here. Careful with the ulti.
On the shot. Okay. Guys, we can fight. Okay, play, Steve. I'll swim.
Come.
I'm moving. Jinx that. We win. I'm moving. I will clean up. Retake attack.
First blood to target. Let's go the barrier and survive. Flash on forwards. It doesn't work.
Okay, good. Slow. Let's stop. Yes, kick.
Lilo flash. I'm dead. Can we kill?
Yeah. Nice. Go forward.
Victor will surround it, guys. I'm looking Victor. No flash Victor, guys.
I'm up.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared, guys. Don't be scared. Listen, no flash, guys. Listen, no flash. We win, okay?
Well.
I go these guys, right? Yeah,
nice. Play slow.
You can sense it.
Look. Nice.
I got 3 seconds.
Look, Targa.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm fine. We win.
Nice. And then, let's go. Guys, we are prime T1, but please do not start us. You guys are boosted, by the way. You guys are so fucking bad.
But guys, the thing is, my brain just is out. Like, I know Lee Sin is here, but...